everyone, welcome to this course on UI UX research, applying user research to design. I'm super excited to have you here because this is one of the most in-demand skills today. And here's a little secret. People often say that UX research isn't as important as design. But let me tell you, that's absolutely not true. User research is the backbone of great design, and learning how to apply it effectively can make all the difference in building products that users love. So in this video, you are going to learn how UX research can guide your design process, helping you create intuitive, user-friendly experiences that meet real needs. So whether you're designing for a website, app, or anything in between, user research is the key to getting it right. So let's look at the agenda part. First, we will start with the basics of UX research. We'll talk about what UX research is, why it's important, and how it impacts the design process. Second, we'll dive into key research methods like interviews, focus group, surveys, and A/B testing. You learn when and how to use these techniques to gather valuable insights. Next, we will explore how to apply research to design decisions. We'll talk about organizing your findings, creating user persona, and using journey mapping to visualize the user experience. And finally, we will wrap up with some practical tips and tools that you can use for usability testing, ensuring your design meets user expectation before they hit the market. So are you ready to get started? Let's dive in. Just a quick heads up guys, if you're looking to level up your design skills, check out this advanced certification in UI UX design with generative AI from IIIT Bangalore. This course is perfect for anyone looking to break into the industry or advance their career in design. In this AI-powered UI UX design course, you will gain hands-on experience with 25 plus design tools, including Figma, AR/VR prototype, and generative AI tools. Plus, you will be getting 6 months of free Figma Premium access to help you dive straight into your projects. What's even better, you'll be working on 15 plus portfolio-ready projects that include AR, VR, XR prototypes, and making your job ready in no time. And with live interactive sessions and mentor-led support, you will get all the guidance you need to know to succeed. And at the end of this course, you will have a certificate from IIIT Bangalore and an impressive portfolio to show off. Plus, you learn how to use 10 plus Gen AI powered design tools to streamline your workflow. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Before we move on, here's a quick quiz question to test your understanding. The question is, what is the primary purpose of UX research? Options are to create visual designs, to gather insights about users' needs and behavior, to test the functionality of the product, to choose the best color scheme for the product. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
We are going to talk about more about the UX research part and the UX process part here. And that's what this module majorly focuses on, to be frank, right? Or that's what it basically talks about here and this. So in this module, total, we have right 6 lessons, I would say, to be covered in this, where we're going to talk about the user research over here. Then we'll talk about, how data collection is done. Then we talk about, mastering the data analysis, crafting the user experience, insights like empathy map and all basically. Then we'll talk about, how to build a competitor analysis and all over here. And also then presenting the UX research findings. So we have a kind of a complete overview of the UX over here, I would say. And also I've just started designing app in Figma, but I'm very confused in the layout and auto layout and the animation too. Okay, that's okay. If you're confused, that's okay. So that I think, Mr. Dhruv, sorry, uh, you can keep, I would say, practicing on Figma, I would say, right? And anyways, like I've mentioned, we're going to talk about Figma in more detail in the upcoming modules about UI, which is I think your module number 3, basically, right? And this is after this, basically, after this module, not the lesson 7 module. So we will talk about in detail about, I have not talked about smart animate, for example, animation. We have not talked about at all. We'll talk about that later. We haven't talked about too much about auto layout and all here. Talk about any basics only of auto layout. There are a lot of things in the auto layout you have in Figma. We will talk about all that in the upcoming days of, once we go to the Figma module, I would say, where we actually just talk about, designing UI, starting from wireframe, then designing something, and then we talk about creating a prototype in it, adding micro interactions with smart animation and all. So we have all that basically an option there, right? So don't worry about that. Till then, just keep practicing. Even if you confuse, just try, keep trying, things around it. I would say you will get comfortable over the time with this, right? So we're going to talk about the introduction to the user research over here. So today the module focuses on the introduction to the user, sorry, research here. This objective is pretty simple. So basically learning the roles of the user research in the UX design to enhance the user experience, analyze the different user research methods to identify effective data sources, strategies for designing, and then we have design interactive surveys using Gen AI, tool like Typeform to engage users and collect actionable data. Right, so we'll talk about that as well here in this. So what about the user research overview? So what is user research overview? User research, see, basically, as we have talked about previously, right? It involves studying the targeted user, means the end user. Who is the end user? You need to study them to understand their needs, behaviors, what motivates them to do a particular action, and their pain points, basically, right? Ensures that the product is designed with the user's perspective in mind. So you're keeping the user in mind, or you're designing for the end user. You're not just designing for the businessman or for your business. You're designing for the ultimate end user who's going to use it. So user research is essential in the UX web design for the following reasons. Why it is important to do it, first of all, right? It helps you understand the user needs. So you will be able to understand what the user wants are, right? Make informed decisions. Informed decision means that you can then decide, or with the help of the data you have, okay, what steps we should take, right? Then it also helps you enabling the enhanced usability, because once you understand the user, you can design as per their mental model, something which will help you enhancing the usability of a product. It can help you improve the user satisfaction, because if you have kept everything what user needs and everything else, you've understood the user needs properly, then it can give you a better user satisfaction. It can help you reduce cost and risk also at the end of it, right? So how does it help basically? So basically, you don't have to do a lot of rework, because if you have understood what the user is looking for, and if you design that or you create as a product, then the rework get reduced there. Or the scenarios, if you think about multiple scenarios of as per the user, then that cost is reduced, the development cost reduce over here ultimately, and you can plan a better uh, project timeline as well because of this. And you of course gonna gain a competitive advantage in the market over the time, right? Because of great user experience it might offer, because you have really understood the user. You're trying to you know give that kind of a product to the user which can basically help him or her in their duty task, or whatever the product is. It may be a service, it could be a product basically, as we know. So user research is very, very important. See, our mindset, what is the mindset we have is, or what the user experience trying to say is that the mindset is that you get a requirement to design something, you start designing it. That's something you don't have to do right now. What you have to do is you have to understand the user first, and then think about forming that physical thing or the physical product you want to make. Physical digital product, I would say, you want to make here. So understanding the user is very, very important. And this model just basically focuses on how, what is the process and what are the different ways you can understand that end user basically, right? So that's what this majorly the model talks about here, and the techniques we have in it. So there are two ways basically you will identify this. First of all, see, uh, if the concept is important to understand here. Means if you talk about Blinkit, like almost of you must be using Blinkit or Zapto, right? They're similar business. There is almost exactly the same thing here, right? Probably none of have thought about it, creating a product like that, as a company like that. I would say that something which can deliver in 10 minutes, right? A kind of a quick commerce thing, I would say. Probably we would have not thought about it. We have never seen it, probably, right? So that is a different concept. That's a basically a concept part. Currently, let's say we're talking about the application here, right? So in the application also, sometimes what you have to do is design first is also okay. You know why design first is okay? Because you need to show customer something to even get their feedback. Please understand this, right? So I don't always say that you sit with a pen and paper and you just do interviews, you talk to people, because they might be blank. The customer or the end user might be completely blank unless until you show them something, right? So only once you show them something, then they can give you the feedback, right? So sometimes design comes first, because you will have to create an initial base product, I would say, to get the feedback from the customer. So that's why we create something which is very popular nowadays is MVP, right? Known as minimum viable product. In the initial stage, I would say minimal viable product here, right? Now this minimal viable product which you're talking about here, right, will also be, when you say design first, should also be based on the user needs. Means with some user research. So you do a very basic level user research, then you create that MVP product, right? Minimal viable product. And of course, you get more feedback based on that. You take inputs from the users, from the end users. You understand how it is working, and then you create a much better improved product over here. And it, because people need something tangible to give you the feedback. Remember that, right? So it is not that always you kind of go into very deep research, right, and do something. Especially in India now, if I talk about, there is a lot of startup culture, right? All of us know that there is a startup culture. So what does the startup want? Tell me, what does the startup want first of all? Now, startup is launched basically. Initial startup is created. So, what does the startup wants? Tell me, all of you. Tech team, okay, that's a part. What does a startup basically? I'm not talking about the team and all. Basically, testing their ideas. Okay, no, testing their ideas. I agree with you most. See, the first thing they need, most important thing I would say, is majorly the funding. Right, most of the startups needs funding. Right, and even to get that funding, they need something tangible as a product. They at least need a prototype or a basic idea of the business application, especially I'm talking about the tech companies. I'm talking about the tech companies basically here, right? So they need a product that solves a problem, but that should be visible, right? It should not be just be on a piece of paper. Probably say people generally want to look something more physical. I don't know if you how many of you have seen Shark Tank India kind of a thing. Even if someone is showing a pre-startup company, they have a app idea. They have already built that app design, how it will work, and etc. to get that funding into it, right? Because that's something tangible has to be there. So that's why the design, creating a quick design in the initial stages is very, very important here. Just remember that, right? It's very, very important there to be there. And then, so that you get to understand, the user, you get feedback from the, of course, from the end users and all, and how the business will basically grow. So that's important. So remember, a text product or it's a minimal initial minimal product is very, very important for us to have. And that's why the demand for the UX has been increasing, because it can do basic research, it can get you the minimum viable product, and then you can keep improving with the bigger team of UX you might have. or this companies generally have. Depends on what the team size really depends, I would say, in it. So basically, it helps you understand the users. It will help you to make an informed decision, right? Suppose you're designing a ride sharing app, right? Research show that the user often struggle to find the drop off location in the input field. So what happened? By this, using this insight, you can redesign the interface to make the drop off location input more prominent, streamlining the booking process and reducing the user's frustration there, for example. So you can make more informed decisions. Even better than this example, I would say, sometimes I would say making informed decisions can also be based on to avoid the conflict, right? Maybe you say, okay, I want to keep this button here, or I want to basically design this page like this, not like this. Let's say you have A and B versions of it. So there also you can make a more informed decision by testing with the user. Like we say that is known as multi-iterative testing or A and B testing basically once you have a product. So it can help you make a informed decisions of understanding what the user wants, and based on that you can create a solution for it. And you can enhance the usability of it. So what it means, imagine you're creating a fitness tracking app and user says hard to find the start workout button because it's hidden in the settings, for example. So let's say by placing the start workout button on the main screen, you can make the app easier to use. This helps users start their workouts quickly and enjoy the app more. Simple, right? Simple thing basically to be there into it. So you can basically enhance the usability of it here. And here. I tell you one example which comes to my mind over here. Like for example, I use Apple Watch, right? So if you go to Apple Watch, anybody who uses Apple Watch might be knowing. Maybe it's I've never experienced, to be frank, Samsung. Maybe it would be same. But let's say if you start a let's say you start a workout in the Apple Watch, right? And so the last workout will always come on the top. Means Apple Watch will try to understand that what is the most frequent workout you're doing. Let's say you're doing an outdoor walk, right? Maybe in the initial, when you open it for the first time, outdoor walk might be at fifth or sixth position. But once you start using it frequently, it will come on the top. Will come on the top. So very small usability if you think, right? Imagine if I every time need to go to the sixth position to open the workout application, right? Now it automatically comes on the first tab. It becomes the first tab because that's what I'm using frequently, right? It changes its position because that is what user have used last time. And you must have seen this in a lot of applications to be there. So this is way we can, this is like these are like small things if you think about, right? Which you may never pay attention to it, but if you think about consciously about a product, right, which you use in it, like I've been talking about, start observing the applications you use on a day-to-day life. Think how they are built, what is confusing them, what feature are you liking there. Start, keeping them in your mind at least, or maybe you can just write down those. If you forget, keep writing those features there. You'll understand a lot of things. That's how small things have been built up and how it's been created and how small things have been taken care of. Yeah, into it. Now, somebody might say, okay, this is very pretty obvious to have, but it's not always the same case because not every app might be doing that, to be frank. And right? It can ultimately then improve the user satisfaction here. And so suppose you're updating a music streaming app and users have mentioned they want to easily find and return to the playlist they have recently listened. This is the same example I was giving, right? So of course you can find this in Spotify. If you look at YouTube Music, Apple Music and all, you will find this kind of an option that by adding a recently played section is now there. So you can basically see, what the recently you have played the music, and you can just, create your favorite playlist also, or you can play the last played music and see, what is the last music you have played, which can give you a better satisfaction of the user, right? Because they're able to easily find the content they will look for. And then I said like you can help you reduce the cost and the risks. So imagine you're designing a booking website for travel accommodation, right? Early user testing showed that the filter system is confusing and hard to use. So by fixing this issue before launch, you can avoid cost redesign and customer issues later on, reducing the risk of user abandon the site because of frustration. Simple. So it help you reduce the cost and the risk associated with it. Then you have a competitive advantage. For example, imagine an online clothing store where customers have expressed interest in a feature that suggests outfit combinations based on their previous purchases, right? So by launching a feature that suggests personalized outfits based on purchase history, the store can boost customer satisfaction and set itself apart from the competitors, attracting more fashion conscious shoppers into it. Simple. So if you combine all this, because you're doing a user research, you will have all these benefits to it. And how this is how the user research practically can give you a practical output, I would say, and it based on the user. So user research is not a waste of time, because a lot of users coming here, in this course, or generally believe that why should we do user research? It's a waste of time. Let's start designing something, right? I will go to Figma and I'll start designing the app, right? That's, I would say, is a bit of wrong mindset, I would say. Doing a research, understanding the user is nowadays very, very important. Instead of simply going straight away to Figma and start designing the website or an app, whatever you want to create. So you need to come out of that mindset basically here, right? Yes. Okay. So I just talked about few quick points over here or throughout right now. Let's do a quick knowledge check. Let's see how many of you remembered it. Let's say Sarah is browsing on an online store for gadgets and find it frustrating to compare options. Based on the UX research, what features would make the comparison process more user friendly? This is, I think, probably easy to answer because all of you must be using, right? Not very, very difficult to answer here because we all use it in a practical life here. Correct. So if you see C, implementing a side-by-side comparison tool for selected gadgets. Very common, you're going to find them in any website or any particular tool, I would say. Yeah. So those are the advantages of the user research. We have just talked about, what kind of advantage it can bring to you if you do this, if you do that user research basically here, right? That's what we have talked about here in this, right? Now, now the question might be coming to your mind as well. Okay, we have to do user research. You understood the benefit of it. You understood, okay, we have to do some kind of user research. Now you might be thinking in your mind how to do it, right? What are the ways to do it? What are the tools maybe are there to do it? Or what is the step to do it? And that's now what we're going to talk about. That what is the method you can have to, or basically can apply, I would say, to do the user research. Now, let me tell you one thing. Depending on kind of work you have to do it, depending on the kind of stage your product is, this user research method can vary a lot. They can vary a lot here, right? So there is no kind of a fixed path to go from point A to B, right? For anybody. This is just the best practices, remember here. Not every time you do every research method, to be frank, not every time you do the same process, right? Or not every time you take the same steps to achieve that user research. So there's like kind of best practices. You might have to, change them a little bit. You might have to do something basically bit of that to do it here on this, right? Have a taken on this. So that's something we should keep in mind here, right? When you're learning this, remember, you might be thinking, okay, in the real life, I have to do so many things. It may be or may not be, depend on the process, time, and the project you're working on. But let's talk about this here. So user research uses various methods to gain insights into the user needs, behaviors, and experiences. There are some common types we have talked about. I think I would say majorly four types here, right? You have qualitative, you have quantitative, you have behavioral, and you have editorial, right? So can anybody tell me what is qualitative? What do you understand by qualitative here? And over there, anybody? What do you understand by qualitative? Just think, just think about the word. What does qualitative mean? Most of you must be knowing, I'm sure. Just think about it. Something prioritize quality. Mm, mm-hmm. And size, no numbers and alls. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. More insights about it. Okay. So basically, qualitative means over here information which you gather, which cannot be measured. Remember, which cannot be measured. Something you cannot measure. Right. For example, if I say, right, uh, let's say, how good was the food? If I ask you, like, let's say your mom could have, or maybe your wife or your mom have cooked the food today, or maybe your maid have cooked the food today, how good it is, right? It can be kept, it can be measured in the number, but not always, right? You can't, like, I can, if I give you a scale of, rate me out of 10, then you might be having a number, right? But sometimes it also involves emotions, it also involves, I would say, a cultural and lot of things basically in it. So feelings, yeah, you can say feelings, right, which is involved. So that is also qualitative. Something which cannot be exactly be measured, but you get a lot of things to understand through things. For example, like observation, right? Common observations, what is the common feeling of the users, what they are thinking, what are their opinions, probably, right? All that can basically be a part of qualitative, I would say. Quantitative, what is quantitative? Quantitative is opposite of qualitative. Quantitative is something which can be measured in number, something which can be calculated, I would say. Something which can be calculated. That is quantitative. Quantitative here, right over there. That is quantitative over here. Into it, right? Something which can be measured into the number over here in this. So you gain a lot of information through, of course, qualitative. The quantitative is important because it's a number which can be measured, and this number can help you, make a more informed decision. That what, like, for example, if I say how many people say yes and no, it was a sign of doing a voting for something. We talk about democracy in India, it's about vote, right? So we have a democracy in India because of quantitative. We have a very clear, right? This person got so many votes, this person got so many votes, and this person, because I've got so many votes, so he has won. And there is no question about it because it can be expressed in quantitative. It's a number which you can measure, right? That is what quantitative means here. In it. Now think about what is behavioral. What do you think about behavioral? Like, what could be the behavioral method, or what could be the behavioral action basically? Like, what does behavior will do? In it. Means like about how customers interact with the product or service. Okay. Yeah. So behavioral, if I talk about, behavioral can give lot of, I would say, usage patterns and their mental models of the user. Like, what is the behavior of the user to use this particular application, right? What is the path user wants to take to achieve particular goal? What is their mindset and the behavior says in it, right? So that is behavioral studies or behavioral observation, I would say here, to be there, right? So this becomes your behavior. Remember, behavioral observation, you can say, or the kind of a study you can say here, to be done into it, right? To be taken. Then you have attitudinal. So what does attitudinal does basically? Think what will be the attitudinal now here? Customer response. Okay. What else? What does attitudinal means actually? This is what I'm asking basically here. Okay, let me tell you about this. Motivation, perception behind. Very good. Kind of motivation you can say here, or perception you can say here to a certain extent here, and that, and that. Okay. So, if I talk about editorial over here, the editorial basically it's about beliefs, remember, and the feelings of the user. What is the user's beliefs are, right? What are their perceptions are, which can basically give you this data over here, and that, right? So we take it there. So, so that is attitudinal, basically over here. To be taken. Okay. Now, one thing before I go ahead, I like to clarify here very, very clearly, right? Uh, into it, right? And what is that I want to clarify here is that if you look at the research methods which is mentioned over here, it says in the user research you can use various methods to gain insights about the user over here, right? Into it. But I like to clarify one thing from my perspective. I would say that the behavior and editorial are not separate. They're not separate, right? There are majorly two methods you have. One is the qualitative and quantitative here, right? So majorly you have to both qualitative and quantitative. From there, you of course can get a data of the, I would say, behavioral part to a certain extent, I would say, right? And of course the editorial part here by combining this research, I would say, into it, right? To be taken. So what I would say is that they are not separate. These are the two main categories you have. Are the two main categories you have in it, right? And I would say this is your subcategories. Of course, as a data you can collect, and of course there are different methods you can collect them. I'll talk about those methods and everything here with there. And so sometimes you can't say that what I'm trying to say over here is that you can't debate about, oh, this is qualitative and this is behavior probably, right? So within the qualitative, it could be a behavioral trait of the user. This is what I'm trying to say here. Or you can say kind of vice versa, I would say. Over there. And it. So I would say, just to clarify for all of you, this will, I would say, type of data. This is type. Sorry for my writing there. I think I should write a text there. Yeah, that will be fine. So this is type, remember, type of data. We call this type of data. And this two things I will call it what? Nature of data. Nature of data. Yeah. This is what I will call it. So that is your nature of data, and this is the type of data over here. And that to be taken. So that is how you can kind of dimension it separately, I would say, to be taken, right? So what is of course we know what is qualitative research is, but just to kind of uh, I've already explained you that it is about non-numbers. It is something which cannot be directly be captured in numbers, I would say. such as opinions, comments, feelings, emotions of the users over here. So this one basically majorly focuses on the why part of it. The why part of it. Why behind the user behavior. And you can see it says user behavior. That's why I'm saying in the previous slide, it is the nature of the data, right? And this is user behavior. So qualitative research is basically tells you why. Or in short, we also say this also talks about, or it also says about what the users say or do is focused on the uh, qualitative data here. What the users say and actually do, right? And that to be there. Remember, what the users say and do, and that, right? And this kind of data can be captured. One of the methods we use to capture this data is the user interviews. Interviewing the user means doing a face-to-face interviews, or we can also get this data with some of the usability testing. Now you may say usability testing is a part of quantitative data. Yes, it is. Usability testing is majorly a part of quantitative data, but it is also a part of qualitative data. Yeah, it is also a part of qualitative data. How it is a part of qualitative data? Think. So let's say if I give you a test to do it, right? I'm asking you to, let's say, buy milk from Blinkit, right? So that is first of all, that is not usability test. Let's say if I give you an app and I tell you to buy the milk from Blinkit, right? So that will known as usability testing. But I'm testing you basically, checking your behavior and all. I'm doing a usability testing. So will it come in quantitative or qualitative? Think about it. Where it will come? It will come in the qualitative or quantitative. Depends on the method of usability. Quantitative one was saying quantitative. Okay. Anybody else like to okay, maybe to say something? It's okay. Nothing is wrong and right. Qualitative. Okay. Mohammed says qualitative. Okay. I think I did not give you the option, but I tell you. Okay. It is both. It is both. But I would say majorly, if you talk about the ratio, it could be like 70% quantitative and maybe 30% qualitative. How? I tell you. So when you let's say I'm testing you ordering a milk, right? So you're clicking buttons, you're doing a task. So task either will be completed or incompleted, right? Which is measurable. Whether the user is able to complete it or not, it's measurable. Where users have clicked is measurable, right? Over here. So that becomes your quantitative data. But while using the app, what was your facial expressions? Where you looked confused, where the user looked confused, where the user got frustrated is your qualitative data. That will be your qualitative data. Remember. So it could be both. Remember that. For example, in user interviews, you might not have something measurable. You might have measurable. Maybe if you ask like how many times you order from Blinkit in a day. So you may say one or two times, right? So that is measurable. So you can get some measurable in the user interview also and as a method. But majorly, I would say now interview majorly 90% focus is on qualitative data. And maybe you will get 10% quantitative data from it into it. Right. So I would say so whatever what I'm trying to say over here is whatever method or whatever you're using or whatever you're doing as an activity, will give you both kind of data. It can give you both kind of data, but the ratio can vary. Ratio can vary here. Over there. So you have qualitative data in it. So how do we collect qualitative data? Like I said, one very prominent way you have is the user interview. Right? It means talking to the user basically. Maybe getting their feedback. And just not feedback, I think feedback will come later. So let's say initially when I'm doing research, I will talk to the user, what do you do, how do you use it? You just do a kind of a user interview here, right? Over there. Kind of podcasts, you can say. Not exactly podcast, but nowadays in the podcast is going very popular. So you can say kind of podcast, basically. You do with the user, right? Then you have observations. Again, very pop means not very popular, I would say, but decently popular, but not every company can afford it. So what do you think is observation? Think, guys, what is observation? What do you think by what does observation mean here? What does observable do? Come on, guys. Noticing something, okay, observing how users interact while they have their day. Correct, very good, Manoj. So that is observation. So basically, let's say the observation can also be done in different ways to be frank, but you're observing, like, like a manager in the factory, observe the worker, same thing. You're observing your worker how is doing. Let's say maybe at your home you have a maid, you're observing how she's working means. Maybe you're looking at your child who is doing the homework, right? And you're observing your child how he or she is doing the homework. That is known as observation, basically. Observation here, right? So that is known as observation. You're observing the user using your product in maybe in front of you, or maybe via maybe recorded video or something. That is known as observations. Then you have focus groups, right? What is focus group? If I quickly explain, because most of you might not be knowing, you might get confused with focus group. Focus groups are very similar to user interviews, right? User interviews. Yeah. The only difference is here you have, in a simple way, if I say, in a very simple manner, in a very simple way, if I say, it is one to one. It is one to one, face to face, right? One to one. This is basically with multiple, right? So you have multiple people. Okay, ignore for my drawing there, which will talk to the one. You means you will talking to multiple users, I would say. So you're talking to multiple users. So this is you who is talking to multiple users in a common room, you can say, multiple participants together, kind of a group discussion, you can say, in a short, kind of a group discussion. That is known as focus group. Known as focus group, basically. Here. And right, so these are like common methods, not the only methods to do it, and doesn't mean that you use all of them. I mean, doesn't mean that you use all of them, and then you might opt for a few of them, I would say. So that was your qualitative research we talked about in short. Now, what is the quantitative research? What is the quantitative research? It focuses on measuring, analyzing the numeric data. Like I said, you can measure something, right? And you will have a number to get it, right? It can also help you identify the behavioral trends of the user. Again, gives you behavioral kind of trend of the users over here. Now, I don't know how many of you, I think most of you must be knowing what is the best or what is the most common way of capturing the quantitative research or quantitative data, I would say. What is the common way, the most common way of taking the quantitative data. And all of you have been a part of it. Let me do that. All of you have been a part of it. Manoj says survey. Anybody else? Feedback. Okay. Anybody else? Comments and ratings. Okay. But you don't have, let's say Vivek, you don't have the product, right? Tracking user activity. You don't have the products on them, like I mentioned, Vivek. So let me tell you, Manoj was right basically to a certain extent. Even Bhumi was like feedback and surveys are same. So it's majorly these surveys, which all of you have been a part of, right? So companies do surveys because remember the problem in not a problem, I would say in quantitative data, it's very very important to have good numbers, right? You have a larger data sample, no, because this is large data amount data of data to compare that data to get that quantitative number here. Right? So surveys is like one of the best ways, or I would say one of the most common ways of getting the quantitative data research, right? Anybody, I don't know if anybody is a PhD here, right? So if you look at PhD and all, they must be knowing a lot about qualitative and quantitative data, of course. And in PhD research, you do that basically, right? So surveys, like if you anybody in PhD or part of PhD, surveys, it's a very important thing. Survey is the number one thing that you have, and one of the most cost effective also out most of them, if I say surveys, right? uh but then you have the usability testing with you, like I showed, you give an app to test with you, that's a usability testing. Then you have A and B testing. Actually all of you have been a part of it, but you don't know. Most of us, we don't know that we have been a part of A and B testing on a day-to-day basis as well, because most of the apps are basically uh, give me a second. Right. So you have A and B testing basically over here. So A and B testing basically uh, can be done, by the way, only on the live product internet. Majorly done on the live product. Let's see if you're already using a Blinkit app, you're already using Google, maybe you're using in like Zoom will not be having it properly, I would say. But if you talk about websites and all, they use a lot of A and B testing. So it can majorly be done on a live product first of all, right? I like to say that. And then there's A and B. So A and B testing is you have like two designs. You want to compare which one is doing better. And there's A and B. We'll talk about that later more into details about what is A and B testing is. But in short, you can get quantitative data with the A and B. Like, for example, it's like a voting. Is A better or B better? Right? And you get a number between that. So basically that is quantitative data here. in that bit. So you have surveys, which is the most common way. Then you have usability testing and the A and B testing over here. So this is like the most common method. Remember, these are not the only methods. Some of the most common methods you have here. And if you compare both of them together, the qualitative and quantitative, I would say, so you would notice that features, if you talk about, the qualitative focuses on insights and understanding, whereas quantitative focuses on numbers and statistics. Method we have already talked about, I'll not go into it. Data over here is very, very unstructured in qualitative and majorly textual in nature. Here it is structured and numerical data generally you have. Purpose is to explore and understand. Here is to measure and qualify. Asking users why they click the button and what they expect to happen. Example is given here. Counting how many times users click a button in your app is basically becomes a quantitative, right? It's a very, very quick kind of a comparison between the two we have, which I just talked about over here with all of you, right? So far, what we have discussed, we have talked about why user research is important, and majorly there are two methods of research, means two categories of research, I would say, quantitative and qualitative and quantitative, I would say, as a research part of it, and what are some methods in it you have. Of course, we will talk about it in detail about the methods at a later stage. Okay, so we'll go ahead now and talk further here. So we have the next part is talking about the behavioral research part, right? What is behavioral talk about here? It focuses on observing and measuring the user's actions and behavior, right? Observing and measuring the user action behavior. So it seeks to understand what the users do rather than what they do it. Now this term is very a little bit can be confusing for if you understand. It says what users do rather than why they do, right? And then, so what we are saying is what is the actually the user is doing, right? We are not understanding, why they do it, but what is the actually the users are doing. That's what we try to capture over here, evidence, right? So here are some examples of method used in the behavioral research, right? Which is very, very common is the eye tracking, I would say, over here, right? Into it. So eye tracking uh, is an expensive technology though. Not everybody can afford to do it to be fair. Means companies can afford it. It's not very expensive nowadays. But eye tracking is like a higher level of usability testing, I would say. And this the eye tracking, right? So you basically have a software, a complex software, and whatever you're doing on the screen, it is looking at your eyes. Because sometimes what happens is user is looking at something else and doing something. For example, we try to understand what grabs the user attention on the screen, where the actually the eyes are moving, which is unconscious because sometimes even users does not know about it. So eye tracking can really help you in understand the unset behavior of the user, I would say, and what is the psychology of the mind is going there. NN Group have done, if you talk about, NN Group have done a lot of research on eye tracking. Their research is a lot of focus on eye tracking are there. Then you have session recordings to understand the user behaviors, like what phase they have been making, where they look frustrated, where they look confused, and all. So you observe it. Then you have heat maps. Now heat maps you can only have on a live website. To be frank, you can't have it. Means you can have the heat maps on a prototype also. If you're doing the tracking, you can do that basically. So generally for that, for having heat maps, you need to have a prototype or a actual app to get a heat map, right? Which will basically tell, okay, where the user was moving the mouse most, from where the user have been scrolling. Heat map can tell you a lot of things into it. And once we go to the usability testing module, we'll talk about the heat map. Means I'll show you how Maze can give you the heat map here. So I don't know how many of you know heat map. Let me show you because heat map is something different. So heat map looks like this. Let me show you. Heat map. Let me quickly show you the heat map. So this is what the heat map looks like, to be frank, right? So this is no, you can see this. This is heat map basically. Let me clear all this. Like this is heat map. See. So by this you can this is also given by like means eye tracking also creates a heat map, by the way. And so there are different ways you can create a heat map. Some websites create a heat map based on eye tracking. Some websites can create a heat map using the mouse tracking. There are a lot of features basically you can have depending on the application. So red, which you see, is the most I would say the focused area or the attention grabbing area for the people. Yellow is less than that, and the blue is like less focused area. So that's what heat map tells you basically. So that is on this heat map there, right? Remember that. Okay. Next thing we have is talking about the attitudinal, which basically we said like it helps you understand the user behavior, sorry, beliefs, opinions, and feelings about a particular product or a service. It relates into why behind the user behavior. It talks about the why, sorry, why the user is doing something, why behind the user behavior, exploring their motivations, perceptions, and satisfaction levels. Basically. So you try to get that over here in that. So you try to understand their beliefs, opinions, and feelings about a particular product over here to be taken. Some of the methods you can do this, I would say, is surveys. Again, is very common to have it. Then you have card sorting. Card sorting we generally do in the information architecture. We'll talk about it because it majorly depends on the culture and the beliefs of the people also. And then you have testing tree. Testing tree is also a method, right? Which is a part of information architecture. Let me tell you that first of all. That's a matter of information architecture. And tree testing is can also help you understand the behaviors of the user to a certain extent, I would say, or the sorry editorial of part of the users, I would say, like beliefs, perception, and all of the users to understand it. But again, surveys are the most common ways to do it. Surveys is the most common way of it here. That to be done here, right? Okay, let's go. Let me remove this. If we compare two side by side, you can see the comparison over here. So behavior focuses on the user's actions and interactions over here to be taken in it. And if we talk about the sorry, what are you saying? What is the tree testing and card sorting? Venkat, if I kind of very quickly explain you what is card sorting and tree testing is. One example of card sorting is, let's say I give you fruits and vegetables. Okay. Okay. Actually, sorry, because I told you the category. Okay. Let me explain like this. Okay. Let's say I give you mango, right? I give you mango, I give you grapes, and I give you jackfruit. I don't know if you know about jackfruit. Right? I give you jackfruit, for example, right? So you have mango, you have let's say grapes, and you have jackfruit, right? So in the card sorting, I will tell you how will you arrange it. Tell me that. Means in what category will you put them? So you have fruit, grape, and jackfruit. So in what category will you put it? Think. I'm asking all of you basically. So if you have mango, grapes, and jackfruit, where what category will you like to have? Now imagine a blanket, right? Imagine a blanket, and you are a person who need to basically keep mango, grapes, and jackfruit in a particular category. So where you will keep it? Vivek says fruit, fruit, fruit. So all of you say fruit, right? Jackfruit is a vegetable. Okay. So most of you saying fruit here, seasonal fruits. Okay. I want more. Come on, let's see. Think more about it. So my question, Bhavna, is you have mango, you have grape, and you have a jackfruit, right? You have a jackfruit, you have, which is also known as kattal in Hindi. If I talk about jackfruit, is known as kattal. Those who don't know, I don't know the region more names. I know kattal and jackfruit, like they are the same, to be frank, right? And then you have grapes and you have mangoes. So in what category will you put them? Imagine you're getting a Blinkit app. So what category will you put in it? Seed and seedless, Manoj. Very good. Yeah. Jackfruit is a vegetable. Okay. Okay, let's keep it like this. This is what typically you will think. This is what typically you can think about, right? As a broad category of it. And it to be done, right? In it. However, however, when you talk about jackfruit, it's a fruit also. It says vegetable. Of course, it's vegetable majorly in India. If you talk about it's a vegetable, but it is also eaten as fruit. Let me tell you that. It is also eaten as fruit, right? So now think, jackfruit can come in vegetables also in fruit also. This is what we come to know from these comments we have here, various users. And we got one more new category, which is seasonal fruits, right? We got one more category in the seasonal food. So this is known as cart sorting in short. This one is cart sorting in short. So you in cart sorting, you try to understand, how people will arrange this, what categories we can have in our website, what kind of filters we can have. So that is what cart sorting can give you. Remember that. So I hope it's clear. That's in short. We're going to do activity also. Don't worry, we're going to do an activity on cart sorting going ahead. We'll talk about it in more detail. Now coming quickly to the tree testing, you asked me. In right, what is tree testing? Tree testing. How should I explain you? I'm just thinking about kind of a quick example in my mind of tree testing. So in short, if you go to any website, right, you go to any website and you see a menu. If you go to, let's say, Myntra, if you go, or go to Amazon, any application, if you go basically here, right? So what does the t-testing does? By the way, t-testing is also known as the reverse of card sorting. Actually, reverse of card sorting over here. Kind of a reversal method of the card sorting over here. Yeah, into it. So you create a tree. Means, let's say, how should I explain? Let's say, okay, let's say you want to buy on a phone on Amazon, right? So what do? You go to the homepage of Amazon, you will go to the category of phone, and then you will have the phone page probably. Like this is how it is, right? So in tree testing, what we do, we just create kind of a drop down menu. Okay, we just create a drop down menu, and we tell the user to find that information, right? So then we try to see, okay, whether the user, how the user is using that menu, and whether they are able to reach to that destination or not. That is tree testing basically. So in short, finding the content in the website where it is located, but not visually. It's mostly in the text format. Another tree testing here. So you kind of create a hierarchical thing, kind of a mind map you create, I would say, in the tree testing. And there are website like you have Optimal Workshop, which basically gives you a tool for tree testing. We'll talk about that later, practically. But in short, it is majorly part of detecting where the information could be located by the user. That is tree testing here, right? In short, if I explain that about both of them to be there, right? And this. So I was explaining this behave. Sorry, I was explaining this example here into it. All right. So remember, the data you get in the behavior is majorly quantitative, and in editorial you get qualitative data. Purpose: understand how users interact with a product, understand why users behave in a certain way. That's the simple purpose of both of them to be there. And when it comes to behavior and editorial. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to do a quick one activity with all of you here, because we have something coming a little bit interesting here. Though I've been talking about it a lot, but I'm going to do one small activity here. And what I want, actually, I don't want to show that slide. So what I want you to do is quickly get a pen and paper. Maybe a pencil paper. If you already have, that's good. Get a pen and paper. Okay. Take one piece of paper, or maybe you can take a notebook also, and a page in a notebook, and get a pen or a pencil, whatever you want. I'll give you all to kind of 1 minute quickly to do that. If you already don't have it, take one pen and paper. It could be very small paper. You don't have to take a very big paper like that. And take a rough paper, because otherwise don't tell me that I wasted your page. Now I want to do one small thing for me. Close your eyes, right? Close your eyes, and the pen you have in your hand and the paper you have in your front of it. Draw the shape which I'm going to tell you. Okay. Draw a circle and a triangle. Closing your eyes. Remember, you have to close your eyes. Take the pen, draw a circle, and draw a triangle. You have to do this basically, huh? Right? You have to do it. Great. So most have done it, right? You've done a circle, maybe you can also try a square or if you want, basically triangle, whatever it would. How many of you have done it successfully? Most of you must have drawn it successfully, a circle and a triangle. So there are two very important things which is coming here, right? One, if you said muscle memory, and with the muscle memory, of course, your brain is working. Remember, so imagination you can say, or you can call it as visualization of your brain to it. But the question is habitual, okay? The question is, first of all, circle. That's the first thing. Like, circle. That's the first thing here. Into it. Into it. Some of saying familiarity practice, simple shapes. Okay. It's simple for you, Bhavna. Go and ask the third, maybe go and ask a toddler who is maybe 4 years old and ask him to do the same thing. Right? So it's very simple, I agree. For arts as adults, it's very simple. So remember, this is what is known as what all of you are saying supports one technology in UX, which we have been talking. I've been talking about this a lot. We talk about muscle memory, visualization, whatever you can call it, known as mental models. This is known as your mental model. From your past experience, from the similarity, practice, muscle memory, uh, have been keep seeing it from so many years, you've been drawing it from so many years, or creating these basic shapes, I would say. That is what your mental model is, in short, right? So mental model is what the user thinks about how a system, website should work, or the way it should work, basically, right? It helps users predict what will happen when they interact with it. It tells you the prediction what will happen over here and where it should be, shaping how they use the interface, right? And then, for example, uh, I think girls or maybe boys can also rate it little nowadays. I think boys also cook. So the maybe the home you stay in, right? And if you cook food, right? You know where what is placed, right? Even while talking to someone, when your mind is busy somewhere else, you can still perform that task. You can still perform that task. That is your mental model in short. But if you go to someone else's kitchen, let's say you go to your relative place and their kitchen is new to you, right? Then you might get a little bit confused where the things are located. But some of the things you can still use in even your relative places, if you think, right? If it is not very different. And that's what we're trying to say in mental model. For example, if you have a stove, hob, we call it as hob, right? Or hob or the stove basically in short, if you have it. You can almost operate in all the homes, right? Whether you go to your relative place also, you will be able to on the stove and how to probably use it. Unless it's a very modern or something complex. But I think there's not complicated. So that's a mental model which has been built into that stove, how to use it, and how to basically make it. That's your mental model basically in short. And over the time you have gained so much of mental model. And when you're creating your application, you should keep that basic mental model in your mind. If you don't do it, it can really confuse the user, it can really frustrate the user to be there. Like one example I've been giving you of IRCTC website of railway, Indian Railway. Their login button is on the left hand side compared to the right hand side. It's a basic mental model we have here, right? So for example, if you talk about the Gmail app, right? Users often associate their email box with a physical mailbox, whether they PC message, right? So if you see this here, and they expect to open an email to read its content and delete it when it's no longer needed. Similar to throwing away a physical letter. So there is also a connection. Remember, digital product have a connection with the real life, real world sometimes. And you can think about how you can make that connection, or how you can make the people explain few things in it, right? Over there. For example, in the real world, we have seen red has danger a lot of times, right? Danger. So in digital product, when you want to delete something, when you want to take a extreme step in digital product, what will happens? You have a red color button there. You can make the button red color. Now to go to Amazon. See, think of users online shopping. Similar to in-store shopping, they expect to add items to the cart, review the items in the cart, and check out at the virtual cashier. What happens if you go to physical big bazaar and all? You take your card, you add items, you review them, and you basically pay them at the counter. Same flow is created in the digital product over here. There. Or if you talk about Netflix, users expect entertainment service to suggest content based on their viewing history, similar to how a friend might recommend shows and movies they know you like. Right? For example, if you like a particular kind of a music, let's say hip hop or whatever kind of music you might like, maybe rock music, you might like Sufi music, whatever music you like. So your friend might come, hey, there's a new song similar to your interest. So same ways these applications are doing here. They're kind of very connected to the real life. So you can get a lot of examples and a lot of solutions from the real life. This is what we're trying to say here. And keeping the mental models similar is very, very important here, because people don't, especially nowadays, people don't have time to learn. Remember, people don't, they don't want you to give a lecture to them to kind of train on something, especially when it comes to using an app and all. So mental model has to be very simple, straightforward here. And right. Okay, I know that it came in between, but so what we're trying to say, and why we're talking about the research here is because remember, we are doing the research here to understand the mental model of the user. A lot of unsaid things which you might not even realize till the time you talk to the user, which might not be in your mental model, remember, but it could be in your mental model of your users to be there. Then let's consider the scenario here, right? We have a scenario you can see here. Let's say you have launched a new app and you want to understand user experience. You conduct in-depth interview with the user, ask them to share their thoughts as they navigate the app, right? You explore what they like, what confuses them, and why they might abandon a task. This approach is akin to taking a guided tour where you get a detailed, subjective insights from the user perspective. Okay, which research method are you using in this scenario? Provide a justification for your choice. So, which method are we using over here? Tell me, because you've learned so much, right? So, based on it, what research method is this? Tell me, guys, what kind of research method is this? Qualitative, quantitative, okay, quantitative, okay. So it's majorly a qualitative research, first of all, through the in-depth user interviews, which is already mentioned though in that. But it's majorly a qualitative. You may get some of the, like I said, you might get a little bit of quantitative data also in it, right? But that could be 10% of it sometimes, or maybe 10% depends on it. But majorly, you will get the qualitative data. And if you're getting qualitative data, of course, you're getting behavioral. That's of course there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the major categories here, two categories, right? So majorly it will be a qualitative data here, and that because users are expressing their thoughts. Also, they're basically telling you what they're thinking, what they're saying, right? What they're doing. There's a lot of data in this, which cannot be just be captured in numbers, but you're trying to understand their emotions, feelings, and thinking behind it. So it's majorly a qualitative data. Of course, like I said, 10 to 20% could be a quantitative data also in that. And that major depends how you structure your interview and everything into it. So we'll talk about introduction to the Gen, not exactly Gen AI tools. Basically, I would say, of course, you can use ChatGPT and all, but I don't recommend it to be frank in the initial stage to be there. I would like you to use your mind and your brain to think about what kind of questions you can ask to the users or what kind of questions you can have in the survey, right? I'm not saying Gen AI, generative AI is bad. It's good. You can do it, and most of the people nowadays do it. Even people who are in working in the industry, they do it. But Gen AI, has of my experience, can be wrong in some places. So I think everybody should spend some time thinking about what questions to ask to the users, and of course, then you can take a bit of more help from the generative AI to be there, right? So not all the tools you want to talk about here is just generative AI. But one of the tools has kind of a feature of generative AI, I would say. So Gen AI can help you in research finding by offering advanced capabilities that streamline the process, enhance insights, and improve decision making. So majorly here we're talking about the generative AI, not to kind of ask questions, create questions here, but majorly about analyzing the data. Nowadays, generative AI has been used a lot to analyze the data, which you already have, which you can feed in and can give you some insights out of it, which is generally done by even by the people who are business analysts, right? BAs and all also kind of do that stuff, and they analyze the data which they might have. Now that data which you might have may come from different resources, and then there are different tools basically over here in this into it. But and we're going to talk about I will talk about practically about type form here. But just to let you know about other tools here. First of all, they are not all they're kind of AI, but not 100% AI, I would say. So few tools like Google Analytics and Hotjar, which you see, is something which you implement, I would say, on a live product. On a live product. So you either have a minimum viable product or you already have a product existing, maybe a website or an app where you can run Google Analytics or Hotjar, which can give you both a kind of quantitative and qualitative data over there, right? So these tools are very, very different. They are basically been used for user research when you're want to recreate a website or redesign a website, I would say, or you already have a minimum viable product and you want to improve it. Then I would say you use these two, I would say, tools over here. The other tool which you see is known as IBM Watson. There's a very similar tool. So this is an industry level. This is like an enterprise software you have, and it does have some kind of AI sentimental analysis and language processing to interrupt user feedback and surveys. But uh, normally you can't use it. Means it is an enterprise software, right? So you'll not be able to at this level you'll not be able to use it. But if you're in a company like IBM and all, if you're working at a very big company, then you can basically use this. They might have that software for analysis and all to do it for you, right? But so what I'm trying to say that this is something which you can't really you know just use it at a student level, I would say, because it is not a small product, it's a big product. And you have a lot of companies which have a similar product like this. Like you have by Adobe also, you have it by Microsoft also, Oracle. There are different companies which have it. Then the other software come is Typeform. Typeform is something you can use as a trial version, I would say. So what Typeform does it allows you to create surveys and create surveys or create questions, I would say, in short. And then you can feed the feedback of the user there, maybe the user interviews or the surveys, which can also help you analyze that data here in it. That is what Typeform does. For this particular app, I will talk it more, practically here, basically here, and it over there. Right? But in short, if you talk about Google Analytics, it gives you the data like this. See how many people, how many new users you have, how many total users you have, what is the average engagement time they're spending on your website, what is the total revenue you're getting currently from your website, from what country they are coming in, right? Users who have visited in last 20 minutes, and then it can give you a lot of other information, right? Anybody who has their own basic website, if anybody of you have a website, you might be knowing very well. And if you have implemented Google Analytics on it, it will give you some kind of a basic analytics over here for you, right? About the user. Like you said, this can only be done on a live website or live product. You can't do this on a prototype or something because this is Google Analytics. It works on the live product. Yeah, right. By the way, uh, Google Analytics also gives you, if you I think go to the engagement part here, in the engagement part, you will also give a heat map over there. But for heat maps, there's a dedicated software we have, which is this Hotjar is like one of the popular ones. There are many of them, to be frank. Hotjar is like very popular for creating uh, the analysis of heat maps, I would say, into it. And again, this particular software you can implement on a live website, and a live website basically to be there. So it is not done, or to certain extent you can do it through prototype also, but it has to be live on a server. Then only you can run this Hotjar, because it uses some JavaScripts in the background to understand, what the user was clicking, where the most of the users have clicked, what is the option people are using. So it talks about all that. It gets a heat map for you, which can basically help you understand, where users are clicking the most and where their attention is coming to. That's what the heat map does, and or maybe the Hotjar, I would say, does basically. By the way, Google Analytics can also give you the heat map, but it is not as precise and as good what Hotjar can give you. And if I talk about the competitors of Hotjar, you have Crazy Egg, which is again a very popular. You have Mouse Click. There are a lot of competitor which has in the Hotjar. But yes, Hotjar is like one of the very popular applications which you have. And the integration of this tool, for integrating this tool, Google Analytics and Hotjar, you need a technical knowledge. And generally, this is done by the IT team or the developers or the IT team you might have. These two tools are also used a lot with the by the marketing teams. If you have digital marketing team, they spend a lot of their times on Google Analytics and Hotjar and kind of thing. So it is just not used by the UX and UI designers. It is also used by the marketing team a lot in companies. Right, right. To give you that, insights and all here. So remember, these tools require technical knowledge to implement them in the website, right? And they are not just giving you something out of the box. Yeah. So you're saying, what someone is saying is Microsoft Clarity? Yeah. So Microsoft Clarity is a competitor, I would say, kind of a competitor over here, right? To do it of Google Analytics and the Hotjar, I would say. But for even if you talk about Microsoft Clarity, right, it has to be done uh, on a live product. It could be an app, it could be a website, right? So there you learn it. This is for the live products, not for something which you have just as maybe a static design or something. That's right. Then you have Typeform. So Typeform is basically a product where you can kind of create surveys, and then you can conduct the surveys also, and then you can also analyze the surveys for you using AI, or you can manually analyze it also. That's what Typeform does in short, right? It's a survey tool similar to Typeform. If I talk about, you have Survey Monkey, very popular, right, to be there, and that Survey Monkey. But Typeform also has like different options. Right? But if I talk about Typeform completely exactly is Survey Monkey, you have Mailchimp. Mailchimp also has survey option to it actually. So you can say Typeform has a competition. So there are a lot of competitors to Typeform you have. But like this is one of the tools we have added over here. Now remember, tools totally depends. Tool totally depends the pricing of the tool, what features you need in the tool. So tools can be different, to be frank, right? So tools in the UX is not like talk about when you talk about Figma. Figma is like more kind of a industry standard for testing, creating your application. But in the user research, there is nothing like that. Of course, Google Analytics like very well established and known, especially for the free users, I would say. Same as you have SurveyMonkey, Typeform, they are very similar tools in terms of surveys you have. Then you have IBM Watson. It's basically a very complex product, right? Of course, it can analyze the user feedback and surveys, but available to only enterprises. It's not. Its pricing is like it's a huge price. It's an enterprise product, so not everybody can afford to have it, right? Bigger companies generally use this IBM Watson basically as a product. So if you go to a very complex company, let's say you go to maybe Amazon, you might go to Flipkart kind of a company, they might be using it, or maybe they might be using a similar software, I would say, to understand the user insights and all. So they are kind of enterprise level softwares you have in it, which have their own learning curve and all to kind of extract data and do it here, right? In this, I don't know how many of you know Tableau, right? Tableau, if you know, I don't know if anybody knows Tableau basically. Anybody who's a business analyst here? if you know Tableau, which is used for creating, or Power BI. Power BI and Tableau is like similar, I would say. So a lot of UX designers also take help from the Power BAs, people who use Tableau and Power BI to get a lot of insights about the user research here. Okay, let me talk about this tool now, the type form which I was mentioning. So if you go to the type form, so what type form does, basically it's just if you go to typeform.com, you can go to this website and you will be able to see this particular tool here on this type form. Basically, right. So this particular tool is, I think, I would say it's pretty simple, and what it does is basically just lets you create question and surveys into it, and you can get started for free. Though it is has paid option, if you go to the free option, if you go to the pricing option, you will be able to check this out. That here you have different plans, basically interactive forms, Integrate Plus, and all. You have it here, right? These are like the basic plans you have, right? Means it's free to create the survey. Yeah, you have our free plan also, you can see here, but it can also include some. It means it can have a paid account to it. Okay, so if you click on the free plan, just show you basically, and you can sign up for free. Just give it a second. Sorry guys for giving hold. So you can simply go ahead and simply sign up with your email ID, Gmail ID, or Microsoft ID, or email basically. Over here, right? You can simply sign up. I just log in here to show you basically. Give it a second. I already have account here. So there's nothing technical to be covered here to be much. Basically, it's a simple tool which lets you kind of do the, I would say, survey and all, or get a small basic forms. You can also do this via Google Forms. If you know Google Forms, you know Microsoft Forms, they are like free. But this has a little bit more options. But if you will actually look at it, right? So once, see, I've now logged in here. You can see I already have something in the previous one also. It only allows you to create 10 response in free account, and a lot of limitation in the free one you have. And you can get of, you can see, get a personality quiz, you can get a feedback together opinions, you can get a knowledge assessment also here. You can do quiz and all also basically, and you can get a new surveys basically. And it uses UI, so it can use AI basically. So with AI, you can tell it to kind of format questions and all to be done if you want to do that basically in case. So that is possible. Yeah, to be done. So what seeing over here is basically a blank form, means there's nothing here. So a second. If I click on the new form, you can see this option of new form. You can click on the new form option here, and you can get a new form if you like. So you can see you have to start from scratch. You can import questions or you can create with AI, right? So you have options here. You can say start from scratch or create with AI. Or if you have like question in the Excel sheet or something, but you can do that here. Or you can also import question from HubSpot. I don't know how many of you know about HubSpot. It's basically a marketing tool which can do CRM management. Lot of options you have in the HubSpot, the software. You can start from scratch here. I'm just not taking. So you can see what kind of survey you want to create, what kind of question you want to have as an element, right? Generally in survey, we have multiple choice questions, like a multiple choice here. And you can just type your question over here. You can add a description and you can add your choices, right? And that and you can put your question. Now, depending what kind of survey you're doing and all, based on that, you can get a. There's nothing kind of technical here, to be frank, to for me to teach you something here, but just making you aware there is a tool known as Typeform, which you can use to create questions and queries. And the good part is it has AI though. So for example, if you type your question over here, then it can add choices for you, right, into it. For example, let's say I'm creating a waste disposable app, for example, right? So, right, how do you currently dispose dispose your waste? For example, I'm asking the users your waste. Right? So when I was asking this question, so I added a question, you can see I can add a choice. So I can just add a choice. Now the choice I can create with AI based on the question I've written on the top sheet. I can get a choice with message generate with AI. Now it's thinking based on my questions, right? Use Jira assessment. See now there are three choices for me here, and I can just remove the A1. So you have three choices basically. So AI can just help you create a kind of quickly create a choice, and of course you can add your own choice to create it. So that's how the AI basically works here. You can also kind of create questions with AI itself, right? So for example, I can click on add content. Let me show you. I think it should be available to me for free. Create with the assets coming here. Create with the AI on top. I say for all forms over here, and I say let's say for example, create uh, in question survey for a base disposable app, for example. That's simple. That's all. I can of course add a lot of details, what kind of audience and all. I'm not doing that here. Continue. I can add specific questions or topics to be included. I can basically mention that. Uh, how do how do you recycle, for example? Deciding something. How do you manage manage the waste? Deciding some topics means this is optional again, but I get some decision generate question. So you see, it will basically based on the AI, will give me 10 questions with the options and all, which I can basically launch as a. Of course, I can make basically how do you often you recycle? You can see here, and it has created a question: what type of waste do you mostly commonly dispose of? Where do you usually dispose of your waste? You can see that. Are you aware about the this, right? So you can see it has created all those questions basically over here, and of course, I can modify them if I like to it. So here you can also have some ending means at the end you can say thank you to the user and all for doing it. You can also include images, you can randomize required question, you can basically choose that if you want to do it. That is all available. And you can also design it a little bit. So you can, of course, in design, currently I don't have much options because it's a free account. If I go to survey, you can see you can take a design. I'll rename, let's say I take this one. Yeah, done. I've taken a design here. Once you are ready, you can share it. But you can only take in a free account, you can only take up to 10 response. Means only 10 people you can do a survey, which is very limited. Survey has to be done in a larger audience, to be frank, not just 10 people, I would say. But you can preview it here. You can preview. This is how my survey will look like. You can see here. These I can just say answer like this. Okay. So I'll just basically answer it here. Stick. Music center. Yes. Just right now randomly answering it here, right? And no. Maybe not applicable, let's say. Uh, now see this one. So I can also make condition actually if I have a paid account because if I said previously no, then this question will not come. So I can also do conditional no, but I'm going to just randomly answer it right now. I'm just going to do decide. I'm just saying the random thing here and done my survey is complete. So this is how I previewed the survey basically. It does not, of course, do it. And then I can, share with any. So simple. It's like a basically kind of a Google form, I would say, which all of you use. Other features Typeform has is that you can also translate all these questions for different audiences. So they have a translation option if you see here. You can do the translation here. But of course, you need a paid account for it. But there's a feature to translate if you want to do it, right? You want to translate it to something else, another language and all, you can do that here if you need. About this tool, you can all of you can try it for a minute if you want to do that. Write the tool here. We'll talk about what is the best way to write questions. We'll talk about some of the options of survey in the next module now. Means the next lesson I would say, so not the module. Next lesson. We'll talk about surveys, how should you write your questions and all. We'll talk about that here. Right. And then let me tell you that, for example, you can also use Survey Monkey, very popular. It's very similar to Typeform. Basically, you can also use Survey Monkey. It's very popular though. A lot of companies basically use Survey Monkey. It also has AI features. Now I think AI is coming in every software, I would say. So of course you have AI, and this is a very popular application again. Survey Monkey. Yeah, right. Some people also use Mailchimp surveys. I think they're not very popular for survey. They are majorly used for mails and all. That's what it says. Mail. but you can also go to the surveys. See, they also have option of where is it on? Actually, in mail marketing they have it, but let me show you. So you can do A/B testing, uh, the image dimensions, behavioral tracking, you can do it, with dynamic content and all, and of course you can do the survey basically because you have all this here, and then it can basically allow you to get a survey as well if you want to do it. They also have a form builder where you can create a form like similar type form, and you can do it to have it. Yes, as an option. You also have one more tool, by the way, which just came to my mind, was U4. Online form builders. Is it online form builder for everyone, guys? This also gives you free, but it's powered by SurveyMonkey only, by the way. This is basically a company of SurveyMonkey only for doing service, or in check if you're using basically power. SurveyMonkey, you are indirectly using this basically. So it's a parent company is among SurveyMonkey only for this company. Yeah. In short, they all do the same. Just have a little bit different capabilities, different pricings to them to offer. That's it. Let's go forward. I think anybody has any questions, let me know. Otherwise, let's go forward for the presentation part here. So we'll start. First talk about this. So this is what where I left out before the break, and see this is the activity I've talked about here. Surveys, right? So I just showed you the capabilities what Typeform has and how can you create a survey with it here. So what we have learned in this module is you have learned about the user research, how does the user research aligns problem with the user needs, behaviors, and pain points here, right? Then we talk about qualitative and quantitative methods, reveals why users behave as they do and do measure patterns of it. Then we talk about the behavioral and editorial methods, provide a complete view of the user uh, actions and opinions, and how the type form can be useful for you in this case. So we have looked at how type form can help create surveys. Basically, in this course, when you will be doing the assignment and all, you can just use Google Forms, right? You can just use Google Forms to create a survey or to do as activity. You don't have to use type form. You can use it if you want to, but that will be paid, which we don't say that you take a paid tool out there, but uh, you can just use Google Forms to do that, get a survey. Right. So we'll go to lesson number 2 now. This is lesson number 1, which we have talked about in the methods, type of methods. Now we'll go in deep of the methods here, by the way, in the next lesson now. This was a introduction lesson we had of lesson number 1. So now we go to the lesson number 2. So in lesson number 2 now, we will be talking about the applying user research to design, right? Now applying user research is the same topic, but in short, we'll be talking about collecting methods in humans. Like what are the ways you can collect the user? Like we just talked about survey. What are the other ways you means we have user interview and all. So how you actually do it. I'm going to give you kind of a little bit guide over here. So you have an understanding of how it can be conducted or how it's done basically. Right? So that's what I'm going to talk about over here. Give me a second. So in this model, we'll talk about select the best suited research method to conduct the user research effectively. Creating interview questions using ChatGPT means you can, like I said, you can use AI, but upfront, I don't recommend using AI. Of course, should apply your thinking process before going to any AI tools. But nowadays, you can definitely do that to meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation, exploring various quantitative and quantitative data collection tools to save time and efforts, and creating a survey using a typeform tool to collect qualitative data effectively. Currently, I've just given you the overview of the tool. We have not actually created a survey, right? And I think I will focus on Google Forms more because Typeform has a limit to only 10 responses, whereas in Google Form you don't have any limit. You can just take as many people to fill up your form there, and it right. The only difference I would say between the majorly Typeform if you talk about and the Google Form at the initial level is that it has more AI into it. Typeform has more AI to it, which you will not going to find exactly in the Google Forms. There. But it's free, it's easy to use, I would say, when it comes to Google Forms. Yeah. So now we're going to talk about the uh, qualitative data collection methods here. So what is a qualitative data collections we have? So we already know. Can anybody tell me in the chat quickly what are the methods we have discussed about the qualitative methods? What were the methods of taking a qualitative feedback? Sorry, not feedback, as a data, I would say. Remember, it's qualitative. Interview focus groups, okay. What else? Interview focus groups, observations, okay. Yes, perfect. Yeah, we talked about that, right? We have more basically here now. We of course have the user interviews. You can see that. We of course have the focus groups. We of course have observation, which all the three you know about. I don't have to like explain you this again, right? To be a part of it. So you already know about that. Then you have two more here, which is ethnographic and usability. So I think I'll talk about usability testing also. Does anyone know what is ethnographic is? And so ethnographic, if you talk about typically it means it's kind of a method also. You can say a kind of a method basically, but it means that it is involving the researcher spend time with people uh in way of observation. Like when just Manoj, I think I did not saw this. Manoj, yeah, so you're right. So about real environment kind of real environment observation, or instead of I would say real world, we say natural world, natural environment, right? So it's kind of observation basically, and majorly it is done. What does it talk about in the ethnographic is it talks about understanding their behaviors, rituals, and daily life perspective. This is what infographic means over here. It's basically it is majorly, it can help you get culture, I would say. You can understand communities, you can know about social groups and all using this data, right? So it's also known as infographic kind of data you can basically capture here, which is similar to observations. Kind of, I would say both kind of overlap. But this is majorly talking about observing in the natural environment, or you can say real, right? Natural, real, basically. Whereas observation could be in non-natural or natural environment. Remember, so that's a basic difference between both of them. And this is a research methods which you have, right? Now let's talk about each of them in more detail, right? Let's start with the first one, which is the use interviews, right? Interviews, and I think all of you understand what does interview mean here, right? Talking to the person face to face, simple as that. Interview is a one-on-one conversation between the researcher, means researcher is the UX designer, you can say researcher, or you can say UX designer, basically, to be there, right? And typically conducted face to face. It could be online also, face to face, nowadays Zoom and all. You can use it. The aim is to learn about the participant experience, thoughts, feelings, and regarding a specific topic or an issue. Like chit chatting, talking, but it's not a normal chit chat to be frank. It's just not that I just randomly come to you and start asking questions. You have to be well prepared for that research. What, like, for example, I give an example of a journalist. I'd say, I don't know how many of you seen this Aapki Adalat, right? By this, which comes in India News. Right? You might have seen that, right? Or you talk about any journalist, they are well prepared in advance. They are well prepared in advance. You know what question they will like to ask. Even if you look at podcasts nowadays, if you look at beer vibes or if you look at any kind of podcast, so they have done their homework to understand, what they're going to ask the other person to get the insights, right? So podcast, I think, is a great example of user interviews because they try to get most natural things from the users, depending on how it's done, and the how well prepared is the anchor to ask certain questions or queries from them. So same ways, you don't just go, hey, random person and say just interviewing them, just asking this question. You have to be well prepared. Remember. So basically, let's say for example, after launching a new travel booking website, you conduct interview with the user who tried to book a flight. This qualitative feedback points to a UX problem that impacts the user experience. If you see here, the checkout process should be simpler. It was confusing to enter personal details multiple times, right? So you're getting that feedback. It's kind of a feedback also from the users. But I like to clarify one thing. This example which you see over here is kind of a direct feedback of the user, which is okay, which is nothing wrong. And the question uh, depends on what question you have asked to the user, right? Now, one thing which is a common mistake which we all do, right, when interviewing a person is not framing the question in the right way, not framing the question in the right way. And that's the most important thing as a researcher you will learn over the time, I would say. It's not a one day job. It's about over the time, of course, you will learn, right? Remember that. So, for example, if I ask you, what question will you create? Let me just tell me one or two questions. You say, after launching a new travel booking website, let's say you conduct interviews with the user to try to book a flight. So, what questions will you ask when you're doing a user interview? Or let's say you don't even have a travel booking app right now, but you want to just want to interview people to understand. So, what kind of question will you ask them? Just type one question. Think what question would you like to ask. Was it easy and quick to book tickets? Was it smooth? Okay. I want to give some feedback to all the questions which have come. Let's start with Mika only because okay, they have one more here coming in. What's something you like about booking in a regular app? What's something you don't like? You think would want your platform to have for ease? Okay, got it. So first of all, there are few mistakes which all of you are doing. First of all, don't generally what we say is in the user interviews, do not combine two questions together, right? Especially the positive and negative together, basically, right? And if you see, some of you are putting that thing in the questions to ask the user, right? That's the first thing. That we should not have double barrel questions or basically the double questions here. Both positive and negative, the same. Of course, you can ask a follow-up question at a later stage. You can do that, not denying that fact, but just to let everyone know about that, right? Over here. Second question is like, for example, I think there was one question over here which says, what was your pain points while using the app? Okay, nothing wrong in it. You can ask that question, but it might become very narrow. Now the user is just focusing on the pain point, I would say, right? And then you can ask that maybe at a later stage, but in this initial stage, I might like to have a more broader question over here into it. Like for example, what Vivek told. How was your experience with the overall booking process with our app? Right? Simple. Basically, so I'm adding a very broad question to initiate the conversation here. And the most thing which people do in the UX interviews and all, they are focusing more on the pain points only. So we need to first of all, when you're doing user interview, you need to ask something more broader. Remember, right? Just don't focus on the problems. That could be the follow-up questions once the client mention or if it does not mention basically. Right? So when you're asking a very broad question, it's giving him or her the opportunity to maybe tell you something more which you have never thought about could be a question about it, right? So see, he might also tell you, they will also tell you the positives, well, also the negatives of it, probably there, right? What did you miss? So that's first thing here. And these questions are valid if you already have an app, right? But about some more questions once you go to the activity here. So before we go to the other part, means we talk about some how you can create questions and all. There's something we have over here is that what is the advantages and disadvantages of this method, this particular method of user interviews. See, user interviews are very good to gain in-depth understanding about the user because you're doing face-to-face interviews with the users. You can have very flexible adapts to very flexible circumstances and all because you can ask some follow-up questions based on what user is saying. You can provide insights to user behavior and context, reveals emotions uh, and motivations of the user, enables open-ended exploration. And this is what you should focus on, enabling more open-ended exploration from the user. Just don't ask, what problems you have, hey, what feature do you need? No, you need to ask some more open-ended questions. So let them speak, let them add something, right? Then you can do some follow-up questions, which could be a little bit more specific to the users. But what are the disadvantages? It consumes times. Of course, when you're doing face-to-face interviews, it consumes time. Uh, Involves a small sample size, right? It's a small sample size only. I'll talk about the sample size because something came to my mind. Carries the risk of biases. It could be biases depending on how you're understanding and all. Required skill interviewing for the unbiased data, right? Results in subjective responses sometimes from the users, and it's difficult to generalize something, right? It could be a little bit difficult to generalize because you can't apply that to a larger audience. So what I mean over here is, first of all, I like to ask you one question: how many people should you interview? Let's say you are the person who is doing a UX research using the user interviews. So how many people will you interview? Just think randomly. I'm asking this. What from your common sense, what do you think? It should be 100 to 200. Okay, if you do that 100 or something. Okay, based on feasibility, you're saying say Venkat 10 Manoj. Okay, anybody else? Just think in your mind. What you think this could be. Okay, how many people I should talk to? Unless we understand the problem, requirement, the problems. Okay, let me tell you. Those people who said 100, 200, right? See, that is not practically possible. First of all, do it because you're doing a user interview, not a survey. Surveys are different, remember, and user interviews are different. Imagine you're doing a podcast with 100 people or 200 people. This is what I'm talking about, right? Kind of. So, what is the ideal number? What is the ideal number here? And you will be surprised to know the ideal number here, right? Most of you will be surprised. Only one of you is right actually here. It is 5. Means I'm not saying it's a hard number. It's not a hard number, remember. 5 is proven by NN group. NN group says that generally 5 people are sufficient for usability testing or for user interview. Generally, I'm saying, remember that it is not a hard and fast rule, but 5 to 10 people are generally, I would say, sufficient for the interviews. But those 5 people or 10 people have to be picked very, very consciously, right? You have to be good at it. Whom people do interview and all. Over there. So NN group, this is said by N group in the research basically. Even goes for usability testing. They're doing a user interviews here. So 5 people, remember, just 5 users. Because the value, what NN group says, the value you will get after this you may get some value, but may not be significant, right? Let's say from the first user you got 10 inputs. From the second user might get 8 inputs. Then the third user will give you 5 inputs. Then the fourth and fifth will give you like 5 to 6 inputs basically. But let's say when you interview the sixth person, he or she may only be able to add 2 more points to it, or maybe just 1 more point. So it may not worth your time and efforts. This is what N group says, right? So when you're doing user interviews, right, then that's a kind of a good number to have, right, into it. Because N group says 5 people, the 5 users over here, with the 5 people here, you will be able to identify 85% of the issues. And this has been proven by their research. They have a research paper on it, right? In an interface or an app, basically, over here in this. But again, it is not a hard number, remember. You may go a little bit higher, and nobody is stopping you from there, right? You can go a little bit higher if you want, right, in this. Yeah. So I show you one research graph which I have from their site. See, they tell you about this one. So they say new insights and end participants. So there will be one saturation point will you reach at the fifth user, and then the graph you can see is getting more flatter. It's not adding significant value to it what the initially 5 users added to it. This is what NN Group says in its research, right? And if you want to read this research paper, I'm going to give you that link in the chat. Well, if you can keep save this, I've given in the chat the research link of the NN Group basically to you. You can read about this in detail, right? About the quantitative research here. Okay, so 5 people, remember. Of course, you'll never maybe with 200 people also you never go to 100%, remember. And remember, the more data you have to analyze the data also. So if you're interviewing, let's say 100 people, 50 people, you have to analyze the data also, and you will get too much confused, right? So that's why the group says that 5 people are generally sufficient for doing that here. Yeah. Now, what are the common things you need to keep in mind when you're doing a user interview, right? So what you have to do, or basically how to overcome the challenges, I would say over here. Focus on the behavior, just not on the opinion. See, you are not taking the opinion. You are not interviewing the person just to take the is this, so you're not asking user this is good or this is bad. You want to have their broader understanding of their behavior, and right, broader understanding of their behavior. And if I give an example on focusing on the behavior of these interviewers, then see, let's say for example, uh, if I'm interviewing all of you, for example, let's say I'm talking to you as a as a youth researcher, I can ask you, right, like this, that uh, if I talk about, if I talk about the opinion, I would say I can ask you a question like this, like when you like to use fashion apps or the mentor kind of mentor apps in morning or in night. So I'm asking you the opinion here, remember, right? There's a favorite here, but I'm just kind of giving you one options. So I can just reframe the same question in a different way, right? I can basically focus on the behavior, right? So I can ask a more open-ended question over here to the user. The same question in a different way to the user. So maybe I can ask you, right? I might start like this. How do you start your day, right? And or I might ask user, hey, let's say you want to shop a top or a t-shirt, right? So typically, what will you do? So I'm asking a more broader question to the user. I'm asking you like, typically, let's say you want to buy a t-shirt or a top online, what will you do? So now this question, if you see, is much more broader, which might give me more insights about the behavior of the user, just not asking the opinion or just straight away asking them when you use the app, do you use it at night, you do use it the day, not asking that basically. So a broader question has to be there, right? Then uh, avoid leading questions. Does anyone know what is leading question is? What is a leading question? Anybody knows what is a leading question? Avoid leading question at the same time. Okay. That tries to a specific answer that then what we need. Perfect. Yeah. So what is leading? Basically, leading in short is not first of all it's based on assumption. And this is what most of you did a mistake when I asked you previously, right? As if so see for example, I can ask you, how easy was it to use this feature? So I'm asking you the question what? How easy it was to use this particular feature. That's why I'm asking you this. So what is the problem in this question? Can you tell me what is the issue in this? The easy word. So what is done is I've feed it in your mind. Oh, easy. That I've feed it in your mind the easy word there. And and nudging the user to basically agree with you because you're having a lead. There's some kind of a leading question basically we have, which can often lead to bias on another level. Yeah. So what could be now think about what how can you ask this question in a different way now? How can you ask the same question in a different way? So this was the original question. I'm typing in the chat. So let's say if I ask you this was the original question, right? How do you find this product usable? Okay. We're talking about feature that's at this time. We're talking about the feature, what specifically feature. And let's say about that feature, it could be any feature, let's say. So how can you ask this? Did you find this feature usable? Now, the problem in the usable word is probably the user may not understand what is usable. Just adding my perspective there. Okay. How do you find this feature? How do you find this feature could be okay? How comfortable are you using this feature? So again, I think we're using a word comfortable. Very good, Sonam. So how would you describe your experience using the particular feature? So now we are using the word describe here. Your experience. We say what is the focus? Describe your experience about a particular feature. So we're not saying comfortable, we're not saying easy, we're not saying smooth, etc. We're saying describe it because you're doing a user interview, remember. You need to ask more open-ended questions, just not leading questions to do this. Right? And this. Is this feature achieving your expectation? Could be okay, I would say. Okay. But the what Sonam just posted here, Sonam Raj, it's I think would be more appropriate in my viewpoint. Second, maybe you can also ask us what if like what uh, maybe you can ask in a way in this way. If anything in this feature did you find difficult? Maybe we can ask specific though if you want to. You know what difficulty and all into it because you want to know. This could be a second question once the user have answered the first part of it. So avoid leading questions and ask open like what we're just talking about is the both together. Ask open-ended questions for the user. Encourage specific examples. Now this will depend. This question will depend. Once the user is telling you maybe let's say describing their experience with the feature, then you may say okay, encourage them for example, where it was really helpful for you and all. So you can basically ask some examples for them. Use follow-up question to deep dive. Of course, you will do that. Avoid this is again I want to say avoid jargons and assumptions. This is the biggest thing. You will say okay, some people write. I have seen questions basically written in the user research and all, right? For example, I think I just remember one few of them. Did you like the UI of it, right? Or maybe what is your user experience with it? Now, people may not understand like this, like basic technical terms I'm talking about here, right? Into it. But when you talk about someone, usability, now people might not know what is usability. If you go and ask a very normal person, they might not understand usability probably what. Of course, it depends on what kind of audience you're interviewing. And so don't use anything technical. Don't put technical questions into it or jargons in it, which can confuse the user. And sometimes, the problem is the user might feel, oh, maybe I am a little bit uneducated, not knowing this, probably, right? So they might also be scared from you, right? Oh, I don't know about this, right? Or something like that, right? So avoid technical things and assumptions. So of course, leading questions and assumptions are kind of connected here. Don't we don't assume something. Assumption is the biggest problem we have generally when talking about user interviews or surveys and etc. Or while designing something because we presume a lot of things which should not be done. Then you have prioritize on the key areas of interest. Remember, you can't talk about everything, so make sure you get a list of what you want to focus on. Start broad, then get specific. This is what I was saying. Start very very broad, then slowly get specific if you want to. So if the user have not highlighted any issues or something, then you may ask them specifically. Now, what did you think that this could be improved, or what issues did you find it? You might do that, right? Ask about the emotions. If they're not experiencing too much, you may ask them. And with the opportunity to feedback, use neutral language. Like again, don't use technical words and all. Use very neutral. Don't be sound too positive about a feature. Don't sound too negative about a feature. Be neutral. Let the original feedback of the user come in. Tailor question to the user experience level. Of course, depending on the level of the experience the user have using a particular application or from what area they are, what kind of background they have, you might tailor the questions for the interview. So these 5 people which I've talked about, the NN group which talks about, it's very, very important to understand what set of people you're interviewing and whom you're interviewing, basically, right? So that you should keep in mind. That is known as user interviews here. And then yes. Now, and then give me a second. I think I'll not go further here. We just have a small activity which I can give it to you for next 10 minutes. Then tomorrow we'll talk about the focus groups and all because it's going to be almost your time here. So talk about focus groups and other methods basically. So what we have just talked about is the user interviews here. Remember, we just talked about the user interviews here. So tomorrow question we'll talk about focus groups, then ethnographic observation, usability testing. Then we will also go to the quantitative data. We'll talk about that also going ahead. So everything will be covered there for you. And then, okay. So I think before I go to that activity, maybe I can talk about that tomorrow. So, but I want to ask you basically one thing here, right? Create some questions. I think I should type it here, all of you. Yes. Let's say you are conducting in a user interview with the let's say conducting a user interview. I would say to understand. I would say understand how users. I would say use and navigate. I would say with a mobile shopping app. It could be any app, fashion or non-fashion, basically here. And so let's say you want to do this here. So to do the user interview just to understand how users use and navigate with the mobile shopping app. So what questions will you create? Think about it, right? In this, I'm giving a very small scenario here, but a very broader one, to be frank, right? Very, very small. And I do not want you to use AI at this time. It does not have to be perfect. I'm not looking for a right answer or a right question over here, I would say. What I'm looking is that how you should have that thinking process in you, basically, to think about how you can get a user interview questions. It could be like 4 questions, 5 questions. I'm not saying how many questions has to be there, but what questions will you ask the user? Remember the principles, all of you, right? Again, I'm saying it's not about right and right question, wrong questions here. It's good all of you are replying, but think about the principles we have just discussed. Think about the leading questions. You have to make the questions open-ended. Remember here, you have to keep the questions open-ended here. So when you're saying, is the app easy to navigate? We are doing the same mistake. Is the app easy to use? Same mistake. What features you like in the most? Again, leading basically, because it's just like my liking. Like I like the what Sonam Raja Kanu, uh, you know, current shopping experience, let's say, or one of your written how easy to find the product and purchase it. Good question, I would say. How, but again, you're using a word easy. Maybe you can write that in a little different way, right? A little bit different way. How was your overall experience with the app? Good, Vivek. Did you find what you were looking for? Very good question. Very good question. And then you can do a lot of follow-up questions. How did you find it? What steps you took it? You can ask those broad questions. Remember, you want to understand the user at this level. What are the shopping apps you use? Good question. That could be a starting question number one. Can you describe how you navigate to purchase anything? Very good. Very good. This will help you understand the mental model of the user. What feature section of the app do you use the most and why? Good question, I would say. Have you faced any difficulties while searching for a product? Okay, this is more specific, but okay, it can be a follow-up question. How do you usually decide on the product for purchasing? Very good question. You're asking a very broad question, which is just not related to technology. Very nice. Is there anything you wish the app could be better do? Okay, a good question. How does this app compare to the other apps you use? Good question is the competitive one. Nice. What motivates to use a mobile shopping app instead of a traditional? It's a very good question, I would say. Right? How do you typically discover a product on a mobile shopping app? Very nice. Good question. Broad question, I would say, Bhumika. Yeah, so you can see now, because all of you are replying in the chat here, right? So you can see how questions can be formed, and forming the question is very, very important here. It has to be open-ended. It should avoid leading questions in it, right? That might come a little bit later though. Kind of more close-ended questions might come later, but you have to start with something more broader. Remember, you have to start with something much more broader here in it. Over there, right? When you're doing this here. So maybe today, if you get time after the session, just think about what kind of questions you can ask the user on the same topic. Then we'll discuss this tomorrow more, and then I'll talk about the AI part. But I don't want you to use AI right front because it should open your thinking process. That's the most thing here. For a basic item, how do you explore new pattern? Good. Okay. So we have talked about all that over here. Then I think, if you remember, I've talked about creating questions about the user interview, and this was the activity which I have not covered here, right? So I'll talk about that in a second. Okay, you have what if out of 5. Let's have this is what I'm trying to say here. Uh, you have to understand that 5 is not a fixed number, first of all, right? And that's why if you go to the article and if you read about it, it explains you that why sometimes 5 would not be an ideal number, right? And that it will tell you basically, right? And that why five may not be always be suitable or may not be ideal. You might go a little bit higher, a little bit low, basically, in it. And that's what I'm saying. If the persona is same, that means your recruitment or people you are interviewing may not be right. So those five people should be decided on the different personas, or maybe could be similar personas also, depending on what kind of data you want to collect here in it, right? It will depend on the kind of data you want to collect over here. So I hope that basically answers your query. If you go and read, I think I don't want to go into, because of content copyright issues, I can't go through that article right now here in more detail. But if you read it, you will understand that what it says. You read in more detail. It also talks about PhD research there. In PhD research and people interview, what happens, what is the ratio they are taking. If you go through that article completely over here, yes, to be taken. And the article, if you go to read, it also talks about, by the way, this is for all of you, the sample size when we talk about should be purpose driven, basically, right? So the number of participants you have, I'm talking about the summary of that article in short, basically. So the number of participants should align with the research objectives. Right? For example, if you're doing a exploring the if you're doing exploring studies and all, aiming to uncover a wide range of user needs and behaviors. So maybe you will need a larger sample size, right? If you're doing a very conservative study, focus study to particular specific issues or user segment, I would say, then a smaller target is needed basically for that here, right? So article also mentioned that first of all. It also talks about when you're recruiting a participant, it should have a diversity into it and a representation of your end user. It should cater to the diversity and the representation of your audience. For example, let's say your application will also be used by youngsters and people in maybe in mid 40s to 50s, let's say. So your sample size of five should also divide in that range. So you should have that diversity and representation of the end users. Basically, you have the all the target audience, you can say. And second, third thing it talks about is it is an iterative approach, right? It is an iterative approach, especially when you're new and all. You might have to refine that over the time, right? So let's say when you conduct the interview with first five people, right? Then of course you will get to know maybe more about it, right? You may discover some questions or some problems which was never came to your mind probably. So you may do another round of interviews with the people, with different set of people's probably within another five basically, right? So that also talks about that. It's an iterative approach. So you can get a more data appropriate as per the objectives you have in chart to be there, right? So it's not random that you do, okay, I will say I will do user interview, 20 user interviews, I will do 30 user interviews. That could be too much in one go, right? So at least you can divide in that segments of 5, 5, 5. Okay, so let's go ahead now. And I think I don't have to I think most of you, of all of us, I would say basically nowadays are very proficient or been using this regularly. Chat GPT, right? Or maybe a similar tool. As I will not just say Chat GPT because if we just talk about creating user interview questions using Chat GPT, right? It's something you can create with other tools also. Like you have Google Gemini, you have the other like you have Cloud, you have Perplexity, you have a lot of tools basically out there now in AI to be there. But Chat GPT is like more free and to basically get the tool. So it's very popularized, the AI tool. So we talk about ChatGPT here in this. But like I said, I believe that sometimes AI just makes us more handicapped. So you should first create your questions, then maybe create some more questions using ChatGPT, combine them together, and make a more customized solution there. Just don't rely on tools like ChatGPT on all straight away, right? To be done because it can cause issues and all here, right? Yeah. So let's talk about this in a minute. I think most of you is knowing how to use ChatGPT. So let me open ChatGPT. So first of all, anybody can use ChatGPT, as you might be knowing that you don't even have to log in. Those who are not very familiar with it, in case if you're not familiar, you can go to the chatgpt.com and you can straight away start using it without login, nothing. So you can see I'm using the private browser. I'm not logged in here, and I can start using ChatGPT here for free, right? And so I have given the link in the chat to all of you. Most of you must be knowing how to use it, right? So I can of course, put up ask ChatGPT to create user interviews questions over here, right? And it can of course, give me the questions for the user interview which I need here in it. To be given. One thing you have to remember: if you don't log in into ChatGPT, if you're not logged in, then you will not have the history. Once you close the browser, the history deleted. If you have a login, then the history remains there. And of course, if you have a paid account, then you can use the most updated and the models of ChatGPT, I would say, uh, to be used. So you can use that basically, right? So I'm currently using the free one. I do have a paid account also of it though, but I'm just using the free one to basically you know talk about this, and this, right? And I think the free one is also decent because it gives you access to even ChatGPT 4.0 and 4.1 mini by default it has in it. So free one also has a lot of good options, I would say, kind of decent that it can give you. Anyway, right? Now let's say the first thing I want to focus over here. See, even when you talk about ChatGPT or any AI tool, if you talk about, right, what is most important here, right? Asking the right question to the AI. That's important here, right? So, very very important here that you, because see what you ask, it's what it replies. To be frank, it's basically also the art of using generative AI, which we call it, right? Or if I'd go into more, little bit more into technical word here is known as prompt engineering. So we call it as prompt engineering here, or you can say prompt basically here. So writing a proper prompt here is very, very important, right? Otherwise, of course, it can, just give you vague replies, I would say, or may not be a particular. For example, let's say I want to conduct the user interview for a shopping app, which I gave you an example for a mobile shopping app, and I want to understand how users navigate and interact with a mobile shopping app, for example. Okay, so generally, what we write is, I tell you, right? What you might generally write is that uh, create a question, create questions for user UX, user interview, right? On so- on understanding understanding how users navigate navigate and interact with, I would say, a mobile shopping app. I'm not specifying which app to be frank here. Saying shopping app, or kind of an e-commerce we can basically say here. This is something simple we can write over here, right? Into it. Nothing wrong with it, right? This is what I can do it. And maybe you can also tell how many questions you have, but I'm not defining how many questions. I'm asking just to create the questions over here, basically. And let's say search. Let me do the let me add. So what I have written here is prompt. And a prompt, or you can call it as a question basically over here. And I can just basically enter it. Let's see what it gives here. Right? So you can see it, first of all, very good. What ChatGPT does is, and this is a fundamental I want to give you, is that it divides the question into categories, right? So have some introduction questions. Can you tell me last time you have used a mobile shopping app, which is very, very broad, remember? We talk about open-ended and all. Which shopping apps do you use most frequently and why? How often do you shop using your phone, right? Then it has questions when you open a shopping app, what's the first thing you typically do, right? How do you find the product you're looking for? Can you walk me through how would you browse for a product you haven't decided on yet? Have you ever gotten lost or confused with using the app? And etc. Right? Then you have some search and filtering. You can see we have on interaction features. We have use of frustrations, right? Checkout experience over here. We have a general impressions and improvements part here. Of course, I'll not take all the questions. Maybe I'll take the questions as per my requirement here, right? In it, and you can see it asking if you want a more tailored version for a particular kind of an application over here. So I can do that here, right? So this one is a normal prompt. I don't know how many of you know about it. What this prompt is known as? Anybody tell me what this type of prompt is known as, which I've written here? No idea. User experience? No, 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 no. No. So this prompt, I'm actually talking about prompt engineering here because see, anybody who wants to understand AI in a more better way into it, right? We would say that this prompt which I've written is on a zero shot. So if you go to the prompt engineering, right? Or if you study about the AI of prompt here and all, so this will known as zero shot prompt, zero shot prompt here. And so it's known as zero shot prompt here. Means we are just basically no examples here, just asking the task instruction to be done by the uh, AI into it, right? In this to be there. So kind of a zero shot basically we talk about here. And now, of course, we can write a different kind of prompt here into it, or maybe in the zero shot only we can add more details to it over here. In this, we can add more details to it. And there are different kind of prompts you have, like you have zero shot, you have one shot also, you have few shots basically to be given in it. So we can do that. And there are a lot of different kind of prompts engineering you have. I'll not go into detail of it, but just to let you know. So first of all, this is okay, which I'm getting is not a bad result, it's a good result. But let's see if I again open this chat GPT in a new different tab, in a private tab. So how can we make this better first of all, right? Like I said, the input you give to the generative AI, the output you get basically. So maybe we can make this a little bit more better, right? We can make it better here into it by adding few things. So how can we can now write a more detailed, remember, we can write a more detailed prompt here and that to be done here in this. Now, of course, you can go as detailed as you want. That totally depends basically into it to do it here. So generally, what we do is we can also add a role play to it here. So I will write like this here. So as a UX researcher basically. So I'm adding a persona basically. I'm telling AI that you have to think as a UX researcher. That's the first thing I'm telling here. Preparing, preparing, what do you say? Preparing for a moderated, because remember user into are moderated, moderated user interview, moderated user interview, right? And your, I would say, your goal is to understand, how to say, how to, how users navigate and interact, sorry, act with basically, uh, what do you say, uh, interact with the mobile shopping app, I would say, mobile shopping app here, into it, right? That's the first thing I will write here. So what I will do is then I generally use in ChatGPT, by the way, Alt Enter. Sorry, oops, it just got added there. Given a second, it should have taken the enter there. Uh, yeah, sorry, I was using Alt. I need to just use the Shift key there. I'm just pressing enter here. Just ignore the top one, which was basically coming there. So that's a basic thing I've added as that's a persona I've given to the ChatGPT to act like someone basically here, right? And so it will basically think, it will use that thinking process there and say, then we say create a what do you say, comprehensive mm, comprehensive set of interview view questions, right? By imagining you are speaking to a specific user persona, right? Now I can also define the persona whom I'm going to interview as per my objectives here, right? And I can define the persona here. So I'm taking a sample persona here. I'm just putting enter so you can easily understand. Otherwise, in ChatGPT, you don't have to give enters like this. You can write in one paragraph also if you like. It doesn't really matter. Let's say I say persona name is Priya Sharma, right? Then I will say aged 29, and it occupation is, let's say, sorry, marketing executive, right? Into it. Then I will say the tech. Now it can have little different details depending on your research and all. So I will say comfort level over here. I will say would be uh, comfortable using mobile app, right? Shops online 3 to 4 times in month, a month, I would say, month here, right? Then what we can include the pain points of the persona here, pain points here. Now we haven't talked about creating a persona. We'll talk about that later, basically, right? Gets frustrated with poor uh, filters. Now this will depend if you have some data basically initially, and you think that this is the common issues that persona your end user generally faces, and hard to uh, find written info. For example, that's a pain point. The goal, I can now define the goal here into it. So I can say wants quick, seamless shopping with personalized suggestions. Personalized suggestions. That's a goal I've done basically over here. And that. Now I can add more details over here, right? To be included over here. So I will say basically, let's say frame questions, questions to explore, I would say, uh, Priya's. We have taken Priya name, right? Priya's, uh, Priya's mental models. Remember we talked about mental models yesterday? If you don't remember it, expectations. Basically, you want to know the expectations. Then we can also include maybe frustrations of the user and the let's say behavior during the shopping what do you say journey of the user journey from what do you say browsing to searching to filters filtering right into it in products uh, and then checkout and checkout for example sorry checkout. So you can see what we've done. We have told currently so far AI to act like a UX researcher, and what kind of persona we are targeting, what is our target audience, we are defining that here, and what are the main common pain points and goals we have, right? And we are asking further to kind of frame the question over here. What else you can have in it? Tell me that. What else you can write here? No one? See, I tell you, you can also include your knowledge, which you have just we have discussed yesterday. So what we can tell ChatGPT just to make sure, maybe it will do it automatically, but just to make sure, we can say include both, which I just talked about, the attitudinal, sorry, attitudinal and the behavioral, I would say, sorry, the behavioral, yeah, I think say behavioral on it. And okay, let me write behavioral questions into it to cover her emotions, let's say motivations, decision decision making, emotions also, I would say emotions of the user, or you can say the persona we have, and sorry, I don't know why it's writing, and pain points, I would say use a tone, I will say that is open-ended. Remember what we need, remember we talked about disadvantage and advantage, we talked about one thing very important, create open-ended non-leading. Now we are telling AI that it should be non-leading, and and you need to create an empathy with the user, empathize, empathic thick, to foster a natural, I would say a natural, and what do you say, we need to have a conversational with you. I remember we talked about this yesterday. So we are using the knowledge we have gained through the theoretical part. We are telling that AI to follow it. Very, very important here. But and then we can also tell it to structure in a way, particular way. I will also sometimes you can also make it bold like this if you want. I think here it will not allow me to bold it. I think in the app it does, but that's okay. So I can simply say this, and I can just again repeat here, because sometimes you have to kind of tell AI to really focus on something. Then you can simply say avoid yes and no questions, because they are not open-ended questions. I'm telling it now. And encourage, I'm now again reminding the AI to kind of emphasize on it. Encourage storytelling by the user, right? Uh, you can say, and specific specific examples to be given should be given by the user here. Specific examples here to be given by the user. That's it. So we'll basically do that here, and I can just keep this in the next line just to tell you know what I've done. Now it's a very big prompt. If you look at the prompt engineering here, which I'm doing, or the prompt I'm writing over here, it's quite big. It took time to write me that, right? But I'm trying to put all my, you know, theoretical knowledge which I have, maybe the practical knowledge which I have, with the research. I'm telling the AI to act like a UX researcher here, right? So it's not a general person; he's a UX researcher now. So it will use the mind because Gen AI is like a mind. So it'll try to use that mind over here to do it. Just copy this here and I press and I can of course include structure and all. Maybe I want this category. I can also mention that if I want. But let's see what it does. Let's now put up here. So I still have the old one here, right? You can see that. Let's see what it does different here in this. Right? So you can see now it's creating different questions altogether and also giving me a little bit more broader with the follow-up questions. You can see here. It's now giving me the follow-up questions also here, like a user interview. So you can see the questions are pretty well different from what we have here compared to what we have over here in to be taken. And you can see that. That's total. We have 18 questions here. I could have also mentioned the duration here. Maybe you can say this is going to be a 60 minutes user interview which I'm going to have. Right, I can include that also here. I can include a particular app probably here. Maybe a fashion app. I could have included a, Amazon kind of an app. Quick commerce I could have included. So I could have done that basically over here in it to do it. But you can see that we have like kind of quite good quality of questions now compared to what we had before. What we have before here. And that right? And thus you can see that over there. And kind of questions it creates over here. So of course, read through them. Not everything might be useful. You might tweak it a little bit over here, right? So Gen AI should be used like an assistant, I would say, not like your boss, that you blindly believe everything is right here. Over there. And you can use the same prompt. For example, what generally I would do is that if I have, other tools and all techniques, I might use, Google Gemini. Let's see what it creates with the same prompt here. And then, I can mix and match probably here. And so now it's getting say more conversational here, saying hi Priya. It's also telling me the script now. If you see, it's telling me the script here. So it's taking that same prompt in a very different way. You can see here, right? And it's asking how to focus on behavior, which is very good actually. You can see how it's trying to break out the questions into different categories. So how you can get a behavior and how can you get the here. So it's breaking that into it. You can see it giving the timing also for me almost here. So I really like the output here as well. If you see, right? So you can see that how detailed it is basically giving here. So maybe what I'm trying to say that just don't depend on one tool. So you can see how ChatGPT was giving me response, how Gemini is giving me the response here, right here into it. Maybe if you go to cloud or some different kind of uh, a tool, it might give you a different kind of set of questions there. But prompt, what I'm trying to make a point over here. Remember, what is the main point I'm trying to make is this prompt is very, very important here. So if I ask the same prompt, which is with very basic prompt, you can see here I had, if I ask the same question to Gemini again, right? If I ask the Gemini the same question again with the zero shot, which I wrote before, you can see it will also give me a very different output. You can see it will also giving me a kind of a very different output over here, which is I'm not saying this is wrong basically, right? But not very, very specific compared to what maybe I have it here. So you can see how big it is getting and all. But if you go here, see that it's getting more specific. It's also getting a script for me that I can say, sorry, to the person that hi Priya, and this is, give me a second, guys. Right. So you can see that use your domain. What I'm trying to say is use your domain knowledge. Tell ChatGPT what you want. Get a persona. Just don't blindly write a prompt to get a questions here. You are not going to get a good result into that. If you want to create a proper case study, a detailed case study of it, right? You want to make your case study look good, or maybe to you will also gain a lot of knowledge here because see, most of you might be very new to UX research, so even you don't have much knowledge about it, right? So these tools can also add on to your knowledge. That how can you add questions and what kind of questions you can add here and over here, right? So this is what you can do over here. That and even if you have a paid tool, it might not make a big difference until that here, right? So see, if I just show you one more thing which people generally commonly ask here. What if I use a paid chat GPT? What will happen? So I show you basically that here. I just log in through my paid account of ChatGPT here. Allow me a second. So you can see that now I have using a normal browser. You can see I've just logged in through the paid account where I have the option to switch the models. You can see here, and this is a paid account of ChatGPT, right? Now if I ask the same prompt over here, not this one. I want to basically use the bigger one. Where did it go? It goes here. Okay, sorry. Let's copy this over here, right? I'll give it in the chat. Don't worry. I'll give you this prompt in the chat here, right? So, and this, and let's say search now. So it might be very similar. Remember, it might be not very different because just because I'm using a paid account here, because this is not something to do a detailed analysis and all. But you can see that, of course, it will give me a reply a little bit differently over here. You can see because I'm using a paid account here, right? I know this. Not giving me the script here. You can see a little bit giving here introduction. So I think giving a more concise feedback or maybe questions over here in a different way to be given into it, depending on the prompt I'm sharing with it over here in this, as you can see into this, giving a more concise result, I would say over here. So try different models, maybe try to combine. If you ask me personally, I think I would try to combine both ChatGPT and Gemini together here for my user research questions and all to be taken and get a particular user interview, I would say. So I'm giving the prompt here in the chat. If you want to maybe look at it later, you can. It's not coming properly actually there. Let me see if I can just copy paste here and then share with all of you. It's coming weird here and I copy pasting. Let me see if I can copy it from here and then paste. Yeah, now it's coming properly here actually. Right. I want to basically create. Otherwise, we're coming like a proper, so copy this. Let me see if I can come in. Okay, I think in Zoom it's not going properly. So let me save this here. I'll just share the file and directly, but I think we'll not be able to open it. Let to save as. Let me export as PDF. That will be easy. So I'm now sharing in the PDF format here with all of you, this prompt, which I wrote basically over here. Because it was not coming in the Zoom chat properly, so I'm just sharing as a PDF. You can download it and then you can be copy paste this. You can see you can copy paste this here. So I've included a lot of things you can see here, right? And make sure this is for all of you. I think I don't know how many of you are spending time learning generative AI, right? Into it to be taken, right? So take time to even understand chat GPT over here and then into it, right? So that's important. Anybody has any questions? Okay, there's one question I can see. Uh, What this prompt will be categorized. Now you can give different names to be frank. This would can be best described as persona driven zero shot prompt, I would say. You can have you can call it as role based persona driven zero shot prompt here, in it to be done. And so it has basically zero shot means kind of a command, means we have not give, because why it is zero shot still is because we have not given any examples of uh, uh, I would say interview questions over here, right? We just are given them the instructions here, right? You can have some questions if you have some, like, something in your mind, or you have created, let's say, created some questions. You can tell, some examples. This is what I have created. That's the first thing. It has a role based. We are telling it to play a role over here, so that is there in it. We have, it's a persona driven because we're given Priya as one of the done here over here, and it's basically structured. It has structure based on it, so we can do that here. That to be there, right? To be there. So I think you should start uh, learning with you know generative AI also. I don't want to go in a lot of detail into it. Of course, you can kind of combine different kind of prompts in it to be done, right? Or to be given, I would say, into it. And you can always do a follow-up questions also in it to be done into it. So if I talk about, very quickly here with all of you here. So this is not a Gen AI question, but you have zero shot, which I just talked about it basically. Then you will have shot, one shot prompting to be given here. You have one short message prompting over here. So you can read about them. It's just some keywords. You might have few shots prompting, I would say. You might have few shots prompt here. Then you can say, I think I would say again, it could be chain of thoughts. What do you say? Thoughts prompting, or prompt, you can say. You might have a chain of shots. You can have multiple chain of shots basically, right? Which we already combined together with the zero shot, which is the role based prompt, you can say here. Then what else? Anybody else? Again, we have one is instructional. What do you say? Instructional prompt. You want to give some instructions to it, right? To be done instructional basically, right? Then you might have contextual. If you're sharing something, then you might have contextual prompt to be given in it, right? Then you might have what do you say? There's something called as multi-model also. Multi-model uh, prompting prompt into it. Then you also have, I would say, prompt chaining, also known as more detailed, I would say, prompt uh, in you can say engineering, I would say, engineering in it, right? To be given it. That's what you can do. Now you can have like different categories. To be frank, if you talk about, it's AI is like a kind of still reshaping here. So we can do a lot of things with it over the time to be given here. So most of us, basically, to be frank, and to get a quick review, we use zero shot. Generally, people use zero shot. Yeah. Like, because we are, I think, more in a habit of using Google. So in Google, you just write something quick with a kind of a zero shot and you do it. So for example, I say sorry, what do you say? Generate user interview questions, right? To understand, etc., etc. So I'm not writing the comment, but kind of a basic, you can say, basically, let's say understand. Ashok, let me write it. Sorry, say how people use mobile. Let's say, take a different example, a banking app, for example. This will become a very, very basic zero shot here. Uh, Right? I just give you a quick example. I'll not write here because it'll take time. But if I talk about, a one shot prompt here, so what I will say in one shot prompt here is that I will give a particular specific format and I will show it once. That is one shot prompt here. So I'll give an example that persona is that in a small way. This is the pain point and denote, similar persona basically. So let's say there's one shot prompting where you can give a format to replicate. Let's say you give a basic format of user interview questions, or you give a basic format of persona and you tell it to replicate that or create a similar one of it as per that format. So that will become a one shot prompting here. And then few shot is you can use basically when you want AI to follow a particular tone or a structure to be there, right? And then to be there. For example, uh, how should I say? Basically, let's say it gives you maybe you can tell it to create an example of micro copies. I would say, or let's say error message. I would say I would use few shots in places where I wanted to create error messages, right? And I will say create maybe two examples of error messages for this purpose, and that, right? So it will create some examples. Then I will tell that, of course, the output I see it, and I give it more command. I say maybe create three more for this purpose. So that becomes few means you are doing back to back few shots, kind of a chat with it and shot over here. And then you have chain of thoughts promoted here, and that to be given here. Let's say you can say you're designing on a login page or a sign up page, right? Step one, do this. Step two, do this. Step three, do this, right? So it will create step by step for you those things here. For example, what should be the first screen the user should see? What how step two, how I can decrease I would say what you say distraction in the login. The third step could be that I can ask it how do we guide the user to complete their profile or complete that journey basically. So I can ask that. That's those kind of chain of thoughts. Do this, do this, do this. In one prompt we write it. And role base I showed you basically. You asking to role. Instruction base is very, very common again, I would say. You give a very direct instruction to the, let's say, reorder something. Maybe you give it a task to do it. Let's say you have an Excel sheet, get this data from that Excel sheet. Kind of an instruction you're giving to do it. So very, very clear instruction to do something basically here. Then you have contextual prompt engineering or prompt, I would say here, where, for example, generally we use this, we can basically use this in providing background to the AI for relevant searches, I would say. So I would say, let's say I'm redesigning a particular app, and the constraint I have is that I don't have the maybe the resource for this particular thing. So suggest how I can still improve it, something, right? Or else I can say that I have a food delivery app, and the delivery persons who don't have a one hand, let's say they only have one hand, how can I improve the UX for them? So I'm giving the context, I'm giving them a little bit background, what problem I'm trying to solve, and then asking for suggestions to the AI. That is more contextual. You're giving some context to it here. And remember, this all can be mixed and matched. It's not that one by one. So you do it kind of, you can mix and match it over here if you want to do it. Then you have multi-model prompting here, which you can basically say, I can give them, okay, this has, give me some useful feedback or enhancements from the inputs you're providing. Let's you give some wireframe screenshots to ChatGPT or to the AI and tell him to you know suggest improvements, how can you increase user engagement and all based on the basic layout you share. So that you can do. Now engineering, the prompt engineering is a little bit more broader, I would say, if you go in detail of it. So where you can do more kind of First step, you can say, let's say, summarize the user feedback of this 10 user inputs I've got. Let's say I have the data of 10 user inputs. I can tell in the chain prompting, what I can do is I can give that feedback to it and take data summary of those feedback. Then in the step two, I can ask, based on that summary which it has created, generate the user personas, right, and the pain points. And then the third step I can say is maybe suggest wireframes or suggest me how to solve that problem. Now this becomes more handicapped, I would say, to the chat GPT or any generative AI tool, but you can do that here and that. So I think if you invest time nowadays learning AI, I think it's an important skill to have, and maybe read more about it, learn more about it, so you can write better prompts. And because if you will able to write better prompts, you can get better uh, replies from it into it, right? So like when they see, when even when we talk about research here, the user research, what is the importance here? The importance is that you create the right set of questions so you can get a right set of feedback from the user here. And the same thing goes with all these AI tools, I would say. Any question any one of you have? Shall we go ahead? I hope all of you have tried. We see, and why the generative AI is like that, if you try the same prompt which I've given here, all of you might get a little bit different reply, because it's like a human brain which is thinking. It is not like pre-stored answer is giving you. Like Google search will generally give you the same result to all of us, but this might give you very different results basically. If you try basically in ChatGPT or any kind of AI generative AI. Of course, some of the similarities will be there, but it could answer in a different way. Okay, so I hope all of you clear. I think I've already taken a lot of time here talking about it. Um, let's go forward. Any resources to learn more about AI prompts? That's a good question you asked me. Uh, of course, there are many, I would say, Priyanka, right? I think, by the way, if you go to NN Group itself, NN Group talks about how you can use generative AI for the UX designers. They have some articles on that, to be frank. You can look at that. And there are, of course, a lot of other platforms which give you that resources on Gen AI. And later in the course, we're going to also talk about a little bit more about it, right? For example, when it comes to generating images and all, we have that module basically in your course as well, Priyanka. Over there. And you have some, I think, books you can read about if you're really interested into it. Then there could be a lot of, books you will find which talks about prompt engineering or, prompting basically, I would say, for the generative AI part here. So prompt engineering in short is like, uh, you you basically the data input which can give you a reliable AI output in short. And that's what you need to basically focus on. Yeah. No, okay. So let's go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll go ahead into the talk about the other types of things. I think I did not talk about the user groups. Let's talk about that next we have. So we have talked about the user interviews now. Next we have is user groups, right? What we have is user groups. So next we have is uh, user groups here. Does anybody remember what was user groups? Can anybody tell me what was user groups? One interview to many, interviewing a group. Yes, group discussion basically. Kind of group discussion you can say, or interviewing many. Correct. That is what basically we talk about, focus groups. If I talk a little bit more about the focus groups over here, see, focus group is a small group of participants, usually between 6 to 10 people brought together to discuss a particular topic, right? The discussion is led by a moderator who guides the conversation with predetermined questions. Again, you have a like question like user interviews, and ensuring everyone can speak and that the discussion stays on track. Right? Then what you have is, so instead of interviewing one on one, which have its own benefits, remember, because I tell you what is the problem, kind of a problem in the user groups is or focus groups is, because if someone says something, that might get stuck to the other user's head and they might forget their original thought process. That can happen in the focus groups, I would say. But the benefit it brings you that You can basically interview more people together, and if it can be turned into a healthy discussion, you can have a lot of on the top questions during that process here. So it has both advantage and disadvantages, I would say, to it, right? So why focus groups are useful? Understand the group dynamics and shared user experiences. Explore in-depth user perceptions. It can help you in that. Uncovers unspoken needs and frustrations. Facilitate early stage concept validation. Achieve speed and efficiency compared to individual. So you have the speed and efficiency here compared to the one-on-one interviews, because you see, if you interview, like say you spend 5 hours 6 hours interviewing 6 people, here you are able to interview 6 to 10 people maybe in 1 hour. So that's a great difference you have between the timing of it here, right? So it gives you a rich qualitative feedback. It will give you an interactive discussion and cost effective, which you already talked about. However, disadvantage, like I told about, group thinking. So the discussion might get dominated by one particular person, and the opinions might get stuck to the other people's head. So that can happen in group thinking. You might have a dominating participant in it. So of course you can moderate it, but they might dominate more. Then you might have a limited sample size. Smaller groups may not represent, and making it harder to generalize the findings here. But that's, I think, this limitation you have in the user interviews also to be there, which can be overcome by the surveys. There's a guide basically we talk about over here, how to run the focus groups. Define the goal of the focus group, which I think you should do in the user interviews or whatever activity you're doing. Select the participants for the focus group, prepare the discussion questions for them, plan the structure of the session. It's very, very important. Facilitate the discussion and know the insights. Take notes and record the session. Right? Take notes and record the session. Generally, we do that. Even in the user interviews, by the way, we recommend recording the session. So maybe you can listen to it later, or you might have missed out something while talking to the users. You can always look at it again. So you can have that. So that basically, in short, is user group you have here. I will not do this activity because I think we can do this later, because it's very similar to user interviews here, right? But maybe you can do this. You can do this activity in terms of, yeah, I would say later. Maybe think about it. Basically, how to do it. So let's say you are a UX UI designer working for a popular e-commerce app like Amazon. Your task is to improve the checkout flow, and you want to gather user feedback to better understand their experience and frustrations. You decided to run a focus group to achieve this, right? Write down the specific goals for of your focus group, what exactly you're trying to learn about the checkout process. Okay. How would you select the participants for your focus group? Write down the criteria you would use. Okay. Write 5 to 7 open-ended questions that will guide the discussion to the focus group. This question should help you uncover insights about the checkout process and what we have. But I just ask you this here quickly here. So what uh just think quickly, I would say, not too deep into it, but if you think quickly over here, what uh you think could be the goals for the focus groups here? What could be the goal for the focus groups here? I think naturally, I would say, it's see, and now in this one, I think there's nothing wrong and right question, to be frank, but what criteria will you put, and how will you select the participants for the focus group? And one who uses Amazon app are the participants. People who use it, age group, okay, very good. People who buy more frequently, nice, Pinka, good. Based on product, user would be working professionally, maybe go age, okay, fine, nothing wrong in that. First time users, very, very important. I tell you, maybe some it might have come to your mind, but I tell you one important thing here. I will also have a person who has used Amazon less and maybe the competitor more, maybe Flipkart or maybe Myntra, right? Use them more. So I might have more some people or some participants who use more frequently the other apps compared to the Amazon. Right? I might also include them. Right? So I can get a broader understanding, I would say, about the users and all here. To take now that this. Right. Anything else anybody can think about? Okay, let's talk. Let's go to the next question here. Write five to. Okay, I think this is where well done. But maybe write one question. What you think is most important to be asked to this group? That could be, I think, the very basic initial question you might. One of the initial questions I would say you might ask the user about. Let's see if something else have something more. How can we make the checkout process more user friendly? Okay, what are the most common reasons of our especially if you recommend how to improve visual design and aesthetics? People might not have that visual aesthetics. That is our job, to be frank. That will basically be our job to understand the visual design and because they might not have that essence. You can maybe ask them as a preference, I would say, because a lot of people might not even know, as an end user might not know what is visual design and aesthetics are. So maybe if example, you are interviewing your brother or sister or maybe your friend or a colleague who is not into this field of designing and all, right? So they may not be able to understand what is visual design and aesthetics are probably, right? Because for them, I think colors is colors, right? And etc. That's first thing, right? I like the question, what are the most common reasons for card abandonment and how we can address them? So first thing I want to talk about in the focus groups is not about solution here. Let me tell you that, right? So it's not about how can we address them. That will come later. The first thing is identifying what is going wrong, right? What is going wrong over here, right? Into it. Yeah, and that's correct, Manoj. It could be a business question. This is what I'm trying to say that this is a question I will not maybe ask to the user group upfront. I can ask this maybe in a little bit, in a refrain way. Why do you leave some products in the cart? Probably. Maybe, I just might reframe that question a bit over here into it, right? Over here. It could be a very good question to be asked to the internal stakeholders, I would say, in the company to be there. I would definitely say that, right? As a part. Then we have able to complete a purchase in one go or leave items in the cart. Fine. So maybe you can just reframe this a little bit better. It could lead to another question. Okay, I'll talk about how can we improve the payment process. Again, so just want to let you want all of some of you are doing this similar. Also, not a mistake here, but you have to again focus on one thing here. One thing here that you don't have to ask for the improvements, right? And I think if I don't know, I think I closed it. Otherwise, but I should have in my other paid account the questions here. See, why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on this one is that all of us need to understand one thing, that how important it is to ask the right question. Give me a second, where it gone? Ah. So if you look at the set of questions basically which ChatGPT even have created based on the prompt I've given here, right, for the user interface, because they can replicate to the I would say user focus groups also. They could be a little bit different, but they can. Right? For example, see, this is for all of you. Let's I'm talking about mental models and expectation. Can you walk me through what usually prompts you to open a shopping app? See how broad the question is, right? Please try to understand that point here. It is not asking something more specific. It's kind of asking very broad thing to you. Then it might have a follow-up question basically, right? It's a planned or more spontaneous you do it. When you open a shopping app, what do you expect to see or do first? Over here. We are not asking here, when you open the app and you see the home page, what would you like us to improve? We're not asking that. We're asking a very, very open-ended question here to users. And you might have follow-up, like what makes you feel the app understand what you're looking for? See, again, follow-up question is also very, very broad here. How do you decide whether to continue browsing in the app or not? See the kind of question here. Now see, it says what features or design elements make you feel app is easy to use or smart? See, if you ask the same question in a different way, it makes an impact. So again, it's going very, very broad. He's saying what features and design elements make you feel an app is easy to use or smart. We are not asking what do you like in this app. That will become very short-ended question. Now, this will make the user think a little bit more before they speak. Before they speak, right? For example, tell me about a recent time you have browsed something on a shopping app. How did you go about it? Now, again, say this is very, very broad. We're not simply asking about the checkout process over here. We are asking them, tell me about the recent item you browsed something from a shopping and how did you go about it? When you're looking for something specific, how do you typically search for it? Have you ever felt lost or unsure while navigating a shopping app? Can you describe what happened? Right? Let's go to checkout. I think we had something about checkout. See, we have checkout. See, yeah. See, now what we are saying. Walk me through what you typically do once you decide to buy something. How does the checkout process feel for you? Maybe this could be a follow-up question, I would say. Yeah. So I might ask something just this much here to understand how they navigate and all. Have you ever abandoned a cart? What made you decide not to complete the purchase? So I think one of you, asked about abundant. So the same question you can see how it's been reframed here. Same question been asked, but now we are asking from the that from the user's perspective here, not from the business point of view. I would say we're not asking them how can we improve it. We're not asking their suggestions over here. We want to understand them, right? If you look at the doctor example which I talked about, I say UX designers are doctors. So does a doctor ever ask you what can I do to improve your health? They may not ask you, right? They might ask you maybe what medicine suits you. That's a different thing, basically. But they will not ask you for the solution. They have to give the solution. If doctor start asking you, should I give you this medicine or should I give you this medicine? Think how will you feel it? Or what will you say to that one? It is her or his duty to decide the medicine to give it to you, right? So here we are not really looking for asking user what features and all. I just want to remember one more thing that there was a very popular quote given by or used by Steve Jobs, was given by Ford Henry, right? And Steve Jobs is to use that quote a lot. He simply said, "People don't know what they, I would say, want." I'm just modifying this a little bit. Want or need, unless you show them what is needed, right? Heading in, people don't know what they want or need unless you show them what is needed. So the simple this quote means is solution has to be designed by you, right? Has to be designed by you, not by the user. And that is your job as a UX designer to do it here. So don't just put focus on asking them the improvements. Hey, what color should I put? What visual design should I use? They don't have any idea about it. What do you usually look for after you have placed an order? What kind of info or support do you expect? See, very, very broad question over here to be there. Very, very broad here, if you look at it. Right. So that's very, very important for you to understand this, for all of us to understand this, basically, I would say. Right. Like, for example, if I ask you, let's say you are the person who's interviewing me, and I'll tell you my answer basically. Walk me through what you typically do once you decide to buy something, and how does the checkout process feel for you, right? I'll leave this question. I will leave this question. I'll just talk about the first part of it. Walk me through what typically you do once you decide to buy something. Okay. So I will tell you like this. Okay. Right. So now I'm answering this as a user. Right. I'm asking. Of course, I might have a little bit of I would say that UX thing in my mind, but I'm trying to answer this as a user. So, right. So the question simply says, walk me through what typically you want to decide to buy something. So I'll say once I decide to buy something, I go to the, you know, Amazon app, search through the through the products, compare them, pair them, check reviews, and add and to cart, add to cart. Then uh, telling you in short, basically, there could be a lot of things. Basically, select mm, select the payment via now because I'm asking this as a user. So let's say I do with credit card and card, add address or select one which is entered, which I have used in the past, and click on payment, right? Right. Enter OTP by reading through 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 the notification or messages app, and enter the OTP to complete the payment. That's it. So I have just make you kind of as I told you in a very short way basically here. Sometimes you might ask the user to kind of expand more on certain things, right? For example, if the user is telling me this, I will say, what do you check in reviews? What is the most important thing? You might ask, ask follow-up questions from this, what the user is telling you, basically, journey over here in it, right? Give me a second, guys. Sorry, right? So, other thing, if you see over here, and I think I've talked about this previously also. Now, see, if you analyze this interview very closely, and there's a solution already for it. That's why I've kind of written like this, right? So the team, when the team of UX or you as a UX will analyze this, you will say, okay, what do you what do you think is the do you think there is any pain point where here we have? Now you can identify it very easily because there is already a solution for it. And I have talked about it previously. But any pain point you think, or on just on the basis of what I've written here? Very good. Auto enter the OPT. Simple. We have already have a solution, like I said, right? We already have that. So what I'm trying to do is now what I'm trying to say is that will the user say that, that imagine when there was no enter OTP, one time password. How many of us, yeah, I'm including myself also, will say that we can auto enter the OTP? Probably no, right? But of course, somebody has thought about that solution, how we can, solve this. Maybe you will think about, okay, what are the steps the user is saying, and how can we reduce those steps? How we can make it more simplified? How can we make this more smooth as a process to be done, right? And that's something you can implement, because solution is not something. Now, if I ask you, if I ask you normally, let's say way back, if I ask you what can I improve with this, any suggestions you have, what suggestion do you think the user will give you here? Improve something. They might go completely blank sometimes. People will completely go blank over here, and that, because that is your job to do it over here. So again, I'm repeating, when you're creating the user interview questions, very, very important not to focus. They are not the ones whom you are asking the solution. They are the ones who you want to understand properly, in depth, and also it's your job to identify the pain point, the hidden pain point, and find a solution of it. Okay. Sometimes the pain point will be very upfront from the user, but sometimes you have to find that hidden pain point, basically. So basically, if you go to doctor, you say, okay, I have a fever, but now it's the doctor's job. Why do you have that fever? So then they will basically check you to identify why do you have that fever. It's the same thing here. To be taken care, remember, which we all should keep in mind, basically. And this is a common mistake which I think it's not about you or someone else. Basically, it's a very common mistake which we can all do, right? To be there. Right. Give me a second. I just want to show something here. I will be giving you one link here, which I remember basically. I have it with me in my library, right? Please go and read these articles I'm giving you. It's by Anand Group again. It talks about this article is basically user interviews 101, which was written by Anand Group in 2023, 2023, which talks about how should you do the user interviews. It's a great article basically if you want to read about it more in detail. Also, I'm giving you another link over here which tells you how to write your questions. What are the steps to write your questions here, right? And you can use this guide to feed that details into your prompt. Remember the prompt you will have, so that you can have, or can give the example to ChatGPT or Gemini. See, if you go to this article which I've given you, right, you can see how they tell you to do it. This is a see, it's a example guide for semi-structured interview here. Say, before we begin, would you mind telling me a bit about yourself? Do you live alone or with someone else? What do you do for a living? Very general question, kind of, getting familiar with you. You might know that background a little bit. See, if you go to interview also, if you go to job, or if you're taking a job interview, you must have seen that person's CV, or the person must have seen your CV and all, but they will still ask you to introduce yourself, because they want to know, maybe there's something which is something they have not been able to observe through that resume and all. Yeah. Then she says, walk me through what a typical meal in your home should look like. This is about meal actually. This is from a different perspective here. How do you decide what to have? What are typical cooking yourself or others? Have you mentioned this is why is that, right? I think again the one thing which just makes me remind over here, right? Over here is that the question does not have to be always about technology. Also remember that. Sometimes when you're doing a user interview or doing survey, you're just asking questions about the application, checkout, homepage, search, but you're never asking about these general things to the user, which is also very, very important. Which you can see that it's been focusing over here, because this, uh, the example guide which you're seeing over here is for a cooking app, basically, for a cooking thing, basically, here to be done. And this is what it basically kind of discuss over here. You can go through that whole article basically, which talks about it here, right? I do it. And you can say for days that you cook, walk me through how would you plan what to cook for your meals, right? Can you tell me about time where you have put something new, probably, right? So you can see how the user interview is structured. And you can use this PDF or the set of questions to give an example to the chat GPT or to the AI basically you have. And then you can get a better user interview questions. Right? So go through it. I've given some links basically. You can read through them or basically go through them, which can basically make you much more well prepared and can give you more knowledge about it. Right? So whenever through the week you get that time here. Okay, I think we'll go for a break. Then next thing we'll talk about is the ethnographic study over here. I will talk about the ethnographic study and the other types of studies we have here. And then, hi everyone, I hope all of you are back from the break. Um, I don't see any questions here though. Think Ritik have given one more article over here about the dog fooding basically. Uh, Right. Okay. Fine. So I think we have most of your back. Let's give it a few seconds. Yes. So I think we were discussing before the break. We were discussing about the focus groups, right? And we have gone through this activity. So see, everything has advantage and disadvantages to it. First of all, let me get that right. Right. Whether it is user interviews, whether it is focus groups, it could be anything. I see everything in the I think life in the life. I would say in this world have kind of advantage and disadvantages, right? For example, if you look at the phone, also it has a lot of advantages. It has a lot of disadvantages. If we talk about in the modern terms or modern, days nowadays. So everything has that, right? But one thing which I want to point out, which was basically mentioned before the break, was the dog fooding part here. The dog fooding part here, right? What does it mean? And I think it's a important, not just a terminology. It's a terminology though I would say, but mostly some of the companies will have to do this, and it's a very frequent question I get, especially when it comes to teaching UX and UI in the companies, right? Especially B2B, if you talk about, or if you talk about, I think even B2C companies, I would say, right? Because if you work in a company, if anybody, all of you who works in a company as a product manager, or if you work as a manager, or if you work as an employee also, I would say, then you must be knowing that sometimes the project cannot be discussed with the end user, right? Cannot be discussed with the end user because of limitations of maybe NDA, secrecy of the project. Could be a lot of things basically in that, which may not allow you to kind of uh, do that kind of work, I would say, or do that user interviews. But you can do general interviews, but most of the company says, hey, we can't share any data outside, we can't do that, the company doesn't support it. So what you can do is, at least there are two things which even NN Group recommends. One is known as role play. So within your company, within your team, some people can become the end user, and you can become a UX researcher to do a user interviews, but it cannot replace exactly the actual user interview, but at least you're doing something instead of nothing. Remember that. At least doing something instead of nothing is better, right? So that's what even NN Group says for the most of these companies. If we talk about the terminology also of dog fooding, it simply means that feeding yourself means feeding the company itself with the application. So you create an application, or you create a prototype, or you create something basically and use it internally in your company. Get the feedback from those internal employees of the companies or a particular set of team, I would say. Use this as that as an end user base, and then you know, um I would say, and then of course create for the user. So at least you are doing something to empathize with the users. Of course, you may not be able to involve the exact same user, which is required in that to be taken. So that's something we can keep in mind, remember, when we're doing that here to be done. So that is a short, basically example of dog fooding, but you can of course read more about it in the article or even in other articles, I would say, um, of this video about dog fooding and also video. But remember, even a dog fooding or any other method is not exactly a replacement of actual user which you're doing or the actual user feedbacks which you might be doing, because their technical knowledge, their technical expect could be different than what you might have. However, the dog fooding kind of process can be faster, can be more cost effective also, and maintain the secrecy of the project over there. I hope it's clear to all of you. Anybody has any other questions before we go ahead and talk about next about the what is ethnographic studies here. So we're going to talk about the next slide here, which is the ethnographic observations here, or ethnographic, I would say, part of observation though. To be taken. So okay, see, so like we have talked about before, ethnographic study observes users in their natural environments over the time to understand their behavior, challenges, needs with a product or service. The goal is to understand how users interact with a product within their daily lives, helping designers create more user-centered solutions. Correct? That, to be taken into it. So, what are the advantages of it? It gives you a contextual understanding, provides an insight on how the product fits into the user's natural environment. Right? Uncovering the latent needs reveals needs users may not clearly articulate in service of it. See, sometimes when you're asking a question to the user, we all are very good at making stories. Our minds start making stories, and we might miss out that small detail which we think as a user may not be important for you, but that it could be very, very important for you. So when you're observing the user in the natural environment, then it becomes, it can give you a little bit more uncoverings about what is not even said by the users. Then you can get deeper insights into the user behavior. Shows how users behave versus how they report their behaviors. They are two different things. What they actually do and what they say can be different. For example, if I typically ask you, what is your daily routine from morning to evening, let's say, we all will start making an ideal story out of it. Correct? Yeah, I woke up, I do this, this, and this. But there are a lot of things which might go unsaid there, which you actually do, right? And you may have not mentioned it because when someone is interviewing, you're thinking, oh, this person will judge me or something like that's going in your mind as a user. and you may not tell exactly what you do probably, right? Of course, the disadvantages you have is it's time consuming for sure, because observing the person in the real context environment takes time. It's costly because you have to do the data analysis, or maybe you have to to observe the user from a longer period of time. Limited scalability involves small sample size, making it harder to generalize findings across a larger audience, right? You're done. So of course it has limitations to it. You're doing the ethnography here. What are the steps here? So you identify the research goal, you choose the environment, you observe and interact, and take the notes and documents. Of course, you might also use a webcam or something to record it, and then you can, take the notes down later on this stage. Or you might observe them live in front of you and then basically over here. This have been done a lot in a lot of cases, basically, right? A lot of cases to be done. Uh, like for example, let's say when it comes to flying planes and all, if you look at these studies of there, so they basically observe the user how the pilot actually operates a flight, maybe in a stress situation, right? When something goes wrong, what is that they're not able to identify? What are the common mistakes they will do in that situation? So which they can design or improve the design in a way, or they can train them in a way that can basically help them in those situations. So you observe them, because if person will tell you, they might make stories, but when you're observing it, then you will see, okay, this is the common mistake they are making based on that, right? To be done over here. So that's where the I think in a more complex environment, ethnographic study becomes more important. Especially, I think would say this is about physical products where you can do this. Major about physical products you can do it, or even in digital products. Similar to this, it's not exactly an ethnographic study, but if you look at similar thing, you must have recently heard about the Zomato CEO working as a rider, right? All of you must have heard about it. Dipender Goyal, became a rider for one day. Like he was actually the one who was, uh, taking the order and then doing and delivering it, basically going to the restaurant also to pick up the order. He did this in Gurgaon basically because he's based in Gurgaon, of course, right? You must have heard the uh, CEO of Uber doing it, becoming a driver for a day, right? I'm not saying that's an ethnographic study, but it's kind of similar to that basically, right? I have once seen basically a team of Zomato actually traveling with the delivery partners, delivery boys basically, to understand how they interact, what are the challenges they face and all. So they basically spend day with them to understand their challenge side, or maybe even the customer challenge side part of it. Right? So that is this kind of ethnography. Of course, it's expensive. Remember, it takes time. It's expensive. You can't do a very large sample size here, but I think something is better than nothing, I would say. So for example, you're conducting the ethnography study for a fitness tracking app, right? Scenario: you are a UX UI designer working on a fitness tracking app. The goal is to understand how users incorporate the app in their daily exercise routine. You decide to conduct an ethnography study to observe users as they go about their workouts, whether at home, in gym, or outdoor. Right. So what's the step one? You follow several users throughout their exercise routines, observing how they check the app for progress updates, heart rate monitor, and goal tracking. During the observation, you know that many users struggle to interact with the app during the workout due to sweaty hands or bulky equipment. Okay. Step three, based on this observation, you suggest gesture based controls that can be activated with a wave of a hand, reducing the need of touch interaction. Or maybe you build a voice interaction for the watch. Of course, nowadays you the smartwatch you have it. About Apple, or even they talk about Samsung or any other brand basically. If we talk about, they do have that basically facility into it to be enabled, and they can do that tracking basically. Right? That is there definitely for sure as a part of it. So that's how you can have the diary studies will not come here. Diary studies is basically will not come here because diary studies, Manoj, is where the user is writing down. So you're not directly observing the user in the real environment. Diary studies, let's say for example, I give you an app to use, right? You use it daily, and then at the or maybe during the day, whatever problems or whatever you like, whatever challenge you face, you basically write in a diary for me, right? And maybe after a week or maybe a day, it could be like duration could be in a vary. You then give me the diary basically, and then you explain that me that diary basically as a user. That is the diary studies basically. A lot of companies do it, and if you look at the new launches, even if you look at the new launch done by Figma recently about Figma sites or grid layouts in the Figma and all, if you've seen, they mention that we have asked this feature to be used by this particular artist who's very popular in the industry and taken their feedback. So I will not say it's kind of a diary study basically, right? So then if you look at Apple also, when Apple actually brought Apple Watch, the first Apple Watch when it came out, right? Apple mentioned in its presentation that uh, in the background they have asked certain athletes, popular fitness people to wear the Apple Watch under an NDA, means for non-disclosure, because people who are wearing even does not know what the product will be called, or they're not allowed to discuss about the product, but they use it, right? On basis of which Apple takes the metrics, right? Maybe also gets an FDA approval for the certain medical parts it has in it, like the ECG and all. Plus, also get the feedback from these people to understand where the product stands and what they can improve. So that will come into diary studies, I would say. Uh, Right. I've given to all of you basically over here. Maybe you can keep these links and you can just go through them later on into it. So this article which I've shared, it talks about intextual queries also. It talks about ethnographic observations or ontographic, I would say. And this one also talks about field studies. What is the difference between, because they're very similar actually. They're very similar. Uh, and It's more about, in short, is about lab research versus the actual environment. So that's what it talks about here. If you just go through that video or the article, I would say basically over here, I would say. And most of them are similar, remember. So it's very hard sometimes to kind of differentiate between them because of uh, wording, I would say, right? And if you watch this article or if you look at this link which I've given you, basically, it's not an article, it's a video actually. After that, you have some video in it. So where the Jacob Lindsay will talk about, it's more about the vocabulary which we are using nowadays. And there could be very subtle difference between them to talk about. Right? Let's talk about the observation. Again, like I said, observation is very also similar to ethnographic, you might say, because it's about the vocabulary here. But how did let it differentiate? Let's talk about that here. So it's a qualitative research method that directly observes users as they interact with the product or a service. It provides insight into how users behave, think, feel in the real world situations. Yeah, right. That's what observation talks about here. So you have different kind of observations. One is the direct observation. Researchers watch users interact with the product in real time, or they're in a natural setting, or their home, or in a control environment, known as usability lab or a lab study. Right. Indirect observation. Instead of watching the real time, researchers gather data through the screen recordings, user logs, analytics to analyze how users interact with the product. Like Google Analytics is one of the examples. Then you have a participant observation. The researcher becomes the part of the environment, participating in the same activity as the user while observing their behavior. I give you this example right now, right? In the ethnographic study. So when I talk about Dipender Goyal and the CEO of the Uber actually becoming a driver for a day. This is an example of participant observation. So you become the part of their life basically to understand their pain points and everything that they might have, right? And some of those pain points might be controllable by you, may not be controlled by you. That's up to you basically, or depends from situation over here. And we're done. So observation is not different from ethnography, remember? So observation is more broader, right? And then under that you have ethnographic study, contextual inquiries, and etc. 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 into it. We talk about, but they all kind of parts of the observation, I would say. Right? Just give me a second. Uh, Sorry, guys. Hold it. Okay, right. Then of course you have the advantage and disadvantage over here also. Advantage, you have a real world context. You can have that in the observation. You can have unbiased data and discovering the unspoken needs of the user, which is same thing you have kind of discussed in the ethnography, just written in a different way, I would say. Disadvantage, you have an observer effect. Users may modify their behavior because they know that you have been observing. This is also a thing in which is very, very important. See, if someone is observing you, right, you might behave in a very different way compared to uh, when someone is not observing. So sometimes the observation can also be done without telling the participant or without even telling them. So you can actually capture it. So that is also part of observation. You might have a time and resource intensive. It's very, very time and resource incentive, right? And there could be a subjectivity in it. The researcher interpretation of the user behavior can introduce bias into the findings because, of course, ultimately you are also a human being who can have, some kind of uh, biasness, I would say, or some kind of, subjectivity uh, in your mind. So those are the kind of basics of disadvantages of it, I would say. And this also applies to the entography, by the way, to be frank. There's some tips which is given. Stay neutral when you're observing the user. Avoid influencing the user behavior or guiding them towards a specific action. Instead, observe how they naturally interact with the product. Record non-verbal cues. Pay attention to body's language, facial expression, pauses. This can indicate confusion, frustration, or satisfaction. Avoid interruptions. Let the users complete tasks without interfering them. Even if they struggle, only offer help when necessary. Focus on context. Observe user in their natural environment to understand how their surroundings affect the interaction with the product. Keep detailed notes. Document everything. Note user actions, emotions, responses, moments of confusion in it. This is also an example of usability testing in a controlled environment or in a usability lab, basically. How to be done. So we also do observation. Now, see, remember, observation is a bigger word. It can have field studies in it. It can have ethnographic. It can have contextual inquiries. It can have, I would say, usability testing in a controlled environment. There will be a lot of things you might have. So observation is a bigger terminology which we're talking about here. To be done, which also applies, I would say, which also applies to the usability testing. The next part which we have, the last method. See, if you go to the previous slide here. So far we have talked about user interviews, focus groups, ethnographics, observations. Now we're talking about the usability testing. So usability testing also has observation. So ethnographic also had observation. I would say even in focus group we have observation. Sometimes what people think in background mind, we might try to interpret that. And even in user interviews, we observe the person, right? So observation is like everywhere, I would say. We have it here. It's kind of a more broader terminology we have in it to be correct here. If I talk about basically over here. So what is usability? We're going to talk about in detail about usability actually, because this is very, very important. In your last, not last, I would say, kind of second last module, I would say, we'll talk about the usability testing there. Once we complete our UI, wireframe and everything. So usability tests are critical part of UX design. Remember, they evaluate how effectively users interact with a product or a service, right? So it can help you identify issues, detect usability problems, and barriers that user encounter, improve the experience, gather feedback to refine and enhance the user experience, validate the design, ensure that the design meets users' needs and expectations. So usability testing is majorly done on a build product or in a prototype where you tell the user to do a particular action and then you see, okay, what is the user struggling with, what are the missteps they have done, what is the flow they are looking at, etc. etc. A lot of things to talk about. And there are different kind of usability testing you have. You have moderated usability testing, which means you are directly monitoring them or directly observing them. That is what moderate testing means, yeah, right? Then you have remote usability testing. This is like face to face. This is like Zoom. Like for example, we are connecting online. That was remote usability testing, right? Then the third one you have is unmoderated. In unmoderated, you are not directly observing them. It's very similar to what we are just talking about. We talk about in field studies and all. You are basically maybe recording the user to do the unmoderated usability assessment. So you're not moderating it basically. Or it could be in a lab environment, but you're not moderating at all in between. You let the user complete a particular task and then you ask some questions also. Right. Unmoderated, majorly we talk about in the unmoderated. When we go to the other step, when you go to the second last course I talked about of the usability, we talk about maze.co. So maze.co is majorly, I would say, is unmoderated user testing. So maze.co is a website basically, which lets you do unmoderated usability testing, or you can, it's a combination of remote testing and unmoderated testing. It's a combination of both of them. There you have and it. So what does moderate mean? It's connected with a facilitator present either in person or remotely, which is basically remote here. The facilitator guides users through the task, observes their interaction to provide immediate feedback and clarification. Right? So you kind of face to face, you can say. Unmoderated is user complete tasks their own, typically using online platforms without real-time facilitation. This approach is cost-effective, allows for a broader range of participants. A lot of companies do it actually. A lot of companies do it nowadays, especially this method because this is cost-effective. You get a larger sample size with this, and you get a larger sample size of the feedback. I would say very very common nowadays, especially with the technology over here we have. Then your remote participants are in their environment, interacting with the product, and being observed remotely. This helps understand how the product performs in the real world settings, basically. So this can be done via CCTV or maybe through a live feed or something to try to observe the users doing something. So they don't get given consent. That was a remote user testing. So why do we do it and what is the benefit it brings in to us? Right? It is going to be user-centered design because ensure that the product is designed with the user needs and preferences in mind. It will help you increase efficiency because it helps you understand what is the issues you have in the early in these stages and reducing the risk of the launch product. So we do this a lot in the prototypes. That's why Figma is used nowadays. In Figma, you create a design, you prototype it, you test with the users before it goes to the coding, before it can be coded, or before it goes to coding, I would say, right? Enhance satisfaction, improves customer more satisfaction because the app will have less issues of usability. So it's going to make it more user friendly for them and more efficient for that app to be used. Now, when you talk about doing all the studies, right, in it, right, uh, then you can use different platforms, right? You have user testing, you have loopback. They are basically majorly for remote user testing. You have, we'll talk about this in more detail, like I said before, later in the stage. Then you have Hotjar full story. Hotjar, if you remember, we talked about heat maps in the yesterday session. So this can help you use the behavior, use it, understand the user behavior tracking which you can call this as unmoderated, by the way, unmoderated. Then your optimal workshop, which can also be do remote user testing, especially in the optimal workshop. You can do activities like cart sorting, pre-testing, and surveys. A lot of other options you have in optimal workshop. We will talk about optimal workshop later on once we go to information architecture part. Then we talk about how you can do cart sorting activity with the optimal workshop. We'll talk about that in a later stage, right? So all these tools which you have, they have almost similar capabilities. You heard about loop back and user testing, so they also recruit people for you, participants for you to test them, test with you, right? Like, depending on their profile, whatever you say, okay, that this is should be the age group, this should be the profile of the user. So they also recruit the user and then let them perform the uh, you know task. I would say, of course, this is expensive compared to if you talk about Maze. User testing and loopback both are expensive. Not everybody can afford to do a testing with user testing or the loopback because each participant is paid. Remember, each participant is paid over there, and of course, it's going to be costly. Right? Yes. Whereas if you talk about Hotjar and all of optimal workshop also, they're not very expensive. Uh, of course, you need to take their subscription. But Hotjar, by the way, full story in Hotjar can only be done on a live product. They cannot be done on a offline product. They have to be done on a online product. You can only use them on an online product. Okay. Right. So if we talk about the logback.io or user testing, it gives live feedback and has specific participants like your own users, but you can use their platform to do it. User testing is used for broader sample of testers and prefers unmodded testing. But it also offers you moderate testing, by the way, kind of moderate testing, I would say. And this testing does not have, it has, I think, a free plan. You can only do like very basics case study in it, in the user testing to look at it, right? Just want to talk about one more thing in the user testing for all of you, which can be, you know, important in two ways. If you go to the usertesting.com, especially go to the usertesting.com, if you go to the usertesting.com, the good part is this is the website actually we're talking about. The good part is you can say get paid to test. So you can become one of the testers here. So get paid to test and you can register over here. And you can register here. Then they will take you a small, they will give you a small sample test to do where you have to kind of open your webcam and your mic. So you will get an idea what is user testing is. It's a very good example. So and they also pay you depending sometimes if you fit into the target audience, they will send you an email that there is a test available for you. And you can, if you take the test, if you complete test, they'll give you some dollar, like $5, $10, not much. It depends on the study, how big it is and all. So you might get $5, you might get $10 like this, you might get paid for it. But paid is a different thing. But why I'm telling you about this option is this can basically make you understand how unmoderated usability testing can be done. So that's why I would recommend that you go here, subscribe for it, means register for it. It's free anyways. You can subscribe for it, it's free. And this will give you an idea how to create that study. So one of the good ways to learn, I would say. So you might not do this for money and all, but you can do this or you can try this out, I would say, just to get an understanding, a practical understanding of how this can be. And how companies are making those usable tests, basically. You will understand that also here. If you by chance get, so it's not easy to get a test here because sometimes you may never fit into the requirements which they might be having. And so you may not fit it there. And then, mm, then we have Hotjar and Full Story. I think I talked about Hotjar yesterday a lot. It gives you a visual view of user engagement with your product and get a simple feedback using heat maps and all. Full story also give you in-depth insights into digital user sessions, analyze specific user behaviors in it. Very similar to, I would say, to certain extent, I would say similar to the full story, sorry, Google Analytics or Adobe Analytics. I don't know if you know about Adobe Analytics. Adobe Analytics is also an enterprise tool by Adobe, right, which can give you a lot of insights about the data. Even full story is also can give you a lot of analysis of the predictions of your users, what they're liking. It can give a lot of behavioral data to you. But remember, again, both the products, which when we're talking about the full story or the hotjar, is majorly meant for live products. If you already have a website, let's say if you already have Mintra, you may, do a behavioral study using the full story there and then try to get insights about it. Or to redesign something or to redesign some kind of feature. That's what the full story basically does over there. Right. So it'll give you some kind of in-depth analysis of the behavior of the users and all. Yeah, right. Okay, so then of course we have the optimal workshop. I talked about, like, we will talk about optimal workshop. Adobe Analytics also is for a live product. It's a very expensive product. I know that most of you know Adobe from the Adobe Creative Cloud, but the actual bigger portfolio of Adobe is, and the most expensive product they have is the Adobe Experience Manager. Adobe Experience Manager, and within the Adobe Experience Manager, they have Adobe Marketing Cloud, where they have Media Optimizer, they have Adobe Analytics, Adobe Target is there, right? A lot of different tools they have basically. Adobe has a very big domain of it, and very very big companies like Intel, Nvidia, all the very big companies basically use them. It's an enterprise level software and one of the biggest portfolios of Adobe. Remember that. And one of the very expensive products also, I would say. So you can't just use it for free to kind of on your website, right? Like uh, Google also has, I don't know if you know about it. Google has Google Analytics, which you can use for free. But on top of it, Google also has a uh, more complex pro version of it, I would say. Google Analytics Pro version, basically, a paid version of Google Analytics. There. Uh, right, which is generally used by, again, enterprise companies. Of course, as a professional, you might take as a normal company, you may not use it, to be frank, right? As normal business, you may not use it. But when we talk about enterprise level, then you have something called as Analytics 360 there for the enterprise level, which have much more advanced tools and options to it, which you don't get in normal Google Analytics over there. But like I said, that is basically covered, generally given taken by the bigger companies. And the Analytics 360, if you go, it also like has multiple tools where you have tools for display and video 360. You will have tools like there's one more tool, you have search ad 360 into it. There are different tools basically you have in the Google Analytics 360 part of it, which is a paid tool again, not by Google. So there are two versions of Google Analytics as well, just to let you know. So talk about the optimal workshop practically later. It can help you, especially in terms of content structuring of a website. Like I said, you can do cart sorting activities. You can do tree testing with it, which is the two most common activities you can do with optimal workshop. Then you have the usability testing process. So you define the goals, very similar what we've been talking previously. Define the goals, develop scenarios and tasks, conduct the test, analyze the results, and implement the changes based on that. Let's do a quick check here. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You can see which of the following is a recommended approach when conducting UX/UI research observation. most of you saying C here. Okay. C, C, C. I think it's easy to guess for all of you over here. To do it, that's correct. C is the right answer over here. It's the correct answer. That's an overview of quantitative data collection methods we have talked about so far. Now we talk about user interviews, focus groups, ethnographics, observations, and user testing. These are qualitative method. Remember, there's a lot of qualitative methods. The next part will not, I think, cover today, but I just want to introduce a little bit about it. Next part we have is quantitative data collection method. We have quantitative data collection methods here, in which the most common, of course, we have is the survey. Remember, we have the surveys to be done. We do have the web analytics. Remember, we have talked about the web analytics in the qualitative also. So of course, it can give you more data. It can give you qualitative and quantitative data also. Same thing with the heat map. Remember Hotjar? We talk about the usability testing, right? So we are talking about there also. And then we have A and B testing. And then there are many other methods based like this you have. Surveys, all of you know. What is a survey, right? All of you know surveys. You have, and you must have filled out of surveys basically. But surveys is a very important perspective we have because it can get you a larger data sample. It can help you understand a broader audience for you. Web analytics, we just talked about it. Like you have Google Analytics, you have Adobe Analytics. Depends, what analytics your company is having on a website. But this will be only be available to you in the current website or a current app, I would say. You can't have this analytics on a new launch product, right? And you cannot get the data. It's very, very hard to get a data of the current competitor website because web analytics is very, very secure. You can't get the other person data like this. Of course, you can get some data, but not too much of it. Same because with heat maps. So it is working on a live product. You cannot get a heat. You can or you can get a heat map on a prototype to be done, but majorly done on a lot of live websites and live applications, heat maps using third-party softwares like Hotjar, we're talking about, right? Then you have A and B testing, right? Also, people nowadays call it, if you go to let's say A, B, C, D, then you can call it as multi-iterative testing, multi-iterative testing, right? That is known as the testing. So basically, in this testing, again, this is done majorly on a live product, majorly done on a live product. It is on a live product. So you're comparing two designs together. So how you compare, basically tell you. So basically, let's say uh, you have a website. Let me clear all this, right? Let's say you have a website. You have a website, which is let's say abc.com, for example. Okay. So what happened here is, let's say you have a home page. You have a home page. Now in this home page, in the design A, in the A design, I'm just giving a very small example here. Let's say in the A design, you have a button. You have a button, let's say for inquiry or contact. It could be any button, which we call as CTA. We say call to action button. You have a CTA. Let me make it very simple. Let's say the button, for example, on left side. On left side. Now in the design B, you have the same button on the right side. Right? And you don't know which one is good for you. Means as a company, where should I keep the button? Should I keep on the left side? Should I keep on the right side? You don't know, or you're not able to decide on it. I'll just give an example here as a high level example, remember, right? You're not able to decide, or you don't know what will actually work. So what you do? You do A and B testing, basically. Do A and B testing. So what happens is, let's say, I'm just giving a very hypothetical case here, remember. Let's say you have 100 users coming to your website. Visit your website, right? So what will happen is this is happen automatically. Remember, generally companies don't control it. It's automatically happening. So what will happen is randomly 50 people, 50 users will see design A. Okay. And the other 50 users will see design B. Getting my point? So this is managed by the technology automatically actually in the background. Automatically randomly, basically, you would see this some 50% of the users seeing design A, so 50% of the users seeing design B. And sometimes can also overlap. Means as a user, you might see both the designs. That can also happen. So when you go for the first time, you might see design A. When you go next, then you will see design B. So that can also happen over here. In short, okay. Now, based on this, let's say I'm again saying, let's say for example, in design A, 30 people clicked on the button, right? And in design B, only 10 people clicked on the button, right? Now you can see that how it is helping. So you know that, right, that this is working better. Means design A is working better for us compared to design B, right? That is known as A and B testing in short over here. That is known as A and B testing over here into it. And there are a lot of tools, remember, for doing A and B testing. So it's not about the tool, remember. Tool is like secondary, depends on the costing of the company. For example, if you use Hotjar, Hotjar also have A and B testing into it. You will take it, right? So a lot of tools. So tools are not important, remember here. Like for example, if you go to Google Analytics, in Google Analytics also you have A and B testing. If you go to Adobe Analytics, you have A and B testing there also. So it depends. The tool is not important here, remember. The thing it's more about understanding what this means for you. And the technical implementation of this is done by your developer, maybe your IT person in the company. If you don't know about it, how to implement it. So it's not very difficult, but you have it below that. So someone was saying we can see A and B testing a lot on Instagram if we have multiple accounts. That's correct, Manoj. Instagram keep doing that very regularly. A lot of companies do it. Sometimes you don't even realize it actually. Sometimes we might even not realize we have been A and B tested, right? I tell you one interesting part, which is a very common discussion people do in the terms of A and B testing. You go to Google, let's say looking for what is A and B testing. And I'm just writing up something there, right? Now they might have changed it, but if you can you look at this link here? Look at this link color, which you see here, right? And I don't know if I can. Oh, that's my browser actually. Okay. Anyways, it depends, what you are being kind of dark or light theme. You see this link here? Look at the color of this link. Will you imagine that you have been tested for this color by Google? Think. And that is what Google have done through the A/B testing actually. Google conducted an experiment of 51 shades of blue. It's not a random blue, remember. They did a multi-iterative testing basically, right? And they tested 41 shades of blue to see which is more appealing and which is basically making the user do something. Yeah. It's a little bit old study though, to be frank. And they did that study for between Gmail and also this basically. Right. This was basically done for Google Ads, something like that. Google Ads. Yeah. Right. So it's a little bit old uh, study, I would say, kind of a little bit old. I'm not so very old. You have it. Right? And you're going to find a lot of articles on it online to read about the Google's around, I would say, 2 years, 3 years back. They majorly tested this out over here to understand, which one is performing better over here. So Google have done that, and you may we might have been a part of it. We might have not even realized. Right? I'm giving you these two links. You can read about them, which talks about this study. Even multiple years they have done this basically. That's not once. Once they tested around 41 shades. Some one setting this tested around some 50 shades of blue around. It's there. Shades and tints, I would say basically. And, it- this was also was being talked by the New York Times basically. It became a news for because I think some people kind of recognized it that Google is doing this A/B testing and became a news basically. So that is basically the studies you have. We'll talk about them in the next week a little bit more here, right? But I think they're not okay. The main focus of my would be the surveys here. This is important to be done because web analytics will also be generally be analyzed by a business analyst for you. They can give you some insights out of it, or the marketing can give you some insights. Take care of it. We'll talk about the heat maps in the usability course in more detail. Again, A/B testing is something subjective to companies, I would say, and the technical implementation will be done by a IT team, not by you. Right? You will only have to analyze the result or look at the result, which one performed better, A or B over them. But you should know about them because maybe when you're as a UX designer or a researcher, when you want this data, maybe you can ask your marketing team to give the A/B testing results. You can ask your IT team to give you the heat map index, right? Data there. So that's why you should be aware about them at least. Or you can tell them to do certain things like that for a particular scenario. So see, we have looked into data collection methods in UX research. We have majorly talked about, if you remember, all of these, right? Interviews, focus groups, infographics. We talk about observations and the usability testing here, right? And I also showed you how you can create a more detailed user interview questions using ChatGPT and other AI tools. I think I showed you Gemini and other tools basically here which are available for it, right? And we talked about in depth about each of them, like how, what is user interviews, what is focus groups are, what is entographic is, what is observation is, right? And what is user testing is. Like I said, observation is basically a part of almost every kind of research you are doing over here into it. So we have talked about all those parts over here, right? In this. And if you remember in usability, we have talked about heat maps, right? We have talked about how you can do analytics, how there are some websites which are basically available for the user testing. Like I said, um, for some of them, for example, we have already talked about the user interviews in detail, and focus groups are similar. It just, there's a kind of a difference in terms of one-on-one and face-to-face. Anthography is kind of a study, I would say, which you do in fields and all. Observation, right? We talk about usable testing. We'll talk about in more detail in your course number 4. In more number 4 basically. So in 4 we'll talk about more detail and practical also of it here. Into which we'll talk about the usability testing on that part over here, I would say. In that, right? Then if you remember, then the last slide which I have ended with almost in the last session was about we were talking about the quantitative data collection methods, right? We have quantitative data collection methods. And what do we have in the quantitative data collection methods? So once you go to, I would say, module number 6, basically, if you look at course number 6 and course number 8, they are basically focused on that part, I would say here, right? And see, in short, if I talk about what is a portfolio, portfolio is a good UX case study, right? And one of the case studies you will complete with this course, which all of you will be doing, of course. And then similar to that, you create more case studies and you create more, customized designs, I would say, or the UIs. That is the portfolio you have here, right? So, like I said, course number 6, so reiterate, course number 6 and course number 8 kind of focuses on, portfolio building and all over here in it, right? So we help you in that, I would say. But I think majorly it is the effort which all of you will need to put from your end, basically over here, right? Which you will have to put from your end. Okay, so we have a question which was, I think, a follow-up question based on what you asked, and if you will be covering then, right? So we discussed many topics in previous class like UX strategies, data collection, etc. We have discussed them theoretically. Whether we will cover those topics practically by implementing in our upcoming classes. Okay, to answer your question over here, see, we have done some practical also. Let me clarify that part here, right? For example, when you talk about the user interviews, I have told you how to create user interviews, right? I have told you that. And then, or let me share my screen just to kind of clarify all of you, right? I don't want to do any fall commitments, or I want to kind of give you a very clear picture on that. Okay, over here, see. So we talk about user interviews, right? Now you say, okay, we have covered user interviews theoretically, right? I agree with you. We have covered theoretically. We have also done some practical. If you remember, we have talked about how to write questions, right? So how to have open-end questions, how to have close, why not to have close end. We talked about all those best practices, and I gave you some examples also. And we have also used AI to create those questions. And I told you that what is an open-end question, what is a close-ended question here, right? Now, one thing you have to understand, for example, if you talk about the user interviews, right? So user interviews cannot be done practically in this course, right? I can't go out and talk to someone to do the user interviews. But that's why your assignment has this. So in your assignment, in your case study or the assignment which we have for this course, we tell that you conduct the user interviews, right? So maybe talk to your family members, talk to your friends, to your colleagues, and conduct user interviews basically, right? And you submit that as an assignment basically, right? So I will talk about the assignment also. I think I have not talked about the assignment till now because this assignment is big. And this assignment is big, so a lot of stages in it. So I will talk about that. Don't worry, right? I will talk about that assignment part over here with all of you here, right? So user interviews you do it practically, right? Then what happens is when you do that practically, right? Then you can share with me I can't of course give you I can't give everyone one-on-one feedback here, but I can give you broader feedback to everyone that what you should have done. So that's how you do the practical of user interviews, right? Now we talk about focus groups. So now you know what is focus groups is, right? But again, you need people for focus groups to be done, right? So for focus groups, either you can do user interviews or either you can do focus group. That's up to you basically, right? You can conduct that here. And then few studies which you can't do practically, even if you're doing, I would say, classroom study, or if you're going even go to a university or something, whatever you're doing basically over here, in it, right? So if you look at talking about the ethnographic part here, what we talked about, observing user in the real environment. Now you can do that if you're comfortable, going out. Let's say you are you want to do a research on how people do shopping, let's say, like in the fashion industry. So you can go to malls, you can observe the people behavior, right? I'm not telling you to like just be a CCTV camera, but observe the pattern of the users, right? You can get the details. So that's how you do that practical over here, right? Same thing with goes with because of ethnographic and observation are related to each other here, right? So we talk about that here. When it comes to usable testing now we can do this practically, right? Because this is something you can do it online as well, right? You can do like face to face also, you can do online also, yeah. So we talk about usable testing, like I said, in the module, when we go to the module number 4 about usable testing, which is basically based on that. Then we talk about, how you can conduct this practically for the prototypes. Again, not, I would like to clarify here for prototypes. Now, see, usability testing could be of multiple types, to be frank. One of them we have talked about, heat maps, we talk about web analytics, etc., etc. We have a lot of things basically involved in it. So when you talk about, now if we talk about, how should I do the practical of Google Analytics? That is not the part of this course. Remember, understand this, because Google Analytics has to be first be implemented on a live website, which will gather some data over the months, and then you analyze the data over here. So not every study or everything can be done practically in this course. Or when even when you will become a UX designer, let's say if you're working in a company, not everything you will do practically yourself. This could be divided. For example, your marketing team is already looking at web analytics part. They have the data. Your BAs will have the data. So you can ask that data from the BAs for your research, basically, to understand the pattern of the users. So now the concept is that you are aware about there is something called as web usability testing. And in the usability testing, we have this, right? So what data to look for, how to talk in the company, right? So that's how the practical will basically come into the place here, into it, right? For example, in your case study, we talk about, you have to conduct user interviews. We talk about how you have to conduct surveys and show the data of that survey there. So we'll have to do that. Then you will have to do the analysis of that user interviews and the survey. And you have to create a persona based on it. You have to get an empathy map based on it. So those will be the practicals which you will have in the session also. And of course, as your homework, I would say, or the assignment basically you have here. Right. So that's how it basically works here. Just to kind of recap from the yesterday's one, yeah. So let me go to this one because we're talking about quantitative studies. Sorry. So we have surveys now here, right? In the surveys. Okay. So surveys. So what is a survey? Survey, I think all of you must have in your lifetime so far, you must have surely filled a survey. Now it could be a small feedback form. It could be a more detailed, survey you might have done. Sometimes you could be a part of a survey indirectly. You might not know it, to be frank, right? Because I would say even web analytics is a kind of a survey which can happen indirectly on you, and which we might not realize. For example, if you talk about heat maps, A/B testing, you all of us must be having part of all this. You go to any website, you go to like say Simplilearn.com, it has web analytics running on its website. So if you go to that website, they are capturing your details. Details in the sense they will come to know that what web browser you're using. They will come to know, from where you are, accessing this website, what time you are accessing it, what pages are you visiting, where are you looking in the page, right? They will get all the data. So that is web analytics. So you indirectly, we all have been a part of web analytics basically. Then based on the web analytics, it creates heat maps. So we all have been a part of it. You never know you are under A/B testing. Like I gave an example of Google, and I think I shared a link also for you to read about, and then groups about user interviews and all that. I've given you all those links here. And it right. So if you talk about A/B testing over here, so the A/B testing is we all have been a part of it, knowingly, unknowingly, to be frank. So this company is not keep doing that here. Okay. So when you talk about how does a product creating from a scratch? See, there is no direct answer to it, to be frank, right? And it may not be your job as a UX designer about the particular product, because when you talk about a particular product, it's a bigger picture, right? It's like a startup, right? If you talk about any startup, so you think about how a startup is started, right? It started from an idea. I think if you look at Shark Tank India, I think it gives you the answers how a product begins, to be frank. It could be an idea great in your mind. Then based on that idea, you will do some research whether this will work in the market or not, right? You do that research, you then prepare a presentation. Let's say another research, you some collect some data, to showcase to the people who, if you want to look for a funding basically, right? And you do it. For example, think about a very simple thing. If you don't want to understand this, I think it's a good question to ask. If you want to think about this, let's say today you need to borrow money from your parents to start a business, right? Or think about someone wants to borrow money from you to start a business. Let's say I come to you and say, please give me 2 lakh rupees. I want to start a business, right? What would you ask me, right? You will ask me what is the product idea, what you want to build, right? You will ask me. Then you will ask some follow-up questions on based on that. Hey, whether have you done the research? Is it practical? Will it fit the market? Is the product fit to the market or not? Right? Have you done the research? Because if I'm putting as an investor, if you're putting some money, you need to know, right? Is it worth? Is it the idea which is going to work? So I think everything's when you talk about product created from scratch, it's more about the idea getting implemented over here, right? Into it. So that's the idea. Now, a lot of us have ideas, but we don't implement, to be frank. Right? The ideas needs to be implemented. And remember, it is not important that you do research. Sometimes it's not important that you will not see if I want to create a new product, let's say, right? I might not do research. I might create a basic product first, right? Because I told you one quote which Steve Jobs used to say, people don't know what they need unless until you show them what is needed. Very simple, clear quote here. So you might have to build a very basic piece of product sometimes, take it to the market, do the research, right? Get the feedback, improve it, build it. So that's how Zomato is an idea. If you look at the Zomato, how Zomato is built, it's an idea of food delivery, right? It's a product in itself and a service and a product in itself, basically, if you look at it. So Zomato is not built overnight, right? Or it is not, I can't even claim that it has been built using UX, right? It's a business, it's an idea, it's an innovation which is there, right? But that the user experience is taking it forward, is making that product excellent. So that's what you can say here. So what you are talking about is more about a bigger picture of the idea to be implemented over here in it, right? So documentation and everything will come generally later. So first is the idea. You document your thoughts. You think whether it will work in the market. What are the what kind of money you have, how much money you need. So there are a lot of things going around that, I would say. Okay, so, can you show me some documentation for UX team, how the work is distributed and how would they measure their success? Okay, so of course you can look at a lot of case studies. I can also show you some case studies basically on it, right, about the UX. But you can't get all the data in case study, to be frank, because most of the companies don't publish their complete case studies, I would say, from end to end to be there. And when you talk about measuring success, could be very, very different. For example, today I have 1,000 people coming to my website, right? And you as a UX designer say, okay, I will, if you kind of do a proper UX, if you kind of redesign your website in a proper way, and if you redesign your content strategy and everything, I can get you from 1,000 to 5,000, right? So that could be a measure of success there. Understand this. For some business, the measure of success could be the goodwill of the brand. For some business, the success could be that how many uh, active users we have monthly on it. So success can vary. I would say very, very vary what you're going to have, right? And it is not always in UX, it is not always measurable. Not always measurable because remember you have two types of data. One is quantitative and qualitative. So you can't really measure how many people are frustrated probably, right? Or how many people are happy with that particular feature. Right? So that might come over the time. That's one thing over here. How the work is distributed totally depends from company to company, right? Totally depends how the work is distributed. It's a very integrated part of any organization here. If you go to any startup, basic startup, they might just have one or two people who are doing the entire work, right? To be there. And there could be, a bigger teams. If you go to some established business like Amazon, Microsoft, and all, and you might just be doing one part of the study, some part of the work. You might be just be doing, user interviews, and who will do what uh, will be done by what department is generally set by the product owners, or maybe the higher or maybe it could be a director of the department, right? Or the VPs. Every company have, I think, different naming nowadays. A lot of variation is coming in it. If you now go to the banking sector, people generally even at starting position known as VPs nowadays, right? Vice president of a particular department here, and it to be done. So yeah, so like you were mentioning, like you are in your company, you are the one who are doing design, development, and animation also, and you name it, right? So it totally varies, right? You can't really pinpoint who will do what, etc., etc., right? Even if I ask you, like you are doing designing, let's say, right? So in designing, what part will you distribute to someone else? Now you will say that will depend, right? What kind of design it is, what kind of work it is, where I am busy, what I can't do it. So same question over here. It's a very broad question you have asked basically here. And to be frank, right? To be done, I would say here. Yeah. But yes, I think this will become more concrete to all of you, because I know it's like bees flying around your heads. Okay, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this also. But by the end of the course, once you start building it, you will automatically understand this UX process. You will say, okay, I need to do service also, I need to do this also. Looks confusing. Then you might be thinking that how I will use this knowledge in the UX. So once you start building the case study, you will automatically understand that. It will help you basically build that over here. Now, for example, if you talk about one more thing, if you talk about job roles, if you talk about mid to large companies job roles, they might have UX researcher, they might have UX designer, they may have UI designer, they may have UX content writer, they may have interaction designer, they will have a team of, I would say, design ops basically. They might have a product designer, of course, or you can say product owner, I would say. Then you might have a design lead, or you might have a design manager basically there, in a more distributed model, I would say, and to be there. And when you talk about measurement, just to, I think, because it's a good question about measurement here. Now, again, the measurement could be done on task success rate, like how many people completed that particular task without help, for example. Time taken on the task, like how many, let's say I have a login process on my website and currently it's taking 1 minute. Now, the good UX is that it should take only 30 seconds, for example, to complete the user. So what is the time on task people are you putting there, right? Then it might have system usability scale. There's something called as SUS, basically. SUS, we call it, known as system usability scale. So we'll talk about that later here, right? Then you have a net promoter scale, NPS, yeah, NPS, net promoter scale you have, which measures the user's loyalty and satisfaction, basically here, right? Then you have error rate. If you talk about web analytics, and then you have to talk about error rate, how successfully we are able to reduce the error rate. Then you have adoption rate, basically. How many users have adopted for a new feature which you launched, right? Then you have a retention and churn rate, which means long-term engagement post the interaction has been completed by the user. So there could be a lot of things, metrics in terms of successful rates to be done in that. Let's talk about the surveys here. I think I did not talk about did I talk about in detail about the surveys? Because sorry, I'm not able to recall it. Did I talk about in detail about the surveys? Did I go through all the sites of surveys? Just let's see how many if you remember. Okay. Okay, let me get started. So I'll anyways kind of repeat a little bit of it because it's something important to understand few things in the surveys as well. I don't think, yeah, I just give an overview, correct? Yeah. So what is a survey? So all of us know what is a survey though, right? Survey is a sequence of questions used to determine participant preferences, reasoning, qualities, and feelings about a certain issue. Right? Surveys allow you to qualify notions as a research tool. It is decided to employ a sample for a bigger audience, remember, and the lessons you learn for a larger group. So remember, if you talk about NN group also, if you remember, we talk about user interviews. In user interviews, said 5 people. Generally, 5 people are sufficient, right? As per the research of NN group. In surveys, NN group says at least, or we target basically say 100 people in a survey. So it's a group of people. Remember, the survey is done basically here in that. And based on that, if you look at a lot of research paper, I don't know how many if you read, if you talk about medical research paper nowadays, if you talk about a lot of research papers coming in, right? In PhD also you have research paper. It's a mandate to do a research survey basically. Because surveys you can't, prove your study to be there and that. So research survey is one of the biggest research tools across industries, I would say, just not UX and UI. People have been using it from years to do establish some point, I would say, right? So there. Now, surveys. What are the varieties of surveys you have here, right? It can be used for collecting feedback on a working product, probably. It could be investigating reason why people visited particular websites, right? Or why people visited, what time people go, right? Evaluating usability of a particular product, let's say, right? Why people evaluate. Maybe you want to evaluate a particular product. For example, if I ask you why people, like in today's world, why people still go to theaters to watch movie. Think about it. Let's say you want to do a survey. Why people still go and watch movies on PVR or whatever it could be, like multiplex. Ultimately, the movie will come to net. Now there's OTT platforms are there, right? So why people will go there? Okay, so most of the things experience a bigger on screen. My assumption would be experience IG, okay, and feel okay. That feel okay. Yeah. So see now what all of you are answering. So if I even talk about my feeling, okay, it's a good experience, a big screen, probably picture quality, sound experience, and all, which I might not have at my home. Fine, I agree with you, right? So this is our assumption first of all. Now, if I ask you, can you prove that what are you saying is right? That people go for experience. Is that the only main reason people go for it? So how will you prove it? You can prove that using a survey, right? So that's why you would create a survey and conduct that survey up there, right? So remember, it's very, very important to keep this in mind that when you keep creating surveys, right, you're trying to prove a point. Like I think one of you very clearly mentioned, my assumption would be, which is very good. Because remember, you're assuming something. And sometimes assumption could be dangerous into that. It could be dangerous, right? And there could be a lot of other factors probably there with that, right? So to prove that assumption which you have and to validate that assumption, I would say, you may go for a survey. A survey is conducted, right? So what are the tools for survey here you have? You have like Survey Monkey, you have UFO, you have Survey Gizmo. I've talked about, I think, this previously also. The tool is not important here, to be frank, because it depends on how much money and what, if you want to do online, offline. You can also, remember, you can do a survey offline also, right? You can do a survey offline also. You can do it online nowadays with the help of technology, right? So Survey Monkeys is a tool. You create questions. You can just use, for example, in this case studies and all, we tell you to use Google Forms because it's free, completely free to use, and you can conduct it. But what is special in these tools is, if I talk about in short, should about SurveyMonkey. SurveyMonkey can have conditional surveys, right? Which Google form will not give you. For example, you may ask the user, right? Do you go to Do you go to watch movies on multiplexes? So the answer could be yes or no. So let's say if the person says yes, then he or she will see a different set of questions. Okay. If the person says no, then he or she will see a different set of questions, basically. So if you want to do that branching and if you want to do that conditional survey, then SurveyMonkey and all these tools are very good to have. Otherwise, you can simply just use Google Forms for that purpose, right? To be done. So there are a lot of AI tools you have, like you have Monkey Learn, right? Is a basically I would say user-friendly machine learning platform that helps you turn raw data into actionable insights. This is majorly used for converting your data into a more valuable data. I would say it can automatically analyze. Nowadays, AI is very much capable. It can automatically analyze your data. Of course, you might do a little bit more add-on to it, but AI can do that now. Same goes with Survey Sparrow or Typeform. So in Typeform, if you remember, I showed you a practical of Typeform where you can create, questions, and you can automatically get options also for you using the Typeform. We already talked about that here, right? And you can create very conversational based surveys also using that because it has conditional options to it here to be done. So generally, these AI tools can also analyze the data for you. So they can give you this kind of like if you talk about Monkey Learn, then it can give you this kind of dashboard to understand the feedback analysis. You can basically, once people do that, Caesar, sample by topic, segment by topic, crowd. So you have that data, more visual data here coming in, right? Now this kind of data, I don't know if anybody who is a BA here, business analyst, and was into similar thing, I would say, product manager or something. You must be very familiar with this kind of charts. Yeah, people generally prepare in Tableau also. Tableau is a software, Power BI. Nowadays, of course, being used a lot, right? But this tool specifically is for surveys and all analysis, which you're seeing, which can automatically give you that data after analysis of it here. Especially if you're doing online, I would say, right? It can give you some insights automatically based on. So you don't have to prepare it manually, right? Like I said, if you go to like Survey Sparrow, or even if you go to Typeform, I would, sorry, if you go to Survey Monkey, it has some option of logic here. See, it has option of logic to it. So let's say if the answer is yes, then show this question. Otherwise, skip. So you can get a logical questions here in it in this kind of tools, but they are all paid tools until that. Most of them are paid tools here. They give you a free version also, but they will give like very basic free version where you will have a lot of limitations, your friend. So when you go to companies, now let's say for example you go to Amazon. So Amazon might be using SurveyMonkey. You might go to let's say Microsoft. They might be using Survey Sparrow, right? So you can't really tell what tool they have been using because for surveys there is no standard tool. Every company have their own choice for the surveys and what their department and what they have been using depending on the cost and how many people you want to survey and all. So that totally depends basically here. So as such in service, I would say there is no standard. For example, in UI designing, I can say Figma is a standard nowadays. Figma is like 80%, I would say, even for Figma, I will say it's 80% standard for UI designing work and doing that prototyping and all here. But in service, you can't really say that because tools, there are a lot many tools. And for every kind of audience you want to capture, there could be different tool for it in the service. So tool is not important, but what kind of question the tool, the survey have and how it is logically prepared is the most important thing, right? Otherwise, you just need to copy paste the questions in the survey to be there. But what kind of questions you have, what kind of options you have, how big the survey is, how many questions you have in the survey, that totally something you need to take care of. So, yeah. Same thing goes with Typeform. I think I talked about Typeform practically in the last session with all of you here. Right? So I just kind of gave in a little bit quick overview to all of you here on it. And okay, then we have what is web analytics. So what is web analytics? It refers to the process of collecting, measuring, analyzing, reporting data related to web traffic and user behaviors on the website. The goal is to gain insights how users interact with the website, which can inform decisions about design improvements, content strategy, and marketing efforts, basically. Right. So web analytics, there are a lot of tools in web analytics you again have, right? You have Google Analytics, Hotjar, Men- Mono. There are a lot of tools basically. There's again endless tools. But if you talk about non-paid tool, which is very, very good to get started, of course, I would say Google Analytics is great. It can give a lot of insights, right? And if you talk about almost any website will generally have Google Analytics implemented to it, especially for, I would say, small to medium sized companies. You will have Google Analytics implemented there for sure. Because most of these companies also use Google AdWords, which basically gets connected to Google Analytics for data and for advertisement, ROI and all basically. So, and remember one thing that you might not just use one tool. For example, people, I might also use Google Analytics. I might also use Hotjar on my website because Hotjar can create better heat maps, right? Whereas Google Analytics can give you overall statistics of the website over there. And remember, this is done generally, I would say 90% done on a live product. If you already have a product, if you already have a website, then you already will have the Google Analytics data. Otherwise, let's say if your if your product is raw, let's say you currently don't have a website or a app, then of course you will not get the Google Analytics data for it, right? You don't will not have all this data here, which you see because there is no live product, and if you don't have a live product, then you don't have the data basically because this has to be for the live product. So where it is useful for UX designer when you want to redesign something. Even when you're redesigning a page, you're redesigning a particular feature, you're redesigning a website, then this data will be useful for you. Otherwise, not. In the starting environment. And you can't get the competitor data, remember. So you can't do Google Analytics on someone else's website unless until you own it, because you will have to inject some JavaScript code in that website. So you can't really get that data also easily. Unless until by hook and hook, that's a different thing. I will not go into that. But you can't get it Google Analytics data of any other. Let's say if I want to have the Google Analytics data of Myntra, I can't have because it's their website, they own it, and they have access to their own analytics. So you will not be able to access it, remember. Or you cannot establish this on any competitor website over there because the data needs some tracking with the code. And only the owners of the website or the people who maintain the website can have, otherwise not. Is that right? I think I've entered. So how does it work? See, web analytics has a lot of things into it, to be frank. And anybody who comes here from digital marketing, I don't know if someone is from digital marketing here, you must be knowing about all this very well, to be frank. Or if you're a technical person, then you must be knowing some of the things which we're going to talk about in this slide here. So web analytics basically needs a tracking code, like I said, it needs a tracking code from the first thing. So it needs a tracking code, which basically collects the data of the users, right? Now, what kind of data it collects totally depends on the kind of tool you are using and what tracking you are doing, to be frank, right? Let me tell you, some of the marketing tools can even extract a lot of data, your personal data. Not personal data exactly, but they can know, for example, they can estimate, I would say, how old are you, whether you are male or female, right? What is your gender, basically. They can come to know, right? They can also know your estimated income. No, not directly, of course, but based on the area and everything you might be pursuing. So a lot of data, it can collect basically based on that. It can also know before coming to my website what other website you have visited. It can also know that, by the way, based on the cookies and all. Nowadays, if you go to website, we say accept all cookies and all. We do that generally. Government has made rules for it, but we say okay, accept all cookies. So when you're giving access to all cookies, basically that's what happens basically here, right? Then you have page views, right? Page views basically count how many number of time users have viewed a particular page on the website. Then you have page views given by standard web analytics. Then you have session. Session basically means, in short, tracking each visit to your website and all the interactions within that site. For example, if you come to my website, right? So that will come as one session, and what all you have done in that particular session. So that is in the sessions basically. You can track each session basically over. Bounce rate. I think this is the most painful for any website to have. Bounce rate. So it basically measures people when people kind of leave a particular website on leaving one particular page. So let's say you click on a Google one tab, your website is open, you look at that website and close it. So it'll come under bounce rate. That you don't do any interaction, you don't do nothing basically. You just basically leave that page. So that comes a bounce rate. So that could be one of the metrics in UX that we want to reduce this bounce rate. Most of the companies work on this. How can we keep the bounce rate low? Then you have traffic growth. So it can basically tell you from where the user is coming. Is coming from website, is coming from Google, is the user coming from social media, is the user coming from YouTube? Of course, it also comes in social media, I would say. Whether the user is coming from desktop, whether the user is coming from tablet, whether the user is coming from mobile, it can tell you all that basically here. That kind of data you can get there. Then you also have a click tracking. Now this is what Hotjar does basically majorly. So it monitors the click of the user behavior. So where the user have clicked, on which button they have clicked. Right. So this can give you data. Okay, what button is capturing more audience? Right. What how people are navigating. This is what you can understand with the help of this. So this can be very helpful when you go to redesign a website. To understand, and you can get this data from the marketing team or from the IT team. You can get this data, you can analyze the data, and then you can create a better product of the UX. So maybe remember, putting a tracking code on your website is not your job. It may not be your job at all, because this will be done by the IT team or marketing team, whoever is responsible for it. Maybe you could be one of the person who might be responsible for it, but this might not be your job, to be frank. And for example, all these tools of tracking have a feature. For example, if I have a dashboard, I can share with you to view only. Let's say if I'm a marketing manager who has access to Google Analytics, and you come as a UX designer to me because you want to look at some data for the further research. So I can basically add you as a collaborator in the Google Analytics to view the data there. So that is possible. And by the way, it can also tell you how many users currently you have live on your website. Even that kind of data is available, and from which area uh, or from which country they are visiting. Basically, what time people are coming to your website. It can also tell you that. How many visits are happening from India, how many visits are happening from US. All that data is available generally in this analytics part, and much more, to be frank. No, the only way you can do is basically see when we do like SEO and all, there are some tools which can basically tell you some basic data of the competitor, but that is for marketing purpose, to be frank, right? For example, it can tell you what is the keyword they are ranking for. It can tell you, how many visits they have monthly, approximately. Also, not exactly. It could be a estimation of the data. You can have that basic data using some tools we can run basically to do it. Like I used to use Ahref a lot, but because I used to do SEO previously, right? I still do it. Means it's like, for example, you have a tool known as Ahref, ahref.com. Very popular tool in SEO industry and digital marketing. People who are coming basically might be knowing about it, right? So Ahref is available. So you can basically run this tool on the competitor's website to extract some part of the data, but not exactly, to be frank, right? Over here. And even the web analytic data which you get, remember all the data which you're getting over here, I would not say it's not 100% correct. For example, it might tell, it might show, let's say, 50% males and 30% females, for example, visiting a website. That you can't say that that's 100% correct data. That could be incorrect data, to be frank. For example, what if if I have my mother laptop I'm using my mother's laptop to access it, right? So data might not be 100% correct, and there is no guarantee of that 100% data. But of course, you estimate, okay, at least out of that data, at least 80 to 70% data is correct. So that is the assumption by default applied. So nothing is like fixed there, to be frank. So Manu saying bounce rate, just let's say for a small user might be just be using some window shopping. Then correct, Manoj. I agree with you. I agree with you on that particular part for sure. I completely agree with you that on part of that. I completely agree on that part with you. Bounce rate, see, I would say bounce rate is like very, very subjective to be frank for companies, right? And it's some companies expect to have bounce rate high. Some companies don't, right? Like Manoj have made a very good point here. Sometimes what happens, let's say you want to buy a laptop or you want to buy a phone, for example, right? You want to buy a phone. Let's say you want to buy an iPhone. Generally, what happens if you have one mindset in India? I still feel that people buy phone physically. If you're buying an expensive phone, if you're buying I think a cheap phone, then you generally buy online. But if you're buying a new iPhone and all that, right? Then people generally love to buy from a store, right? Because of the, of course, security. I would say sense of security. I would say there and everything you have, right? And you can see your thing in front of. But while you are in the Apple store, you might go to apple.com, iPhone page, right? And you might, kind of verify the details maybe. So if you just maybe go there and just look at the price and close it. You go to Amazon and you just look at the price and close it. So that will of course be coming as a bounce rate, right? And which may be deceiving, like Manoj mentioned, which is correct. I agree with you on that part here. So it is not always a correct method. So this is what that is where your intelligence comes in. What Manoj have mentioned. This is what as a UX designer or as a UX research, you need to determine what metrics to focus on. And this comes with experience, right? And maybe you could be better than on that than me or somebody else, to be frank. It depends how your mind, analyze the data over there. That's important to know. In what context you're looking at it is also important over there, right? Then we have heat maps. So heat maps, as you know, it's a visual representation of the user behavior on a page or interface. They use color gradient to indicate where users interact with the page and where they click and scroll. All right. So I show the practical. See, this is what heat maps looks like. So heat maps basically know where the most people are clicking, which part they're looking the most, where they're scrolling. It's all estimated. Remember, clicks can still be more accurate, I would say, because they have like click counter there on it. But heat maps and all could be a little bit subjective, to be frank. But they can still give you good data. If you want to get a proper heat map, when companies who are want to do a more accurate studies of heat map, then you need to use one technology. I don't know how many of you know. I think I've talked about that. What do you use for that? What do you use for that? Anybody talk about it? What would you use if you want to do more accurate heat map trackings? What technologies is used for that? Survey, no. Heat maps cannot be done by surveys. Heat map is something what you see where the user are clicking on. So surveys are more kind of question based, basically, I would say. Mm. Eye tracking, that's correct, Priyanka. Eye tracking. So eye tracking is the most can give you most accurate data about the heat maps, basically, and they can create more accurate heat maps there because it looks at your eye movement, basically the pulp, which is moving and where you are exactly looking. It can basically track that. It's a little bit expensive. For example, there's a company called Toby. I don't know if you heard about this company. Toby gives glasses and gives you the software to basically do the eye track. It's a it's a eye tracker basically. You have Toby, right? And which gives you eye tracking technology. I've been doing from last 20 years, I would say. So if you look at this is the website of it. I just opened Toby. It's been used by a lot of companies, basically high-end companies. I would say you can see big companies, all the big company name what you see here. Even if you put Harvard University and all, if you go to their research department, they will have these tools basically available for them. I think IIT Delhi also has this. IIT Delhi or maybe some IIT has that basically for eye tracking. So they have some product basically here. So they give you the software. So they have classes you can see here. And they have like multiple ways. They have one sensor also option. I think they should be visible here. I think this is the glass which you have, see variable eye trackers, and they also have XR based trackers nowadays, and they also have auto sense and all. So they could be used in different ways. And this eye tracking study in different ways, even by pilot training, you can see training and simulations. It is used in UX human factors, basically user research, cognitive psychology research. It has been used. So it's used in UX research. You can see here, right? So there are different departments basically eye tracking is used for. So our topic is of course UX research. You can see here. So you can access a lot of hidden data using this. Oh my gosh, okay. So you can see access the report here. I think so I think gives you a report also here. If you go ahead, you can download the report from here. I think you'll have to fill the details and you can download the report from here of the eye tracking. It can give you more detailed heat maps where the user was looking and etc. etc. This, but explain like not of course every company or everybody can afford, and of course it takes time to do that, right? It is not it is not about getting the device. It is also about getting the users, do the test, then you have to have their software to analyze it. A lot of things going into it, and then, right? And then group have done a lot of eye tracking studies based on that, right? And there are some research papers also based on the like Allen group tells that people read in Z or F pattern nowadays, right? So, and it has done that research based on eye tracking. So that how people do that, and that is coming from their eye tracking. So especially for the web, people read in F pattern basically, right? I have the article of that link. I show you basically. I'll give you the link. Maybe you can just don't do it right now, but you will understand how eye tracking works or not. I'll give you the link of that case study of NN group which we have basically. And we can go and read that later. So now when you ask about doing a practical, right? So remember, not everything is can be done at your level right now as a practical because it is not feasible to implement everything. But at least now you know that this exists, right? So if the company, maybe in your company, if there's a requirement like that, if you have the capacity and budget to do that, you may do it and you may implement that. But but you will do it only when you are aware about it, right? If you're not aware about something like that is there, you will not even know it. So that's why theoretical concepts are very, very important in UX over there. So heat maps can be of different types also, by the way. You have click heat maps where the users click on a page. You can have scroll heat maps, shows how far users scroll down a page and where they stop generally, or what is making them stop while they're scrolling, right? Hover heat maps you have show where users move their cursor across the page. So kind of get the data basically with the heat maps here. And these heat maps can also be available to you in the lot of tools. Again, you have Hotjar, which is going very, very popular nowadays. Crazy Egg is again one of the very popular tools, I would say. They both are very competitors to each other, especially the Hotjar and the Crazy Egg. You can also get heat maps from the Google Analytics, by the way. If done in a right way, if you have implemented the right way, you can get that. But Google Analytics heat maps are not so great, I would say, compared to the Hotjar and Crazy Egg in my experience. To be frank, we talk about the Motomono tool here, which is in the center here. It's an open source. Not every company uses it. It's an open source tool. So for this open source tool, you have to kind of establish a server and everything. Means you have to put your own server to run this basically. So it's an open source tool. Open source. You don't have to pay anything, but you have to kind of I would say install this on your premises if you're not using their server basically. That has to be implemented on your. A lot of companies use this also, to be frank, for analytics part, especially when you're going to government companies and all, where they cannot trust anybody's data for analytics. It's going to giving to Google the data of analytics. So they might implement that. using this tool, because this tool can be installed on your own server, can be localized server basically, and you will have access to the data basically. Like WordPress, if you know WordPress is a org. Same ways this tool is also an org basically, which you have in it, and you can install in your own server on your own premises. I would say private cloud, I can say in a short, to have it. There are a lot of other tools which basically offers you private uh, installation part of it, but yeah, it's like one of the tools you have. I don't know. Okay, then we have A/B testing. I think I talked about the A/B testing already a lot. So in A/B testing, I think shared you one link also in the last session about the Google doing blue color testing. I don't know how many of you read about that article, but Google have tested even blue color. So A/B testing can be done on anything. So let's say I have two designs, design A and B, right? And I don't know which one will do better in the market. For example, which one will people will like more. So I can create a website, or you basically do in the server in a way that, let's say if 100 people are coming to a website, out of those 100, 50 people will see A design and another 50 will see B design here, right? And of course, which will give you the analytics to understand what page is performing better. Maybe let's say in just I'm giving a very hypothetical example here. Let's say in page number A, you have a bounce rate of 50%. And maybe in page number B, you have a bounce rate of 30%, right? So you know that B is maybe performing better. And why it's performing, then you might look into more details of it. That how people spend it, how much time. Then you might have a heat map on top of it to understand it. So A/B testing, of course, gives a lot of other data. Does not tell you that which is better. It tells you, okay, it will give you the heat map also. It will give you the number of subscriptions you got, maybe how many sales you got from that particular page. It will tell you all that. Mm. So again, the tools you can use varies basically over here. We'll talk about the tools here. There are a lot of tools you have for A/B testing. So what you have in the A/B testing, you form a hypothesis to measure a change. You create two versions of the page, A and B, like I mentioned. Assign users handle to both versions equally. Measure the user behavior and analyze the performance results basically out of it. Now for this, you can use Google Optimize. You can use Unbounce is basically used by a lot of marketing companies. By the way, Unbounce is a very good for landing pages to be created. Unbounce, even email marketing companies basically use Unbounce a lot. You have Visual Website Optimizer, you have Optimally. Again, they all tools are similar to be frank. Now, what tool will you use? Totally depends on the company, budget, what company has, what they have been using in the past and all. You can't really control that to be frank. And there is nothing to learn much in this tool because these are technical tools to implement. What you will get out of this tool is a report to look at it. You'll get a dashboard basically, look at it. To look at the data here. Generally, implementing these tools is not your job. Let me tell you that. It's not your job to implement it. If it's a very small company, then it would be one of your jobs to do it. In case if you are the only one who knows and how to do A/B testing and all, then that's a different case, I would say over here. That. Okay, let me show you this. This is from my website. See. So if you look at it, this is how the Google Analytics looks like that there, yeah, right? Since it's showing how many active new users, every account, mention. That's very basic because my website is like very, very basic here, but you can see that data. So I can, go here and click on reports here. I can get the reports here. This is just to show you basically all of it here, right? And those who might be wondering what it is. So I can give you acquisition, I can give you an overview here. See, it can tell you how many, how from what sources people are coming, etc. etc. Here you can see that. What are the top countries I might have? Active users, new users, user acquisition over here. And that, of course, I don't have any user acquisition here to be frank, but this is done when you have Google AdWords and Web Analytics going there. Then I can show you some behaviors. It also gives you this also here. User attributes, demographic details here. See, I can get demographic details here. See, India, Bangladesh, you can see. I can look into. I can look at the audiences here, basically how the audience is distributed for a particular website here. See all users. I can go here. I can go to the mobile tablet, like I said, give you all that information over here. And if the website is big, I have some more clients basically, which I can't show you the data for, referring to you, but you can get a lot of details over here. You can see technical details, what browser people have been coming to, right? And it over here. Then I can go here. This is basically, I can't show you because this is with Google Analytics actually. And I can go to the explore page to do more here. And I can basically get more path exploration, for example. I can see what path people have been taking. So I can even kind of know that in the exploration part here. Here I don't have anything to be frank, but just to show you, see, will show me the path exploration. You'll get a report now of it. Basically, page you see session starts, page view, more. I can click here or look at the events. First visit, see. So I can know how people have also navigated in my website. I can even know that here. And that see gender, for example. I have dimensions to be taken, country, gender, traffic. And you might have a lot of data depending on how you have implemented Google Analytics there and what kind of data you are measuring there. It also depends on that here. To taken that. I'll show you one more thing. And then, so about Optimizely as a tool. See, so in Optimizely, you can basically do A and B testing. Right? This is the article. Sorry, let me show you the product here. So one of the products they have, like they have a lot of products to be frank. One of the products they have is analytics. You can see here under which you can do similar what I showed you by implementing, and of course you can also do A and B testing and all with this analytic controls over here, which is here and it, right? So I can give you data like this here, and you can do A and B testing, create custom data. Nowadays, of course, AI is also coming a lot, so it can kind of analyze a lot of things for you. And that. We're done. If you want to learn more, means you want to look at some sample dashboards, and I think you can go to YouTube. A lot of people show you some kind of sample data on YouTube. I can't play the videos here, but you will see a lot of sample data of A and B testing and other things, which is there as case studies. It's not typical to use. It depends, if you have the budget and everything. So if you don't want to pay anything, just use Google Analytics, I would say. If you have the money and the budget, then you might go for Optimizely. You might also go to Adobe Marketing Cloud. To be frank, Adobe Marketing Cloud is amazing, right? But very very expensive, right? It starts. I think the subscription starts for marketing Adobe Marketing Cloud. I'm talking about the very very base. If I talk about very very starting price of Adobe Marketing Cloud is around 1 crore rupees per year, right? That's like a base. I'm talking about base, and can go to multiple crores. To be frank, it's like Intel, big companies basically use Adobe Marketing Cloud. All of us know Adobe from Adobe Creative Cloud, but a lot of people don't know that Adobe has a very big marketing cloud in it, under it, which is known as Adobe Experience Manager. Under the Adobe Experience Manager, you have Adobe Marketing Cloud as a tool, which is used by enterprise businesses. Right? You can also search. See, I show you Adobe Marketing Cloud. It has multiple tools under it. So tool I said the tools are not very important. And now you might say this is marketing tool. So is this for you? Yes, because it has analytics. So if you look at the products in the business cloud here, so it has multiple products here. For example, you have Journey Optimizer, you have Marketo, B2B, into the marketing cloud. Then you talk about the content management itself. Then there are several tools they have. Then they have real-time CDP. They have Adobe Analytics. Now this is the main tool, which is a big competitor of all those paid tools which I'm talking about here. And that, right? So if you go here also, if you try to say, okay, I want to use this, you can't use this because it is see for what big companies basically use them, right? Multinational companies basically have access to Adobe marketing analytics basically here. So basically what if you say okay get started or you'll say want to purchase it, you can't purchase it to be frank with this tool, right? You will have to fill up a form, submit it, they will contact you, they will understand your requirement, and then they will quote you the price over here. And this is just one part of the Adobe Marketing Cloud, by the way, right? So the Adobe Marketing Cloud, you have many other tools basically, which is a part of it. So of course, this is not your job. This is not your job, right? Your job is just to look at the data, get the data from the marketing team, analyze it, implement something. That would be your job, not purchasing this tool, implementing this tool, and all. You just want to see the data of this tool. Basically. That's your job over here. Then, as a UX designer. So we talk about optimizely also. It's not like you have to learn that tool. No, you just need to understand what kind of data it can give you and how to analyze the data. That's your job as a UX researcher. That's it. So here we have talked about both quantitative and quantitative methods, essential for gathering comprehensive user insights in UX. We have talked about how users interview provide in-depth and flexible feedback, revealing the user's emotions, motivation, behaviors. Tools like Typeform can enhance the data collection process, especially for quantitative research with advanced analytics and insights, right? And the web analytics and AMA texting can help you track how users interact with the website and compare different designs, make it easier to improve the user experience. So we'll talk about all that over here. Next thing we'll talk about, like I said, in now next lesson we have, which we have, is about the mastering the user. Let me show you. Okay, on the screen itself, applying. Mastering the data analysis in UX research. Okay, like how it can analyze the data in the UX research part here. This is not a pure UX analysis, sorry, analysis research basically. So I would say this is a guidance from my end. I would say if you want to go into pure research part of UX, then study some part of business analyst. I would say there are some certifications known as CBAP and all that you have for business analyst that can basically help you a bit. Maybe if you have that knowledge, and it's kind of an added advantage, to be frank, if you want to be pure into the research part over here. Right? What are the learning objectives we have here is we have applying qualitative and quantitative analysis techniques to identify user behavior patterns and UX design opportunities, utilizing the online tools to improve the accuracy and efficiency of the UX data analysis, analyze users' research data using appropriate data analysis methods to inform decisions, to make informed design decisions, evaluating the user analysis results to determine insights that inform actionable improvements to enhance the overall user experience of it. Right, that's what I'm going to talk about here. Right. So we have the foundations of data analysis in the UX research. So we talk about the foundations of the data analysis in the UX research here. Right. So see, it involves systematically examining both the quantitative and the qualitative data from the various UX research methods. It transforms the raw data into actionable insights that guide design improvements, ensuring solutions aligned with the user needs. So see, it's okay that you have done a survey, you have done a user interview, you have done a focus group, you might have done user testing, right? But what after that? After that, what you have to do is you have to analyze the data and you have to find the meaningful insights from it. Maybe what is the issue the user have, etc., etc. So that's what you have to do with the data analysis over here. So the data analysis plays a very important role in ensuring that the user experience designs are user-centric and effective. How? It helps you in making an informed decision. How it can help you making an informed decision? Right? For example, if you know that how many males and females are coming to our website. So you have a very clear picture that, okay, I have more males coming, maybe I have more females coming to my website. Or I know what time my website the users are coming, right? So then you can make a more informed decision to maybe update your website accordingly and etc. It can help in enhancing the user experience. How? By knowing the pain points, knowing what features make them happy, what is going perfect well, what is not going well. So based on that, it can help in enhancing the user experience of it. It can help you optimize the resources basically, right? Now you would come to know that, okay, what is the most focus area we need to focus right now, as per the research we have done, and then maybe you can put more resources there and effectively use your resources there. For example, if you talk about marketing companies, they might have multiple ways of selling something, or multiple marketing plans, but over the time they will come to know, okay, what is the plan that is working, so they can put more focus on that, and they can have more budget on that part of it. Same thing goes over here. Yeah. So what do? You collect the data, you do the data analysis, you divide the data into qualitative and quantitative data basically to do it, and based on that you will conduct the analysis of it. So first you're going to now first focus on the qualitative data analysis in the UX research. How you can do qualitative data analysis in the UX part. Now we're talking about the perspective of UX, remember that. And how it can be done is that will totally depend on three things: purpose, resource, analysis. So what is the purpose? Provides in-depth insights into the user experience and motivations basically of the user. That's the purpose of doing a qualitative data analysis. Source derived from where? User interviews, focus groups, open-end surveys, and observation notes. You can see. Analysis requires careful interpretation of uncover hidden patterns, behaviors, and user needs. So you have to kind of analyze those things together here to get the data into it. Sorry for this. Right, came up. Now you might be thinking, okay, how can we do the analysis? So we're talking about the first two purposes, right? Majorly, what is the purpose of doing it, and what is the source? But how to analyze it here? Now there are multiple ways you can analyze this, right? To be there. Now, what purpose or maybe what analysis you use, what it depends over here, right? To be taken, I would say. Yeah. And if a thematic analysis, so you have thematic analysis, you have grounded theory, you have phenomenological analysis, basically. I would say. Thematic analysis simply says identify themes or patterns in the data. Flexible and easy to use. Something identify themes or patterns in the data. Right? Ground means build new theories from the data through structural analysis. Phenomenological means explain personal experiences to understand the user perceptions or understand the perception of the users, I would say. So we have, so let's about three of them in more detail over here. Let's go to thematic first. So in thematic, what we have is, and when to apply it basically. So let's say after collecting the large volume data from interviews, surveys, and you'll be testing, you will apply it. So it will help you uncover key themes from the large set of user research data, guiding the design decisions. It can help you explore more. Uh, it will help you explore user motivation and attitudes, identifying the recurring themes that guide design priorities, provide a very clear and evidence-based insights for improving the user experience. Right? What is the process or the steps basically you have for doing this analysis? You familiarize yourself with the data. You generate initial codes, search for the themes, receive themes, define the name and theme, and report the share and insights. Simple, right? Now, this I know this could like go over the head basically for some of you, right? And you might be saying, okay, this is theoretically okay, but do we have any examples for it? I'll give you the example also, right? Don't worry, let me just kind of just go through it, and we have the examples coming right here in it. Right? I don't want to put too much, parts of the process here because that may totally vary here. And the tools you can just use pen and paper by the way for this, or you can just use Google Sheets, or maybe you can just use some kind of whiteboarding software like Dave Toll or something, whatever. Miro, maybe you can use Figma Jam, basically, whatever you like for this. So tools are again not very important here. And that over there. Some tools, like I said, you can use is Dave Tail. User testing can give you some fun kind of research out of it to be taken here. I think the Dovetail is good, quite good software in terms of kind of AI it has for analyzing, for the analysis of it, right? So the next slides we have is based on these tools only. So you have liver no more tools. Basically, what it does, it can be used for doing the quantitative analysis software. So basically, a software which basically create analysis based on the user interviews and all. You can just kind of fit those data into it, and it can basically give you some analysis of that data. Good tool, I would say. You want to use. Then you have the same tool basically, which is basically not completely free. It's a paid software though, but you can do a lot of optimization of doing this here. Similar to all the other tools are similar, I would say. User testing, I would say, still different because it requires a paid subscription first of all, and you have to get a proper study in it first, then conduct it with the users and do it. So it's a little bit more complicated. To say it's more kind of a detailed tool to have by the industry. But the first two you can use, and I'm going to talk about that basically here now. So let's say we're taking a scenario over here, right? So the next activity which we have is a scenario, a small activity we want to here based on what you talked about. Let's say participants were enrolled in a month-long fitness challenge where they were required to use the app daily to set and record their fitness and nutrition goals. The app aimed to assist users in maintaining constant fitness regime and healthy diet through the challenge. The scenario was designed to simulate a realistic extended use case to drive actionable insight that reflect long-term user engagement and satisfaction. Right? Long-term user needs and satisfaction here. So this is a case we have. So follow a step-by-step process to analyze sample user interview data to identify the key themes here. And then I'll just show you the example, don't worry. But so we can take an example of it. Give me a second. Just bring that notepad back here. Let's say I have this user interview, getting a sample user interview. You can see here, we're taking a interview script from the user on a travel booking app, basically. So we're doing on a travel booking app, right? So we have like interviewer, we have the John, then we have the interview, then the Sarah. So we have multiple users. We have just one question. You see, one interviewer, one user, one other user, another user, another user, another user, another user. Okay, so we're taking that over here. See that now. With this, basically, I'll show you how to do this thematic analysis with the tool of DevTool. So I go to devtail.com. I go to devtail.com. I will log in here. You can also create a login if you want. It's free to kind of get started, I would say. Not completely free, of course, but free to get started. I'm just logging in. Wait a minute. I have a fresh account here. You can now see once I've logged in here, right? So you can see I have my project. Of course, I can go to my project and then do a lot of things. You can have, user interviews stored here, by the way. So whatever videos and everything you have, you can basically add it from here. You can add import audios, documents and everything here, basically, right? Whatever you have, you can basically put over here. So this is kind of a analysis data where you can put all your data, user interview data. So let's say when you're doing user interviews, you might be, I would say recording them. So you can basically put those recordings and everything over here and the documents over here, whatever you like. Right. So I'd say add a data, take a note, for example, in this one. So take a note. And this note, I will copy paste the same thing which I was showing you there. I can give you this interviews in the chat for all of you who want to have it. Right. Give me a second. Copy, paste. Okay, I'll not be able to do all of them. Let me just some of them. It's okay. I can just take some of them because chat does not allow to me post everything there. Okay, I can't even paste that. Let me just try this much. So you get an idea, right? So I've given that here to you. Okay, so let me take this whole thing here and I can just, put this here. You can see it's automatically dividing because of the gaps in it. And I can just give a heading here to it. Same heading basically I can give over here. So I know the what data has and all. I can summarize it. By the way, this is use AI. I don't know how to do that. Let's see what we'll do here. By the way, there is some options I'm going to talk about here. You can kind of, switch this also by the way like this up and down, which we don't have to do it, but we can do that. You can also click on plus over here. You can basically add additional image or maybe recording portion or something if you want to do that. That is possible to do here. Or maybe you can write something if you like. Okay. So let's see how we can analyze. So generally I will analyze this with the highlights here. So I show you basically how. I will go to I will go to this one. This is the highlights. This is the highlight icon we have. So we'll say highlight here. Now there's also an AI here, which will basically suggest highlights automatically, which we don't want to do. Currently, we don't want to use the AI here. What happened to my mouse? Give me a second, guys. Yeah, okay. So I have it. So now you can see the interviewer basically what is asking here, right? Uh, this is interview. Thank you for joining today's. This is this, right? Start. Sure. I mainly use so we're not talking about the user interview question, we're talking straight away here. Sure, I mainly use the app for booking flights. I find it pretty uh, straightforward, but sometimes the search filters don't work as expected. I can see, I would love to see more filtering options. You can see that something is like this here now. I have a highlighter, I will highlight it. You can drag. Why is it not highlighting? Let me see. Oh, the reason it's not highlighting because I'm not creating a tag here. Right. So first I need to kind of create a tag here. Then I can highlight with that tag. So I'll go to the tag here. I forgot to do that. I need to I should have been able to tag this, but there seemed to be some problem here in this one. I should be able to tag it by highlighting it. Yeah, the tag is now coming here. You can see. I think this is my web browser issue over here right now. Wait a minute. Let me open this in Google Chrome. Sometimes Safari is like a little bit weird in terms of the way working, I would say. Just give me a minute. I just log in into through my other browser. Yeah, this is better now. See, actually, I think there was some problem in the Safari itself. Now you can see it says I can select this here very easily. Right, like this, expect it. And I can create a tag first of all, but I can just highlight because I have to upgrade for the tag. Like I said, Spade software, so I say highlight it. I highlight this here. So you can see it's coming there. So I can, collect this here. I think then you can tag this basically. So I don't have the access to the tag basically. You can see that because it's asking for the upgrade and all into it, but basically you can just, put as a tag, highlight it. So this is how you try to find the uh, first pattern, I would say. So currently, you can say theme also or pattern basically over here into it. So I might keep, highlighting and go to the highlight here. Then I can keep highlighting this basically here. Let's go to the next one. So I used mostly last month I had an issue with the app charged me twice for a single booking, right? Into it. So that's one of the I had an issue. I will click this whole thing here. Okay. I highlight this. By the way, for the highlight, I can also format this, you can do some formatting all if you want to do that. Just to show you, right? You can also uh, share this with someone, right? Done. And then so I'm highlighting that here. Right? Actually, this the problem I'm currently facing in this one is they have made actually previously tags were free, means to certain things will be free. Uh, right. I'll tell you the significance. Don't worry, I'll tell you the significance. I'll just tell you basically. Don't worry. Let me just do one more, then I'll talk about that here. So and then we had, I think here customer service was helpful but slow. I will highlight this also with the highlight. Okay. Then Let's do one more. I like the app overall. I think the interface is user friendly, especially when booking a local rental car. However, I notice the app logs me out frequently, which is annoying. I'll highlight that over here and I can just highlight the fog, and the kind of logging me out more frequently. I can also do that here if I want to take this here and then right. Now, once you've done this, so I've done this basically, you can see how kind of highlighted. Okay, this did not get highlighted. Let me highlight this too. So I highlighted this over here, right? So let me keep this here and project and go back here for a second. So you can see here the interview script basically, which I have taken into it. So over here in it. Now there's one more feature you have here. Let me go to add. Uh, uh, Sorry guys, they made almost everything paid here. Wait a minute. Let me try one thing here. Into it. They made it paid actually, but this was free the time I last used it actually. So there is one more option where you can basically work on the clusters of it and the canvas here, which is unfortunately they have made paid. So that means you can't do that anymore in it. Okay, no problems. Doesn't matter actually for me anyways. But I show you the significance of doing this highlight here. Right. So you can see that we have done the highlight over here. So we had that complete user interview, right? Which I just copy pasted into this one here. And I've highlighted few things. Now, actually, I need to take a different software help here because this is not allowing me to do the tagging here. You can see, to be frank, this was free. This was free actually to certain back, some months back. I think now this tool have gone very popular, so they have been doing this here. So let me do one thing. I show you one other research tool, which is free, means how you can use Figma Gem for this. Let me use Figma Gem now. I go to Figma software here. Give me a second. Let me log in here as well, and I'll show you basically how to do. I go to the drop down here. See, sorry, I go to the Figma. Let's just go to your fit here. I go to the drafts, and I take a new Fig Jam file here. And that, right? So I can do it actually here also because it's paid now. So I think do it here. What I will do is I'll copy paste the text here. So it's putting the same interview here. You can see. And then I can also highlight here. By the way, there is also a highlighter here. So you can either go here and go to highlight. And the good part is now I can choose different colors. Let's say I will highlight the same things which I did. Straightforward, but sometimes okay, so I highlight this much here, this, right? Now there is a reason I'm changing the color, which I'll talk about why I'm changing the color. But sometimes it's a hassle. So just doing this much cases because we have limited time, so just doing this much part over here of it here. Right. Now tell me, okay, before I answer you, I tell you basically why am I highlighting this? What we're creating? We're creating a thematic study, remember here, or analysis, I would say. Thematic, which says, like Manoj mentioned very clearly, different categories or themes here. This is what we're trying to find over here in it, right? Now, the theming could be in a different way, to be frank, but I just try to give an idea of the theming here now and why I've been highlighting over here. So let's say, for example, I will just off this now. I'll go to the, so remember, of course, you can use a Dave tool, a kind of paid tool, which is a little bit makes it a little bit user friendly there. Here I have to do everything manually, which you can see. So basically what I could have done in the paid version is that Once I highlight, it will automatically get a note for me as a category. It will automatically get a category for me. That is what the tags is used for there. But now, unfortunately, it's been paid by the tool and we can't control it, which is okay over here. And that, right? Now, the kind of themes and everything you create totally depends on you, first of all, right? I'm just giving you an example here, ma'am. So based on the data you have and based on the kind of study doing, you might create your own themes and categories over here. So one category, let's say I create over here is, I'm going to write a name here only. One could be, let's say, booking process. Could be my, actually, I can say like this, let me write like this for you. Let's say the main theme, the theme could be theme one. I would say the main theme could be, theme one could be uh, over here. The, let's say, core, I would say function, focus on core function. Function is a functionality. Let me say functionality will be a better word over functionality, and usability, right? I would say that core functionality and usability theme. That's the main theme I have. Now, inside this, you can have a sub theme. Let's say this is my sub theme. So sub theme is, I'm just writing it for clarity for all of you. The sub theme could be, let's say, booking process experience. Okay, let be experience. Booking experience. Yes. Now, under the booking experience, right? Let me see if I can. Right, I can have. I'm just taking this like this. So imagine like this is there, and then this is there. Okay, and I can just like this. I'm just showing kind of, you don't have to do this connection basically, which I'm trying to show you here, but just to make it a little bit more clear here. So this is my theme. This is my sub theme. Now under this, in this one, I can have, basically, let's say I can have positives, though I was highlighting negatives only there, but I can have positive also there. And then I can have negatives over here to be done, right? Over here. So that's why we're highlighting something here into it. Now, when I talk about the booking experience over here, when I talk about the booking experience, which one do you think should come from here to here? What should come here? Should I put this? Some things the research filter don't work as expected. Should I put this over here? Yes or no? The one which you see with the highlight of yellow color. No. I will say no. Tell you why. See, what is the theme? Booking process experience, right? Booking process experience here. When I'm doing a booking over here in it, right? In it. So it can be there, but maybe I can create, if, no, sorry, I would say not say no here. I can say yes also. Sorry, my mistake. Because I forgot to tell you one thing here. Maybe if I'm creating a sub theme, so it depends again. I can put it here also that negative. Sometimes the search does not work as expected. I can put there. That's okay because I did not create the other theme. So all of your answers is right. But let's say if I have another sub theme, for example, if I have another sub theme for search, for example, then I will not put it here, right? Then I will might, just put something related to booking here. So I had an issue where the app charged me twice. Like maybe I might put that there, right? So if you're creating that, so you can have sub themes as per your choice. Now this is basically your intelligence, your way of thinking. I would say you may create a theme experience. Okay, so I'm not doing that here. I'm just doing one here, sub theme. Into it, I will create one more sub theme. Let me just click plus here. Let's create one more sub theme here. Just I'm gonna give you the complete analysis of this one here. So in this sub theme, let's say I will say app performance. So remember, it's coming in the main theme, which is has this sub theme over here. Let's say app performance. We take an app performance, okay? And this app performance will have the same thing, positive and negative to it. So I can just click and drag it one here, and I can just click on plus here and drag it one here. So again, I will have positive. And I think I can just change the color also here, just to show positive, negative. Let's say green here and green here. So I don't have to write in a positive, negative here. Negative we have is I can now just copy paste this. Of course, I don't have to write this. Negative one is this. One negative I put in over here, right? And has a one. Now, what could be the performance issue basically? So performance issue was here. Sometimes notice the app was log me out frequently here. Let's say I have this has a, but I can put this in a different one because I have something going into my one show you basically. There was one more actually I had. This was helpful. I think I should have something a little bit uh, down here. I think there was something I read. I had three. There was something I think I had here, which can come into that app performance basically over here. I think I've read this before. Okay, I think yeah, something like this. See, I think I did not highlight this, so I'm going to highlight this here. See where it went. Right, so this will come into performance issues. This I'm just showing you basically. So of course I will just analyze this completely here, and then I will put this also into this. So this is a thematic basically study here. You can see what you're trying to do is you're trying to create themes and those things here. Now let's also add some positives here. Basically, let's see, do we have any positives here into it, right? This and this. So what do you think is a positive here? Let's find something more positive I can show you basically here. See, I find this app pretty useful for planning the entire trips. It's handy. And this is positive. So I can copy this, put this over here. So this is not about performance, it's about the experience of the app, remember? So I'll put it here. I'll put that positive here. I'll put that positive. So basically here. Right? You're saying mic 2 line 2. Yeah. So I think the app is user friendly. And booking for this is good. So I can put this here. And positive. The come in the app experience basically over here. That. So you might not include everything basically. Right. I mainly use for booking flights. Yeah, this is good. I think this is a good point you made. Good observation, Vivek. Right. Put this here. So taking too many positives, but yeah. Right. So it's okay to have positives and negatives both basically here into it. So this is what you do. So this is like one theme. So you might get another theme here just to kind of quickly tell you. So I might get theme number 2, main theme number 2, right? Now the main theme number 2 could be, like I said, total depends how you're going to divide it. I might just focus on technical issues, for example, right? And the sub theme could be, let's say go to sub theme here. Sub theme could be, which I saw was login and session handling, for example. And again, I will have the same thing as you know. So let me put this here. Again, have the same thing and do it. Right. I will go here now and then I will type. For example, if you know this, I highlighted already. I had an issue. I have noted this, which is annoying. So I copy this and put this here. I'm going to make this positive by the way. So like this, you try to find themes basically, how you can characterize it. What are the issues? You're kind of doing the analysis over here of that study. Because see, you will have a lot of interviews, right? If you just keep reading it, how will you note it down? So out of those interviews, you're highlighting it and try to put into categories basically or themes. Or you can say category or theme is the same thing, almost the same thing, I would say. and you're trying to put that over here. Of course, nowadays you can use AI to also analyze, like, Dave tool has that option to kind of do it if you go for a paid account. It can automatically create themes and kind of analyze this all. It can get all this for you. So it becomes easier, right? So later on, what will happen once you go to the UX part, the main core of the UX part, you can see, okay, now you know what you need to work on. And you will also have to prioritize what to work majorly on and why. Then you will try to also find why this is happening, right? Into it. So you'll have to do this study. This is known as the thematic study. And this is what this study basically talks about over here into this. And sometimes that's okay. See, remember, sometimes you might not have anything positive. That's okay. That's completely fine. Right? It's not that every time you will have a positive, negative. That's not like that. But it's you're trying to basically gather the data out of it here. And that you will take, and then you might get multiple themes like this basically out of it. And then you can have a key insights. For example, okay, we need to improve the search filters here. We need to basically look at the payment page performance here. So kind of you will get that summary. You can create a more summary out of it here. So you're making that same, see, data is same. You're just making this data more visually better, and more analyzable. Basically, that's what you're doing with this study here, right? And this is known as the thematic study we have just talked about over here. That's how you do it. So maybe think about how you can do this study. So this is something you may not include this kind of a study in the case study, but you might have in the background to draw the kind of summary of the research or the user interface there. That's how you can get a summary of the user interface there, right? So that's the activity we have done here. Now tomorrow we'll talk about more here. There's like you have infinity diagrams, you have mind mapping, also you have word clouds to be done. Then you have few more options basically which you can use for study. We'll talk about that tomorrow into it, right? And there could be a lot of ways to analyze it. To be frank, there's less just one way. Remember, it is not compulsory you always analyze this way only, but there's like one way of analyzing it. They're telling you how to do it. So I'll also discuss your assignment tomorrow basically, because tomorrow will be the Sunday, then you will have complete 1 week to work also on it. So tomorrow what I will do is also talk about the assignment, because now you have a decent, I would say, knowledge about the you know what is surveys, what is user interviews and all. So you have a decent knowledge about it. So you will be able to relate with me what I'm going to tell you in the assignment part here, right? So I will discuss the assignment tomorrow. I think what we can do is we can first discuss the assignment tomorrow in this session. Then we'll go ahead with the rest of the content, right? So you get a clear picture of, because if you start working now, then you will be able to complete, because there are a lot of things you'll have to do there. So today we'll talk about is the qualitative analysis techniques further here, right? So there are some techniques basically that can help you organize and analyze the qualitative data to identify the patterns and themes here, which is known as affinity diagrams. Then we have mind mapping and the word clouds. Basically, these are three things we have. Now, if you talk about in the UX, affinity mapping is one of the, or affinity diagram, you can say, or mapping, you can say, is the most common way to do something, I would say, in terms of the analysis. Of course, you can do mind mapping also if you need, or word clouds. But like I said, the affinity is one of the most popular techniques you have here. And and that's what we're going to basically focus on. So affinity basically what talks about is organizing ideas and data into clusters, and then try to reveal the relationship and the patterns in the data basically with the help of affinity diagram. Whereas mind mapping talks about visualizing ideas and explore relations between themes, structural data, hierarchy. Then you have the word clouds. You display the frequency of words in a data sheet, providing a quick visual overview of recurring terms or themes. So let's say what are the common things what users are saying. Those can be highlighted into this part here. So let's first talk about the affinity diagram here in more detail. We also have a activity based on the affinity diagram over here. So in affinity diagram, see, it's a powerful technique used to uncover patterns and themes by organizing qualitative data into meaningful groups, right? So for example, after your user interviews are done or the survey is done, basically, you organize and group the data into common themes and patterns. Now, it's also, I would say, very, very similar to what we did yesterday in a thematic analysis, basically. It's very similar to that, basically, here. Just a little bit different way of doing the same thing, to be frank, right? So during the ideation brainstorming, categories, ideas generated in a session to find connections and prioritize concept for the development. We do that in the ideation stage. And then we synthesize data from the multiple resources, combining insights from various research methods like user interviews, is-bit test, to form a concise understanding of the user needs here. Alright. We just do an activity, you will get more understanding of affinity diagram is. So what are the steps? Again, you collect the data. You might do user interviews, surveys, whatever you do it. You take notes, you organize the notes, label the themes, and then prioritize the actions based on that. This is what we do, right? So this is like a 5-step process, but not a necessary 5 steps process here. If you have the right data, right? So generally, the UX teams redesign, let's say a UX team redesigns an app booking system after collecting extensive user feedback through user interviews and usability testing. So below is how they will utilize affinity diagram in their process. You analyze the data, you noted the key issues such as confusing and booking steps, for example, cluster similar information visually on a wall, put label themes in a cluster, such as booking complexity, for example, and then you prioritize the redesign to simplify the booking, sorry, and uh, clarify the confirmation message, for example, right? And you might design something different as a result. Now, this particular activity can be done on any software. Doesn't really matter. You can use Figma, Gem, or you can use Miro, you can use Spark, because or this one does not actually require a software. You can also do on a board, blackboard, basically, or whiteboard you have. You can just use sticky notes to do this. So especially for affinity diagram, you don't have to use any particular tool, to be frank here, right? But like I mentioned, you can do use Figma if you like. I would say specifically Figma Gem has a template for it known as affinity diagram. Will show you basically here. That's also free to use, by the way. Then you have the Miro. Miro also has a template for affinity diagram, which you can use if you like. It's a pre-made activity diagram, I would say you have in it. So both are very same. So all the three are same. So Figma Gem is same, Miro is same, right? Or even the uh, you see Spark is also same here, I would say. So exactly the same thing. They all do the same thing. They are all whiteboarding softwares in short. You have, and of course, and for this thing you don't need too extensive features in it. Even a normal software would work for us here, right? In it to be taken. I will also talk about the assignment by the way, but I think a lot of you have not joined, so I will maybe before going to the break or after going to the break, I'll talk about the assignment as well. Part here, right? So that's a basic overview of the theoretical overview of the affinity diagram. Let's do an activity on affinity diagram today, right? So let's get an affinity maps with Miro. So I'll show you with the Miro basically because we have already looked at yesterday the Figma gem part, I would say, right? And Miro is exactly the same software, but has a little bit different interface to it, I would say. So let's say the health and fitness app industry is highly competitive, and with the users expecting seamless experience, personalized features, and reliable performance. Recently, the development team has gathered feedback from multiple resources, including app reviews, customer support, and user surveys. Your task is to analyze this feedback to identify key areas for improvement. So let me demonstrate this basically here. I will show you the data also, which we sample data which we have basically for this activity to be done. Okay, so now logged in, you can see over here, and what I have is a Miro dashboard here. It's a kind of a, it's not a, it's a kind of a shows the more boards which I have here. So you can get a new board here. I see if you want to log in here, you can click on create new. I take a new board here, but I can start straight away from template or I can edit later. So if I start with a board also, then I can look for the templates here. I show the templates. It will give you a screen see automatically here. That's if we are looking for affinity diagrams. Let's go to affinity. You can see affinity diagram is coming there, right? So I can say use. I show you what is the basic diagram looks like here. So this is how the diagram looks like. Affinity diagram. Now remember that this template could be a little bit different, right? In different softwares to be done. So they might not be the same, but they exactly generally have the same pattern to track. Right. So you put your description, you put your resources over here. This is your working area. You have the dot voting, then you have the grouping, and then you have the theming. You can see over here. Well done. A lot of things basically you have here into it, right? So I'm just going to copy paste the data over here, right? Give me a second. Okay, let me now copy paste. So all of this you can actually remove. I don't want all that. Let me remove that. Let me I get a new text here. Click and drag this. I type my content here. I hope it comes properly. Let me make this proper. So of course you can change this, a little bit. You can kind of make this broader. I can just properly organize this, by the way. I can just keep this here. Add a background to it nicely. So all that can be done here. So I'm just going to press enter here because there's different participants we have. I think it's not properly copy pasted from the word which I have taken, but that's okay. I'm going to just press enter here so you can easily see the information more clearly, which we have. Right. And let me make this a bit uh, bold as well. So you can easily, look at the information. See, I'm not doing that. Right. And let me expand this a little bit more. So that's mean that you have to kind of save this again, overview and topic here. That doesn't really matter, right? So you can, of course, you can say this is the, I would say this is the, I'll keep this here. I will keep this like that and say user interview data we have, and then this is the user interview data I have. If you don't need something, you can remove it. That's okay. Like I said, there is no fixed template for the activity here, and this. So we take this here. Actually, let me give you access to this file. Give me a second. I'm going to name this as affinity maps. Right. I will give you only a view access. Only a view access, remember? So you will only get a view access here when you will come to this link. You will not be able to edit, but maybe you can read this information in detail, which I've copy pasted. Right? Because in screen share, I know it could be a little bit difficult for you to read it and do all that and this. So all of you should be able to access this link by now, right? Which I have given. So see what we will do now. The first thing we'll do is we will, so the main thing over here is, in short, if we talk about grouping the similar concerns into themes, and that like we've done in the semantic, it's very similar to that, to highlight the user needs and issues basically here. And that, right? So we do that here. And that to highlight in the affinity diagram here, to be enabled in this, if I talk about, right? Now what we'll do is, let's go to, you can also use this themes which I already given here. You can see, I think I can use that into it. This is my work area, by the way. Like, show you, let me use this template only because you will understand what I'm going to do here. Okay. So first is the work area, right? You can ignore this voting which you see here, but this is the work area. So in the work area, what I will do is I will note down the most important points over here. Okay. What are the most important points we have, right? Let's say we start with Alexa and saying, it says I've been using app for a few months. While I find this useful, I really wish goal setting was more intuitive. Right now, it feels a bit chunky and often struggle to set the goals that are tailored to my specific needs. Basically, over here, this is what Alex is trying to mention here. So, in short, basically, let's say now it depends, what kind of information you take. I say the main thing is I really wish setting the goal was more intuitive, right? So I can take that basically. So I can put this here like this, right? So you just put that main information there, right? I often struggle to set goals tailored to my specific needs. So naming is not important, that who is the user and all. We're just taking the main things here. It would be amazing if the app has a customized fitness plan that will allow us a specific routine. Okay, so I think the main thing over here is the first line. It would be amazing if it has a fitness plan. Sometimes you might simplify this also, right? You might simplify this also. So maybe I can write the same thing as like, request uh, customizable, what do you say? Customizable fitness plan, for example. So you can also like, you don't have to like copy paste the exact same thing. Maybe you can just kind of a little bit rename, kind of reframe it, I would say, make it advisable, right? Let's say real-time feedback for features. This is what David. Okay, the real-time feedback features is great when it works, but there have been times when the feedback does not update immediately, which can be frustrating when I'm trying to track my progress. Yeah, that's what David is saying, right? So you can see there's an issue with we can write this in a different way here. We can simply say real time, what do you say, real time feedback is um, something can be frustrating when number of time upon this. I can say inconsistencies there. Inconsistencies there basically. Yeah, and that, right? So you can say basically this is a little bit kind of not very constant. I would say the real time feedback for the users. So you kind of just reframing that a little bit here. Uh, you know, which makes more sense there. And I can just full screen. Yeah, thanks. So I'll do that here, right? Of course, text is small. You can see that's why I've given it the access of the file. So all of you can look at the file as well. What I'm doing there. So you have all of you have the access. You can should be able to move around and see all the data. That's the reason I've given you the access here of the file. Let's go to the Emily. It says, I love the app integrates with other health apps, but sometimes the syncing process is not smooth. It has been several occasions when my data isn't synced properly. I lost some important information over here. That's what basically, Emily is trying to say here. So we can basically say this is, I can also write here. It's not that you have to write there only. You can just write, have this like sticky notes you have. So basically writing down the main issues on the sticky note. Basically, imagine a real life if you're doing it. You take a sticky note, you write something, and you stick to the board. Simple as that, right? So I say this is about syncing issues we have, syncing issues, issues with other apps, other health apps, basically, right? With other health, so you can see that we're writing that over here, right? So that's basically him. Now let's do all of them because there are not many. So let's go to John here and see what the John is trying to say here. If the social features in the app feel limited, I would be great. Okay, so I think the key issue, you can see the key issues given here. Social features for motivation and all. So I can take this actually because that's a key issue already given here. So I'm now taking the key issues over here, right? So the key issues are given over here for us now, right? Notice the Apple accessibility features for users with disabilities, especially for those with visual power. It will be helpful for more options that are accessible needs. You can see accessible features lacking basically in short over here. So I can basically mention that over here. So that the features are not great of accessibility. So we can basically put that over here. You can say accessibility features lacking. I'm just taking the key issues now and so writing it myself. There have been a few technical glitches with the activity tracking feature. Sometimes it does not track my workouts clearly, and so you can see now technical glitches we have right into it. So taking the technical we have glitches and the tracking up here. So this is given by Chris. Glitches. Over here. Or I can also write if you look at it having a glitches. Yeah, that's in the technical glitches fine here. Very Chris. So I can also write like this to make it more clear. I can make it like I think instead of taking that one here this time, I can say it's inaccurate, inaccurate workout tracking, and I can put a slash here. I can say needs manual correction mostly, right? Then we have Laura. I have used the app primarily for tracking my nutrition, but I wish the nutrition tracking was more detailed. I will be helpful to have more information on vitamins and micronutrients. I think here, right? More detail on nutrition tracking. It says basically over here for this particular user over here. So I can basically write in a more detail, little bit detail. I would say here. Wants more detailed new. What do you say? It was nutritional. I don't know why this is coming. Nutritional tracking. I would say. I've written all of them here. So we have written, from all the users, let's say from the data analysis of the user interviews, we have taken some sticky notes. You can see, imagine you've taken some sticky notes, right? So color doesn't matter. The colors which you see does not really matter. The colors which you see here, right? They're just kind of colorful sticky notes. You can see basically here, and like so we take, right? So we have taken that. Now this colors could actually have a meaning. For example, you will say that on the yellow ones, I will only keep the technical. I will only keep login issues on blue ones. So you can do that. Which actually we're going to do as a theme now. I'm going to build this as a theme here next, basically. We taken into it. Okay. So now we try to group them together. So we try to group them together here into it. So what we've done is we have kind of taken the nodes only over here. Nodes here. So now you have to think about how you can create multiple groups here, right? Into it to be taken over here in this, right? So I can straight away use this, or I can basically first use this basic grouping here, right? Over here. Now, if you look at the data which I'm showing you on the screen over here, right? How will you group it, right? So first we'll try to keep the main common things together here. I'll show you a recipe. So it's like a whiteboard now you have, right? So what you do, you take something from here and put it over here, like a sticky note. So you take the sticky note from one place to the other place here. And then let's we talk about the features and customization of all the usability and customization options here. Feature of usability and customization options over here. So if you say that we really wish the goal setting was more in this is more about a usability feature, I would say, in the app. So let's say keep over here, right? Then, or you can just think about like this in a very raw way, how things are related to each other, right? I often struggle to set goals that are tailored to my specific needs, basically. Yeah, right. Tailored to my basic needs. This is also related to this, basically. Request customizable fitness plan, basically here. So this person needs a more customizable plan, I would say, into it. So this is a little bit different. Maybe we can keep it somewhere here, right? Real-time feedback is inconsistent. However, this is what we have taken basically from the user, basically here. So there is a kind of issue with the real-time feedback here, which is I think more about the performance of the database and all. So let's keep it somewhere here. You will understand what I'm doing here. Okay. Syncing issues with other health apps, basically here into it. That's more can also be different. So let's keep this here. Social features for motivation, basically, right? So it needs some kind of a social motives here. So let's keep this separate again. I'm going to currently keep it separate. Accessibility lacking features very, very different. Let's keep it separate here. Inaccurate workout tracking needs manual correction, basically here, right? So I would say this is related to real time, I think. This is inconsistent feedback and all. So let's keep this here. Wants more detailed nutritional tracking, let's say it's basically here to be there, right? Has a part of it. So more detailed nutrition tracking is, let's say, required for the user. So let's see. For customizable fitness plan, this is fitness plan here. We have accessibility features, keep that separate. Thinking mm, over here to be taken. So we are now stuck with the nutrition tracking thing. This is more about this part here. Let's keep it. I'll show you basically what is going in the mind. So we create a kind of subgroups basically here, right? We can again kind of combine them together here. So we'll create themes now. So basically what I'm talking about here is, let me take a marker. So let's say how you can group this into one category. What maybe there could be only one also. Let's say this could be one separate here, for example. There could be two combined here. I would say this could be separate here. This thing, right? Okay, I'm going to undo. This is what I've been trying to do here. So now we will convert this into themes here. Not themes actually. We'll convert into more ideas basically. That is generally done later though. Over here, to be frank. And that actually this template I tell you, which is it has given over here. It's for the ideation part here because same thing can be used in the ideation part also, right? Affinity mapping can also be used in the ideation part here. So you can ignore these ideas basically here, which you see, right? And the affinity diagram here, which you see here, because it can be done for the user research also analysis initially. Then the ideation will come later, basically, which we have. So I can change this also, by the way. I can customize this and kind of change this to put in a different way, I would say, taken into it. But I think I can show you some ideation part here also. This is what I'm thinking. So let's group it over here only then. So we group this here, grouping it like, let me put our text here. I put our text here. So like we did in, remember theming basically yesterday? So kind of how we can group this. It's kind of sectioning, yeah, kind of doing sections. You can say category, you can say theming, see all this, means the same thing here. So I can basically, this is basically focused on features of usability and customize customization. Okay, right, this is what I'm doing here. Right. Now this is done basically. Now, okay, tell me, for example, what name will you give to this one? It says feedback is concerning that worker tracking. So what kind of grouping or you can say section we can make this? So what will you name the section here now? Just putting all bracket and kind of copy pasting it here. So what will you name it? Or what kind? You see now something could be your, but let's see what you would like to name guys here. Feedbacks. This is all feedbacks only. No, this is all feedbacks only. Basically, you have and then, yeah. So I think both of you kind of overlapping here. This is also coming to my mind: feedback and technical issues. So I think okay, let's take your viewpoints right here. So we can say basically, I would say like this: tracking, because it's related to tracking, and feedback. I would say feedback reliability. What happened to this? Okay, I would say reliability, right? Tracking and feedback reliability. This is what I would name it here, right? Into it. Now, if for example, this is more technical kind of thing basically. So this will be more about because it's about other hand syncing and all. So this can come into app integration part here. Simple part integration basically here, right? This is also very, very easy. Then I can keep this here. This will be related to accessibility basically. So accessibility can be a completely different topic, right? Accessibility, right? Then I can let me do this activity now. Request customizable feedback plan basically it says over here, right? Over here into it to be a part of it. So what we can do is we can actually this one first of all. It says social features and motivation because it's very, very unique. So this is about social motivation. This is very simple though. Name it, I would say motivation, social motivation here into it, right? Then we have request customizable feedback plan, fitness plan. I would say customizable. I think this is again coming to customization. I think because we talk about customization, let's keep this here. So we have the four things here. If you want to change the colors also, you can do that. For example, you can go here, go to the color here. I can keep all this yellow. I can keep all this blue if I want. Just for clarity purpose, you can do that if you like. Maybe just for highlighting it more clearly. You can give every kind of main grouping into a different color. You can just give all of them a different color here like this. So you can see we have kind of on a board over here out of this now to be taken. This is what FNFT diagram is basically in the analysis part only, right? You will go here later, right, in the second stage of it. So what you've done is you have the raw data. You have converted that raw data to gather basically first. That out of that gathering, you have done the grouping basically, I would say, or you can say sections, you can call it. Then based on that, you will basically create ideas and questions here. I just give you a little bit glance of it, not go into detail of it, because this will come a little bit later in your UX process, which is the defining part here. But just to kind of give an idea what this theme means here, if you want to use this particular template over here. into the option here. So the first theme would be what? First theme would be this only. Feature, usability, and customization here, right? This is the name of that here. So I put that. It's going too long. Let me try to divide this into smaller. Yeah, like this. I'll do it, right? Now, what are the ideas we have to fix these issues basically? Like I said, I'll not go into too much about it, how the ideas and create, because you can do this later also in the affinity diagram. So let's say I have some issues over here. So what are these ways to fix it? For example, I'm just giving quick examples here. Let's say add smart, sorry, goals templates, goal templates, and I would say guided goals, goal setting flows. I'm saying that basically how I can say basically enable user to build or adapt uh, fitness 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 and say plan, hmm, the plan basically based on their routines. Like let's do that and do it. So like this, you will put this, you will put different ideas, and how these ideas will come, we'll talk about that later. Like I said, you can do some, in the team, you can do brainstorming activities and all to get those ideas. Then you basically write the questions on those themes. Now, questions basically could be like, for example, uh, this is about customization majorly. So I'll say, what are the common customizations, customizations needs, customization needs across mm, what sorry, I'm saying, what are the common customer needs across users, we can say basically, right? So because there are different kind of users here, I don't know why it's giving an issue here. Okay, it's because of this common needs uh, across different users or people, we can say. So whatever we like basically, I think we can mention that over here. So I will say basically across user types, I think. Across user types. What are the common customization needs across user types? Done. Right. To be created here on this. So now your affinity mapping is done basically. So like this you will do for theme 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, basically the groups you have, and you will generate ideas. You will think about additional questions you will have in your mind. We'll talk about this activity more. Theoretically also need to talk about this. So all this is kind of different thing here. Right? You done. And this. And that was the main activity. Till here is the main activity in the starting, which we have for the lessons part here. Can you show again which template did you choose in starting? Template is the affinity diagram. Go here. Let's say go to templates. You can look for, actually I'll get a new one there. Let me go back. I took a new board. Then automatically when, okay, so I need to just delete one of them actually here. Looks like I can only create 3 of them actually at one time. So let me run a new one. Board. That's why I like to use Figma actually more. So you have affinity, you can search here for affinity diagrams. It will automatically come affinity diagram by using this one here. Affinity. Like around. Let's see, this is coming on the first. This is which is by Miro, which is in by Miro here. So I'm not talking about. I think there could be more templates in there. If you see, if you go to the Figma gem actually, let me now go to Figma and show you guys. So Figma gem will have a little bit different, maybe different, a little bit different, but the concept is same. Yeah, yeah. Why not? You can do the same thing into the Figma gem also. Yeah, of course you can do that. Like I said, they are same softwares because your activity mentioned on the presentation. So I kind of took the Miro over here, but it's the same thing. The same thing. You can do the exact same thing in Figma gem also. Right, and I would recommend you to do in Figma gem if you're doing for your assignment and all. It's better to do in Figma gem basically. Right. Uh, right. So go here and I can take a Figma gem. See here, I'll show you the same activity on Figma gem. The template could be a little bit differently designed, to be frank, when you're doing it. Same, mural is also same. Same, exactly same. Mural is also same. They're all competitors to each other. You talk about mural, you talk about Miro, you talk about Figma gem. I can keep naming them. Freehand is there by which was basically by InVision. Lot many softwares you have here. Right, so there is no end of this whiteboarding software. And like I said, the software is not important here because you can do this on your live physical board also. You can just take second notes, and people do this on their board also. If anything, basically over here. And then- So Pulkit saying is it comes under thematic category, kind of you can say that. Yeah. So thematic category or analysis is a big umbrella, I would say, under which you can have one of these activities also of affinity. Frank, right? You can have that basically over there. And so generally, you heard about like what we did yesterday, and this will look exactly almost similar to you basically, right? If you see it here, into it in the affinity diagram here. Mm. Okay, so I'm in this one here. I show the template here now. Let me go here. Templates. You will also have the affinity. So you have the affinity diagram here. I Figma templates. It's coming here. So I just added this template. It should be similar. So it's similar. It's very similar. Not exactly, but you see similar here. It also gives some instructions basically how to do it. But you can see you have ideate and group. So you have the ideate and group here, right? You have the themes. You can see similar themes you have, and then you have the group mapping to be done here. So it's a little bit different though, but almost the same thing here. And then this is also for ideation part here. Like I said, we'll talk about the ideation part later. You can delete this by the way. It's like just instructions you have, so you can always delete this. The main thing basically starts from here, which you see. So you gather, you do the theming, and then you can do the group mapping if you need to, which is what we did yesterday in thematic analysis, basically to some extent, I would say. So that what comes at the bottom. So you know that here. So tablet could be different, little bit different. Remember here. Typically, see how companies do on a board. I show you affinity diagram, theme mapping in the UX. Right, I show you some images live in the Google itself. See, this is how people do it. Actually, I show you live also, like on whiteboard. See, people do like this on whiteboard. You can do this on the whiteboard also like this or like this. See, right? You talk about key issues and all. So this is like live. Generally, when we do a classroom and all, we do something like this basically. Right? Now, of course, more about digital and also is the same thing, same concept. I would say. So you can see here. This is definitely diagram here. So you can just use any software. If you like the Miro, let's say formatting and theme here, you can also get a similar theme over here if you like. So that's okay to do it. And this for the developing part here. So remember, the tool is not important at all here. It's the way you group it, you think it, and you analyze the data. That's the more important thing here. Tool can be anything here. Now we'll go forward. So if we talk about the case study basically of the Spotify here, you can see personalized music recommendation. So Spotify faced challenge in delivering personalized music experience that truly resonated with individual users. See background, despite having strong recommendation algorithms, Spotify struggled to capture the nuances of individual user preferences. Objective to refine and improve the recommendation system by gaining deeper understanding of emotional and situational factors influencing the music choices. So a qualitative analysis process was done. Right, Spotify conducted in-depth user research to explore emotional context behind music listening habits. Conducted user interviews to explore music sections in different situations, example workout and studying. And then the analysis was done. Thematic, or you can see basically FTT was done, found themes like mood-based listening and situation choices. Now we need to develop a persona. The persona was developed, create a persona such as explorer and the mood listener. So based on that, the persona was basically created. Sample persona was created here, which basically led it to enhance the algorithm of it. Incorporated context-aware features into recommendation algorithm, considering the time of day, location, and endpoint personas. New features which was launched based on this was launch daily mix, discover weekly, and mood playlist to provide personalized music recommendation tailored to user moods and context. Impact, it improved the personalization, boosted user satisfaction, and drove significant business growth for the Spotify. Users responded positive to the more personalized recommendation, increasing their overall spend time on the platform, and significant growth in the paid subscription and positive user feedback for the same. So you might be thinking, what is persona? We have not talked about it. We will talk about that as we go ahead into this course. Right, we'll talk about how personas can be basically be conducted and done here. So this is basically for the qualitative study we have talked about here, right? There will be few techniques coming later also. Next, what we have is we have a quantitative analysis and use such. Now, quantitative is a little bit more subjective. For this, you might have to get an Excel sheet or something like that, right, to analyze it, or you might have to have some kind of a dashboard to look at it over here. Generally, if you talk about the type form, or even if you're using the basic Google sheet, it will give you the analysis. It'll give you the analysis at the end here, right? Based on that, whatever you're going to do. So maybe you can use that data only for analysis, or you can use some more complex tools which are available in industry, paid tools in the enterprise. If you have a very large set of data, then you can maybe use Tableau, IBM tools, and a lot many tools basically for analysis of this kind of data we have. And then, okay, so talking about the quantitative data analysis here, it focuses on driving measurable, as you know, and then through statistical evaluation of numerical data. Basically. So what is the objective? See, it provides and qualifies pattern to user behaviors to provide statistical backing for design decisions. Commonly come from surveys, A/B testing, and usability metrics. We talk about it. It's a data-driven insight that helps improve UX design, validate hypotheses, op optimize user experience. Basically, we have already talked about qualitative studies and data analysis. What are the various methods you have? One is you have the descriptive statistics such as mean, median. If you know average, mean, median, variability to answer what's happening. That is the summary metrics you have basically. Then you have A and B testing we talk about, which can compare two versions, which one is performing better. Or you can do correlation analysis also, identifying relationship between variables, answering does a user satisfaction score lead to more frequent app usage or not. And then there's correlation analysis basically. Okay. So this is more on the side of statistics, basically, I would say, compared to creating that kind of a diagram or something into categories. This is like more charts, pie charts, and doing some correlation analysis over here. And then, so you collect the data, and sometimes you might have to clean the data. Clean the data might make it proper, right? If anybody who's a business analyst will be knowing that, you know, cleaning data is very, very important. Then you aggregate the data, you analyze the data, visualize the insights, and interpret the results of it, right? And generally, traditionally also we talk about, for this you use spreadsheets or Google Sheets generally to streamline the process. With that, you might use tools like Tableau, Power BI, and other things to create the more interactive dashboard for the people, right? Now, this can be done in a company, maybe not by you. It can be done by people who are business analysts and all. They might, can prepare this kind of report for you, right? Right. So it's the same thing, which is a little bit more, little bit detailed. I'll not go into it, right? So you can steps to conduct it basically. So for example, uh, analysis led to a streamlined sign-up process, reducing number of input fields and simplifying complex steps. As a result, there was an increase in completion rates and hence user engagement here. So what tools can be used? There are a lot many tools. Basically, like I mentioned Tableau to you. You have Power BI by Microsoft, right? You have IBM known as SPSS, which is an enterprise product again. You have Typeform for short survey analysis and all, I would say. Or you can just use Google Sheets and you can create your own pie charts in it, right? In Excel sheet or in the Google Sheet, you can create your own, like, power bar charts, pie charts, and all kind of a basic dashboards you can create here into it. That's what you can do there. So what is let's these tools are? We talk about IBM SPSS statistics. It's a tool just made for doing statistical analysis. Basically, it's not a free tool, right? It's an enterprise level tool, by the way, which you will have to use for analysis. Basically, we're just making you aware about it. Basically, that there is some tool in this kind of tool. But this tool is also applicable only when you have a very large data decisions to be made. Then this can be helpful. Then Typeform, we already talked about it. It's basically can do surveys. It can give you some analysis also at the end. So it can give all that basically for you. Typeform, very very basic if you compare with IBM and all, or even if you compare with Tableau, to be frank. So we can use spreadsheets where you can basically use nowadays AI to generate pie charts and charts basically for you for visualization purpose. You can do that if you want, or you can basically use Tableau. So Tableau gives this kind of dashboard. Same with Power BI. Power BI, then this you can see this will give you kind of dashboards. A lot of data scientists also basically use Tableau and all for analysis. So techniques are various, to be frank, but that will depend on what you like to use. So what we're going to do is basically we'll do a small activity based on that. Set of survey data has been collected using Typeform to evaluate app usability and performance. The survey includes questions such as app ratings, frequency of use, and overall satisfaction. The goal is to analyze the Typeform to identify trends, measure user satisfaction, pinpoints areas for improvement using the platform's built-in tools. That's what we want to do over here now. Yeah. I'll show you the data sheet also, which I have. I'm just trying to open the data sheet here. So I'll show you with both of them actually. See, you have the data sheet here. Let's say we have a survey done and we have a sample data over here, right? So for example, how often you use our health and fitness app, right? Which feature do you use the most? How do you find it? So we have all this basically here, right? Into it. This is all answers and everything we have. A sample data, like I said, of different users. Now what we can do basically. So one tool we can use again is the Typeform, the typeform.com. So of course it can be used to conduct surveys and it can also be used for kind of doing a basic analysis, I would say, over here using this, right? I'm just logging into it. Give me a minute. Yeah, so I'm not logged in here basically. So what I will do is I will go to the analysis basically here, right? So there are various ways you can do this basically in this. So what we have is we have an Excel sheet over here. You can see here, right? Now Excel sheet and Google Sheets are very similar, as you know. So they kind of do the same thing over here. Then do it. So I can create a new form. See, This I showed you this already, that I can get a new form and I can basically do this into it, right? Do kind of create questions, and then I can do a testing that can give me some kind of results basically into it. So that's what we can do in the live form. We have talked about it over here. And then, but what I will do is this new form which I have basically already created by it. Go to the three dots here. You can see. I go to the three dots here into it. And actually, I don't have anything here. Oh, wait a minute. Content. Hmm. Actually, let me do one thing. I will create a questionnaire based on this now, right? And I'll give you this, just answer randomly, all of you. So just help me out, right? Or this, so I can basically create questions over here like so into it. Let me do one thing. Sorry, I'm just waiting, looking for one feature it had. Uh, mhm. Yeah, sorry, this was looking for import question. Let me import directly because instead of doing this manually would be too much. I can say import from Google Form. You can see, I can say basically import from Google Form. I can just copy paste over here. The questions here, right? And that, right. Oh yeah. So I can just copy paste the question. It will create the options automatically. So I'm just hitting enter. So copy pasting the questions. So I paste this. I say import questions. Now graph the questions for me here. See, now it's automatically the options for me here, right? It has whichever feature do you use the most, it says. So we have this basically. So I have all the options here. So what we can do is we can also change this. Instead of short answer, I can say make it multiple choice checkbox basically. Multiple choice actually. I go here. I'll go here, right? And so I'm just copy pasting it now. So I just click one highlight. You can see it's copy paste all of them. Simply copy paste there. I just copied all of them and I can just copy paste there. It automatically takes that. Yeah. I say multiple selection is allowed here, unlimited. So you can select multiple options. When I go here, I want this one, let's say. So I can just go here. Instead of yes or no, I can again change to multiple choice. Select this, paste it, and automatically come here. See. And then you can see survey is generally done with MCQs. So we're taking MCQ data because we want to focus on quantitative data here. Again, right. I'm going for R app. Again, I think make this multiple selections. Let's say only three is allowed. Exact number three. Three allowed here. I'll say range actually. Sorry, I'll say range from one to three. At least one to three. And I'll copy all this here. Change this to again multiple choice. Yeah, I'm just copy pasting it. Correct. I'm just copy pasting it here. So like the first option, paste it. That's it. See, it will come there. So you just copy paste this. Copy this here. See. Now this has to be again multiple choice. So go drop down. I say make it multiple choice. Select the first option, paste it. That's it. Right. As per the options given here. Right, so I've done this. You can see now. So I can launch the now survey here. So I'll not do the designing and all because it's like not important. Let's say I go to share here and I can basically share it. So I'm publishing this basically. And this is now ready. So if I look at it, see, I can copy it, right? You can see you can start answering. So copy it, just answer it. Maybe just think about any tracking application if you've used it. See, you've used Apple Watch, you've used Google Watch, whatever you might have used. You Google Smartwatch, whatever you might have used. Just think about it and try to answer it yourself. I want all of you to answer it as much as possible, so I can show you the data analysis that gives me the results here. Right? So we're done. Can you? Excel sheet is not important here actually. Why do you need that? Right? Because the simple questions I think here you have for that. And if you look at it, I can basically see how many. I can go to results here just to show all of you. So 20 views, 12 have set in, 2 submissions done. So you can see I can show me that. What is the average complete time and all basically. It will give me that picture. So once some of you more submit it, then I will show the results. So it will automatically give me nice results. Same thing you will get in Google Sheets. So instead of using Typeform, you can use Google Sheets also, by the way. Exact same thing you can do in Google Sheets. But in Google Sheets, there's a little bit more efforts you might have to do because uh, the interface is not so intuitive of it compared to what you have in the Typeform here. Yeah, as soon as you get this sort of feedback, multiple questions, so let's scroll automatically, or do you have to the help of developer? I didn't get you. As soon as we create this sort of feedback, you're talking about Typeform. No, you don't need a developer for Typeform. No, you don't need a developer. Where did I use the developer here? Everything is done automatically here. So you can see we have 10 submissions now so far, right? So what it does, it gives you a summary. See like this. It will give you a summary like this. This will give you a summary. So how many people have used this option? You can see it's giving me the summary here. And that into it. As you can see, right? Into it. Based on so many of your answers. I can say generate a report. Then also click on generate report and it'll automatically generate a report here. See, I can change some of the colors and all here. I can, add a cover design. I can change the color is like, just a designing part of it and give you here. And if you take the same data into Excel sheet or something, right? Then of course you can get pie charts, you can get bar charts out of the data. You can all do all that here, right? So what you can do also is in Typeform is that you can export this to other platform. Like you can connect an app of Google. I think Google Sheet is only coming in paid account, probably I'm guessing. So let me try. Otherwise I can add a Google Sheet also. I can log into my Google, it'll automatically create a I'm just logging into my Google here. It'll automatically get a Google Sheet for me. So you can see now I'm activating the session. So yes, and you can see I now connected it. So now whatever results will come will go to the Google Sheet. I can go over here. See, this is Google Sheet. So if I go to the this has been connected basically to my feedback, basically the results which I have here. And then, so this results will be connected to my Google Sheets basically here now. I'll have to basically open that Google Sheet here. Let me see. Uh, Allow me a minute. Let me look at my sheets. It should be there now. Yeah, I have it. I have needed a feedback. You can see all those answers are coming here now. and hit open. Yeah, submitted and all, right? And that it opens. I'm having here. And so based on the submission so far, what I can do is I can create batch. Let's say I can select this whole thing here into it. Now this is I'm not going to go in detail because I'm not teaching you Excel sheet or Google sheet here. But I can go to the what do you say insert a chart based on the first question. You can see I can get a pie chart now, right? So I can get like this kind of visualizations for me. So I can go to the let's say this one here and then go to insert chart. I can also change the type of chart by the way. Now let me make this chart as let's say bar chart like this. So you can make it more visual and you can put this in the screenshots of your case study basically, right? So that's how basically it works. Okay, so I have some questions coming in here. A quick question. When I'm working in my company, I always receive feedback even though it didn't ask. Okay. They don't even know what is the purpose of the color or something else, but they give the feedback. How would you manage this kind of situations? Okay. Okay, I'm getting it. So from within your company, you're getting feedback basically, and they don't know the purpose of the color and all. So I think it's important to understand their perspective sometimes, right? So here, though we are talking about users, by the way, we're not talking about people within the companies and all, how they feel, what is their perception is, right? This is more about the end user, first of all here. Of course, you can get feedback internally from the company, right? A lot of people might be there who will be giving you the feedback, and they might not be from the design team. This is what you're trying to say, right? They might not be from the design team, basically, and they might, give you that kind of thing. I think you can acknowledge them, thank you for your feedback and all, right? Then maybe you can try to filter the logic. See, sometimes maybe the user does not know about the color theory and all, but they might have a perspective behind it sometimes, right? And you can kind of filter that logic behind it, like why they are saying that. Maybe ask for a clarifying question, like why they have mentioned it like that, right? In their perspective, what is wrong with it here? Then you can basically give a reply to them with the design reference, that why you have done it this way, right? Why you have done that basically. So you can basically back that with some kind of design principle or something to answer them. This is what I would do basically here, right? Into it. So you can say this decision has been taken as per the, let's say, accessibility guidelines, for example. That's why we've taken this colors here, right? So that happens. I think every client does that basically. And sometimes you have to listen to the client to be frank, right? Sometimes, whatever your theory you might have and something that is separate. Maybe the client has his own vision, the way of thinking, I would say, is different. So that happens. But here we're talking basically about users, remember. We're not talking about the people inside the company, your manager or your, the teammate or something. We're not talking about those people here. We're talking about users over here. Yes, that's correct. I agree to you basically. One of the success is measured by the client satisfaction. I agree with you. I agree with you on that basically part. So that's why you will conduct this study to be frank, right? Once you have this survey done, right? Let's say for example, you can do an A and B testing, for example. Okay. So whatever your client is asking to do, change the color and all, you can have that and you can have your design. Okay. Then you can say, okay, we'll do A and B testing. Let's see which one performs better. Maybe the client one performs better, maybe your one performs better. You can take that decision. Because see, what you are also using is your assumption, by the way. Let me tell that. You can't say that you are right because that is also an assumption, to be frank. Of course, you're a designer. I'm not denying that fact that you have some kind of a vision and creativity into your mind. But maybe what will appeal to the normal people might not appeal to a designer, right? Understand that difference there. So maybe you can do an A and B testing on that. This is what big companies do. For example, in Google, it's a big company, right? Some people will say, okay, I want to keep a search color this. I want to keep the search color this one. So what Google does, say, let's let's decide by doing a test here. If there is a book, actually, I tell you, the book which I mentioned over, Don't Make Me Think. Uh, I still remember it. That is what exactly that book mentions, basically, right? When there's a conflict between the team members, it's best to do a research and test it and then prove it, basically. Yes, you have to be like it's not about open in suggestions, right? It's more about, see, there's a difference between what we say, you know, taking a feedback is good, right? Sometimes I tell you, this is from my experience, to be frank. Sometimes you think that, see, you generally, when we design something, no, we get emotionally attached to it because that's what we have designed it, right? And this happens in the session also. Once we go to Figma, I will show you basically when people share their work, they don't find anything wrong in it, to be frank. As per them, that's good that everybody lives their work, to be frank, right? But maybe the others can see a different perspective to it and then why that is wrong and all. Then, so even when I tell people to improve their designing, then what to do, I give them an example that why this is wrong as per the principle of design. I don't say that, okay, don't use blue color. I tell them why not to use that color, basically, once they have done it, right? So that's the important thing over here. So if you're backing something with some kind of principle and standards, then it's okay. But remember, client is client. Let me tell you very clearly all of this thing. Client is client. I see if I'm getting a logo design from you, let's say for example, I'm getting a logo design from you, or I'm getting an app design from you, right? See, I am the person who's going to pay you, right? You can tell me, okay, why you have taken that color and all. But if I want a particular, I want that particular color, right? Because I am the one who is paying you, to be frank. But that's the harsh truth of it, right? There. And sometimes this is like what I was just saying, this is practically I've seen. Sometimes client is right. Sometimes see, creative could anybody could be creative sometimes. And sometimes when you see the perspective, the end result from the client perspective, then it might look good to you. Then Manoj, you asking in infinity mapping after getting theme sorted, don't we get them into a sorting representation for users? That will come, Manoj, later. This is what I said. I did not went into the themes part. That's the reason I did not go into it, right? So if you saw, there was a in the Miro we had a dot voting also there. So we do dot voting also on the ideas and all part here. We do that. So it can be done with the sort analysis. It can be done with the voting, dot voting. So there are different ways to do that basically. And that's why we did not go into the theming part and all into it. I did not go into it because that will come in the define stage. Currently, we are trying to what do you say, trying to understand the audience, means the users. We're kind of doing surveys and user interviews, getting the data and doing a basic analysis of it. So when it comes to ideation part in the USD process or the UX process, the design thinking process, you can call it, in the define stage where we have ideation and all, we talk about that basically. So you're right on that part. 100% right on that part. So that activity might be because currently not everybody is aware about what is ideation and all, what is brainstorming has to be done in different ways. So that's why I did not went into it. But otherwise, you will might do one infinity activity from start to end because you are of course aware about the whole process and all as a team, right? So just to let you know, all of you, for your assignment purpose, you can use Google Forms. So there's something called as Google Forms. You don't have to use Typeform and all because they are paid tools. Google Form is completely free to use. See over here, right? It's a simple thing. You can simply click on plus here to get a blank form. You can click on plus here to get a blank form here, and then you can keep creating a question. So yeah, so you can kind of name it. Let's say I'm going to name it for user uh, survey for fitness app, for example. I'm saying okay, and then I can enter my questions here. So I can just copy paste this questions here. Copy paste this question like this here. Paste it. You can see it will come here. I can just remove that now. First option. 10th option here. I can also paste it over here, see, like this. Done. So like this, you can get a survey over here as well, and you can make it required or not. Then I can add a new question from here, by the way, add question. And there are different kind of questions you can have here. Multiple choice checkbox, drop down, upload file, linear scale rating, multiple choice grid. You can see there are multiple options you have here for it. Mostly you're going to use multiple choice or checkboxes and all here to be taken. It will give you the same kind of response at the end, kind of what you're getting in type form here. Type form can be a little bit better. You can have conditional logic and all. In Google form, it's more straightforward to be done and added out in this. Right. So again, for example, I'll show you one more feature which Google form has, by the way. People are not aware about it. I can copy this again. See, it's like this part, paste it. I can now remove this, that, done, right? Why this option is coming back again and again. Okay, there seems to be some problem there. Anyway, it doesn't matter, right? So I can add this. By the way, here you can, if you have a very long survey, you can basically add a divider in between. You can add a section. So it's a section number 2. So you can have sections basically. So you can have like in section 1, you will have, let's say, 5 questions. Section number 2, you will have another 5 questions. You can do that. That's not compulsory, but that is something available to you here. This is what I want to show you. And then section, you can basically add questions over here in that particular section here, right? So you can add a question here in that section. I'll show you the preview of it in a second. Allow me a minute. Like this. I don't know why this is like coming differently here. But yeah, so you can see that I can add a section. Now if I go to preview, just show you the preview here. If I go to the preview here, so you'll have like one section, then you will have next. So let's say if I just answer randomly here, for next, then the other section will come. Then the other section will come. So you can see the section will come and click on next. So you can also divide into multiple sections over here instead of showing all questions in one. One more thing you can do over here is just to let you know when you will be doing the surveys, you can change one important setting. You can click on change setting here, and you can basically tell, let me show you that option here. Collect email addresses. You can make it do not collect. If you think people will not be happy to share their email IDs, you can say do not collect email IDs. So you can say non-verified. Right? So then people can, of course, then one person can fill multiple times. That's a different thing. But yeah, you can do that here if you want. You can use any one of them. You can use Typeform also. You can use Google Form also. That's up to you, basically, right? But like I said, Google Form is like free. It doesn't have any limitations. So you can use Google Form. That's okay. Any one of them you can use. That's up to you. So case study we have is customizing content recommendation by Netflix. Netflix leverages quantitative data analysis to optimize content recommendation and enhance user engagement. In the ever-expanding content library, Netflix faced challenges ensuring its recommendation system correctly guided users. Objective was to enhance the accuracy of Netflix content recommendations by identifying patterns in viewing behavior and predicting the user preferences. Right. So data collection, they gathered extensive user interaction data, including viewing habits, engagement metrics, and content rating. They do that in the background with the system. They do a statistical analysis and use statistical modeling and A/B testing to identify viewing patterns, refining recommendation algorithms. Most of the companies do that in the background, right? So the enhanced algorithm refined the algorithm led to more personalized homepage and features like topics for you. The data analysis guided content acquisition, prioritizing genres with strong user interest, right? And I don't know if you watch Netflix. If you go to Netflix, there is an icon also of like after you watch the movie. There could be a single icon of like, there could be a double icon of the like, and upside also. So you can, based on those, feedback and everything, your recommendation will improve over the time in Netflix as a user. And there's a very personalized thing they are done. And that all happens in the background with their kind of more complex softwares they have for analysis of that. And based on that, they kind of keep changing their algorithm. must they have in the system. So impact on the user engagement. So see, quantitative analysis enable Netflix to significantly improve user satisfaction and business outcome by refining its content recommendation system. So you spend more time on platform, found relevant content faster, improve recommendation, reduce churn, and increase subscriber retention. Basically. Right. So now let's say imagine drawing insights from the Netflix quantitative analysis approach can guide the optimization of content recommendation system by prioritizing relevant data metrics, right? So it's a reflection question I have. Imagine you're leading a project to optimize content recommendation system for a new video streaming platform. Which specific data inputs or metrics would you prioritize and why? Think about that. So there could be many, right? There could be many. Watch time buffering, very good. I was waiting for it. Watch time. Yeah. Buffering and watch time is the same thing, I would say almost. There could be many things basically on it, right? It depends how you want to basically do it, right? So if I know based on what all of you have given us, of course, number one would be like the watch time, I would say. Per session also, I would say per session. Per session means per user session, you can say, kind of thing. Watch time per session, I would say. Then I might also look about think about completion rate. Completion rate, right? To be taken into it. Then there could be like someone mentioned those likes, dislikes, right? And that then you have demo graphics. I don't know if if you've seen nowadays, and I think it's in Instagram and Facebook both. When you're watching shorts and videos, you have like, are you not interested? Interested? That comes for you, right? And you might have demographics. You might have viewing history of the user. You might do based on that. I think one of you mentioned already this gender differences, right? Could be a part of it. Then it could be what do you say? Novel uh, daily content. Now it will mean something unique, something fresh. Based on that, you might do people and see how. Then you might look at retention rate on the videos and all. So there could be a lot of things. Retention rate, I would say. Post recommendation. Especially after, let's say if you recommended something, so people are viewing it, but are they sticking it or not? That recommendation. Performance content or general content for beginners is nice, good. Agree with you on that. If that is available, yeah, of course. So you may also say, okay, for example, unsubscribe users, subscribe users, right? You may have that. What is the pattern people are subscribing to, etc. User retention, I think I mentioned. Uh, yeah, you can say user. That will be for the overall platform. Of course, we can do that. We can do that. Retention rate, user retention rate. You can also have the return rate basically of the user. So it could be a lot of things basically you might have, right? Based on which you can do the quantitative analysis. Okay, so now we've come to the end of the lesson number 3, where we have talked about some analysis of the UX. We are talking majorly here. If we talk about infinity mapping. We talk about how you can have the results of the surveys basically here. That's what we have discussed into this part. I would say then we have also talked about you know thymic analysis. We talk about uh, A and B testing. We talk about a lot of different testings basically which you have. and this, right? Okay. So in the next lesson, we'll be talking about let me show you here about mappings basically. So which is the very popular part also, I would say, and very common part of UX industry to have it, because this will be your job only to do it. Talk about the crafting user insights using empathy map, personas, and scenario mapping. We'll talk about that here, right? Into this. All right. We also have activities on persona, empathy map, personas, and everything here. Yes, right. So we'll be talking about that next year. But before I go there, and we can of course take a break here. Yes, you will also have to do this all this assignment. This is what I'm now coming to. Let me discuss the assignment for next 5 minutes before we go for the break, right? So what in this assignment you have? Give me a second. Mm, I think I gave you the file. Let me check. Do I have the? Hmm, I have it. Okay. So remember, I created this page of assignment number one, right? I talked about the assignment number one here, right? So this was your first assignment of the model. Now, in the second module, what you have to do, let me tell you here. So you can name this as course two or model two, basically, right? Course two, assignment two, basically, we have here. Forget the timeline and all. So what you have to do in this assignment here. Now, don't be afraid, right? Over here, what I'm going to show you, we'll talk about a lot of things here going ahead, and that, right? I'm going to copy paste whole thing here. See. So you will have to do all this. Let me properly format this. Right. Remember, the most important thing is this I want to highlight here. No UI design. So you're not looking here for UI design. Only UX. No UI design, remember. Only UX. First of all. This is not about designing. So I want to clarify that here. And this will be for the fashion. I will give you the case study, show you the case study also here. But see, you have already done a few things here. What you have done over here is, I think I have to remove this here now, right? This you have done. I'll talk about the deadline and everything. Deadline will be again 7 days after it. So deadline is not important right now here, right? And a lot of things we're not discussed so far. So don't worry. See, now we're going to talk about, see, we're done till here. Done till here, right? So you can now start doing these three things here. What? Create user interview questions, create survey questions, conduct them, analyze these user interviews and surveys. Maybe, oh, actually, I forgot to tell you this. This is all under it, actually. This is all under it like this, right? Analyze the user interviews and surveys using affinity mapping, user persona, empathy mapping, scenario mapping. We'll talk about all this. We have already talked about so far affinity mapping. We'll talk about all this other things also which you have into it. Okay, I'll talk about that here in this. So this is what you'll have to do, right? And this is basically, if you go to the LMS, if all of you will go to the LMS, let me open the LMS here if I can, or I will show you the, let me see if I have the downloaded one here. Mm, I think I have the problem set downloaded for me. It will log in. Let me show you here because my portal might not be working. I'm just checking it. Though all of you can go and read about it. There is already given in your port LMS. So you'll be getting a fashion app basically. So you will have to basically create for the fashion app. So that was number 2 we are doing. Open the LMS you can see here, and I'm not able to access it because of this here. Give me a minute. But I can show you this different. I have a downloaded one here. Don't worry. Give me a minute. Let me show you the home set. Software is up to you, but I would recommend that you use a Figma Gem, right? You use Figma Gem because it will just make your life easier, I would say, because it's free and because you will have everything in one place. So, if let's say you do in Miro, then you will come to Figma Gem, do some other activity. So, combining them together at the end will be difficult for you at the end. So, my recommendation would be Figma Gem for all of you, but it's up to you, right? That's okay. I don't mind that, right? And that I can give us, I think, a basic overview of this project here because I don't have the access to it. Let me see if I can quickly access it. Guys, yeah, I have it here. So this is the document which I have. Basically, you should also see the same document on the LMS similar. So this see overview is the fashion app, creating a user experience for a fashion app. The project focuses on enhancing the user experience and user interface of a clothing brand fashion app that offers minimalistic and sustainable fashion. The objective is to design an intuitive, enjoyable online shopping experience that aligns with the brand's value for simplicity, sustainability while meeting the needs of its target audience. Learners will use the UX UI research on design skills, applying user-centered methods to do this, right? So you see what you have to do as a task is you have to do this all. This is what I mentioned there. Please surveys, evidence mapping. I've given a little bit more kind of task over here. So imagine you're creating a fashion app, which is more minimalistic brand and a sustainable brand of fashion, right? Of a fashion, right? So that's what you have to do it. And here, right? So for it could be any clothing brand first of all. So maybe you can create ABC clothing brand. So maybe now you can think about your own brand also, or maybe you can pick some already a brand and kind of improve it, right? But I would recommend that you create your own brand. For example, I might create a unique name for my brand, and for which I want to create an app for the clothing fashion, right? So you might have to create user interview questions. You will have to create user interview questions, survey questions, analyzing user interviews that you will have to show in your case study. I think I can keep that scenario also here for all of you. So I have already given this by the way here. You can see this is, I think, for the previous one. It has nothing to do with the previous assignment like that. But now whatever assignment after this will be coming. So course number 3 will have a related assignment to this basically. Right? Will have a related assignment to it here. Same, whenever the course ends, basically, right? After that, you have 7 days to submit it basically. But let me put it there. I just put the uh, it has to be specific to fashion app. I'm telling that. Shubhangi, this has to be specific to fashion app, but a brand could be anything. It could be your own brand basically, but it has to be related to the fashion app. Let me be clear on that. Because this is a common project which all of you do. Not, of course, not you're not doing as a team group here, but because for evaluation purpose and all, right? It has to be the same app. But side by side, you can also do, your own topic, right? But it has to be in a fashion app. Let me be clear. not be something else, right? Deadline, estimated deadline, if I put it here, I think this, right? Okay, let me give you the estimated deadline also, guys, over here. If you know, if we go as per the current schedule, so you will have 20 hours, 3 hours. Estimated, if I tell you, uh, you can say around 28th of June. If we go as per the current schedule, right? Now it can be a little bit up and down, but that's the deadline you can say you have, right? The current 21st is mentioned here, right? Like sometimes, we extend or something happens. So for that, I'm saying, okay. Yeah, I can share this Figma link. I think I already shared this with all of you previously. I can reshare this link, no problems. And remember, all of you will have the read access only of this. You'll not be able to edit this document. The scenario is up to you. Yes, it could be a new launch app or it could be a already established app. But you might face difficulties in the established app, to be frank, right? Because sometimes what people I've seen is that you might do a instead of doing something good, you might do something bad, to be frank, in terms of designing, right? And remember, the main thing I want to again focus on this one is that the case study says over here one thing important. It is has a brand that values the simplicity and sustainability. That's the main thing here. You have to keep in mind. That's the unique factor you can say here in this application you have. Simplicity and sustainability over here. And that, how can we work? See, you can work on the, let's say you can do a survey, user interviews for Mentor, for example. I'm just giving an example here, right? On it. Getting my point, then how maybe what issues people have, then maybe how can you improve its UI for that? Or maybe let's say in Mentor, you're creating a subsection of simplicity and sustainable clothing. Imagine this way, right? So that could also be one of the things there. It could be a part of Zara, it could be part of anything basically. Or you can create your own brand which basically focuses on simplicity and sustainability, like Zara, H&M, it could be anything like that. Okay. Of course, you can't get their all data. You can't get their web analytics and all. So which is not possible to get it. You're currently creating on a hypothesis basically here, to be frank. Right. And we'll go ahead and start with the lesson number 4, like I mentioned before the break. We're going to talk about in this lesson, we're going to talk about, which is also your assignment requirement if you see. We'll talk about empathy map, personas, and scenario map here. Right. These are the very 3 common things you're going to see in any UX case study, to be frank, right? Which is built or, uh, in the study part of the UX, I would say, to be taken, right? So the learning objective we have is analyze how empathy and persona and scenario map contribute to understanding user needs in UX design, creating a detailed user persona to represent targeted users accurately, develop an empathy map for a specific user profile by synthesizing qualitative user data, right? Designing a scenario map outline using outlining a user journey, incorporating empathy and persona insights, applying empathy and persona scenario mapping techniques to a UX design process to enhance the overall user experience. Now here, the first thing we'll talk about is the empathy mapping here. So sometimes you might think also that Lilith, the empathy mapping and personas are similar. Right? It's not exactly similar, to be frank, right? But they can overlap. And remember, none of the mappings are compulsory, first of all. As a UX designer, sometimes you might just create empathy maps, sometimes you might just create persona, sometimes you may just create user journey maps, which is okay. Okay. but like very common methods used here. That's why we also ask you to do in the assignment part. So you kind of do that practical yourself, right? So the first thing you want to understand is empathy mapping, understanding the user's emotions and motivations. Okay. So the empathy map is basically divided into four quadrants majorly, or four boxes you can see here. You want to do the four boxes basically like this. That's a kind of a default layout generally you can see here. So what it does, it's a process of organizing your user research in a way that helps you perceive the audience perspective. It's an iterative practice that helps design teams better understand their users and foster a first user approach in all stages of product. Right? Talk about the theoretical part, and talk about a little bit practical part also of it. Don't worry, right? Because I think you want to understand this much better practically. But what does empathy map is important because it can help you align the team by creating a shared understanding of the user, right? Identifying gaps in the team existing knowledge about the user, guiding the design process with a focus on real user needs and emotions. This is how empathy map can basically help you. So majorly it can help you align your design team. It can help you understand the team better about the end users now. So empathy map, like I said, is generally divided into four things. I would say now the templates could vary a little bit, to be frank, right? If I show you the official NN group template, right? I show you that one which I have with me about the empathy map. So NN group also has a template, by the way. Okay, yeah, I got that, found it. So this is the empathy map of NN group, kind of a basic template you can see here. Like I said, not all of them are same. So for example, if you say says, see, so you don't have the C here basically, but you do have things and fields divided into it, and here or does basically here, right? This is a very typical template of an income which you see. So it basically divided into four major quadrants. Which talked about what the user says, what the user does, what the user thinks, and what the user feels basically, right? So these are the four quadrants you basically have. Now, some of the templates you're going to see this also, basically, right? Thinks and feels, sees, says, next. That's up to you basically what kind of data you want to capture into it and do it. But I just wanted to show you the NN group template also, the official template you have there. So majorly you have this thing. See, if you see here, says, this is as per now NN group. If you see, majorly says, think, does, and feel. You can see that. So we say what is say the actual words or feedback and the codes of the users. Think is what goes in their mind, often deeper emotions or concerns. Feels their emotional response like frustration or excitement, right? And do the actions do they take, whether interacting with a product or navigating a website. So we try to capture all that information into an empathy map together, right? So that's why we said there are four components of empathy map you have in it. Now, there are a lot of versions of empathy map, to be frank. This is like a standard version which I showed you. A lot of companies have, on top of this template, I would say, have added a lot of things in it. Some of them, some of the template you're going to see, people will also mention in the same below, basically, pains and goals. Some of them might also mention, thought process. There could be a lot of things basically in it. But let's look at that's a basic template you have, I would say, right? So empathy maps help you identify why users behave in a certain way by connecting emotions to their actions, right? So example is given here. See, imagine a user who feels frustrated. That's a feel, right? They may start clicking back repeatedly. That's the do they are doing when they cannot find what they're looking for on your website. This frustration leads them to make an impulsive decision, like leaving the site altogether. But when you, as a designer, can see this connection between what they feel and what they do, now you have the insight to fix the pain point causing this behavior. Okay, causing this behavior. This is one example. Then, for example, think of designing with empathy as a crafting or a personalized gift. What would not just pick any gift but carefully consider the person's needs? Like, if let's say you want to buy a gift for someone, maybe for a loved ones, right? So you think about their needs, what were their feelings, right? What will be they will be thinking when you give them this particular thing. So it's similar to that. In the same way, when we use empathy map, we get to know how users on a deeper level, like what they love, what frustrates them, what their what motivates their actions, basically, right? So what are these stages to create an effective empathy map? These stages we have: set your goals. Set a clear goal of your project essential before getting an empathy map. What are you hoping to achieve? These design goals should guide you to your research and ensure that you collect the most relevant information to interest you. Like, for example, in your app, if I talk about your aim or the goal is to design a simplistic, sustainable fashion app, right? That's your goal basically. Then you collect the research finding, you do surveys, you do user interviews and all. We talked about that, right? Then you gather data for each user groups. You already know kind of group them. But if you can do that basically into it, then you will go to map your research into the quadrants. This is where you will map it. This is where you do the empathy mapping now. Right? So in short, to get an empathy map, you need to have some kind of research data. Let me do clarify one thing here. Let me clarify. I will clarify one more thing basically to you, right? Not always the empathy map is based on research, which is dangerous though. But empathy map could also be done before you start your research. Remember that. It can be done once you have collected data. It can be done before starting research. I tell you how. So that's why we say that the UX process is not a linear process. It's like a back and forth process. Yeah. So you may also create an empathy map in the starting. Why? Because you want to get surveys and user interviews. So when you want to create a user interview questions, when you want to create a survey questions and all, first you need to have a little bit understanding of your ideal audience, right? So you will try to, with your assumptions, I would say with the team assumption knowledge, when you work in a team environment, you may map out the empathy map of what currently do you think or you assume basically the users do say, think and feel. And based on that, you may do some kind of a research. And after doing the research, then you may again create an empathy map based on that research. So what I'm trying to say is that it is not a linear process. Remember that it can be done early in the stage also. Some companies might start straight away with empathy map also first to have a basic understanding of kind of an user they're going to have, right? But here we're talking about once we've done the use research and data gathering, then we are creating a empathy map here. Then you synthesize the insights. So whatever insights you get, you will basically look into that insights of the uh, data basically here. Right. Once you create the empathy map, look for patterns and insights. You can share this information with your stakeholders to guide the design decisions basically. That's what you do in the empathy map. So we'll do a small activity on the empathy map now. We still have time, right? So in this exercise, you will get an empathy map to understand users' thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Let's focus on John, a 32-year-old marketing executive who loves traveling for work, but often feels stressed when booking trips due to unfamiliar platforms and fear of making mistakes. John is looking for a solution that makes him feel confident and secure while managing his travel plans independently. Right? So let's see how we'll do this activity. Now, again, you can use any software to be frank. You can use Miro, you can use Figma Gem, whatever you like. Doesn't really matter, right? But I will be using Figma Gem here basically because as you know, again, it's free. So it's more accessible to all of us. So I can go to drop down here. I can click on create a Figma gem file here again. I'm creating a new Figma gem file. You can do in the same file also, to be frank. It's not important that you take a new file always. You can take a same file also here. Now, as per my experience, the template you're going to get for empathy map here is a little bit more expanded, to be frank. But let me show you the empathy map here. So if you go to the templates in Figma Gem, you can look for the empathy map. Empathy map, right? Over here. And this, you can see you will have this empathy map here. This is by Figma Gem templates and one other. You just filter by templates also, you will see a lot of other templates coming in here into it, right? So taking an empathy map here. So I can just simply click on add template and the empathy map will be added over here. So you can see it has the four quadrant. It has more quadrant, like I said, it has pain and gains also, which I will not go into. I will just talk about this basically, right? In this. And we can also customize this, by the way, because kind of, let's say we are following N group. So we can simply say this, I can kind of customize this. I'll show you basically how to customize that. How to be done. So, but we are creating an empathy map now based on this, right? I'll show you some sample data also. Give me a second. So copy paste that scenario which I told you basically. Right. I'll basically you can ignore this personal information. We don't need this always, to be frank. Personal information and all. Really that. We don't need that, to be frank. We just need the scenario here. I'll edit all this also here. I just have a scenario which I'm going to put it here. It's coming too small, make it large, extra large. So that's the scenario we have, right? You know that. Let's fill this template only, like, because there's a little bit more extended template actually you have of empathy map, which is good to have. So let me show you this, how I would fill this one only, okay? So you can see that we have here. Generally, one thing which I don't like in this template is I should keep this, as per my design, I would say I will keep this on the top. So at least you know what is this right here says does and things and fields. Now this is I'm kind of trying to basically tell you based on this scenario. Let's say now what the user hears, for example. Now of course we're doing this in a very hypothesis way here. It could be, let's say, the user tend to say here. So let's say what you would hear. So you will create this empathy map, Pulkit, based on your surveys and user interview questions, by the way. Okay. And if you're confused, let me do one thing, guys. Let me do one thing. Okay. Let's go to Miro. I'll show you one. Okay, let me clarify this. Okay. Give me a minute. I think I did it here only. Yeah, I did have it here. Uh, right. So let's say I have this user interviews here. Okay. Interview. Now, this is not a very good information, to be frank, for the empathy map. I like to be very, very clear. This is not a very good information for empathy map, which we have. But let's forget that John here. Let's forget that scenario, right? Let me take that user interviews here. And let's say based on this user interviews, I want to now create a empathy map. Okay. So practically what you will do in the assignment is you will create user interviews and surveys and all. Based on data, you can create a empathy map. I think I'm taking this example because it might be better for all of you to kind of link it at a later stage, right? For all of you, it should be like kind of better too, so you can understand that how empathy map can be created based on this. Okay. Now we are taking a combined one here. Huh? Now, generally, if you go to read about empathy map on N group and all, it says empathy map is generally based on one particular user, but you can also mix and map means multiple users over here, right? To be done in this as an option. You can do that, Manoj. Yeah, you can do that. But see, how will you know the thinking process basically? Here? I show you basically how even from this data we can get everything. Okay, wait for me. Then you will, I think, get most of your all of you will get all of your answers. Okay, I just show you that basically over here. That let's start with here. Now, in some of the parts, I will be making a little bit kind of things basically here, right? So if you remember over here in the interviews, we do add, that they want some kind of a social engagement and all basically together, right? So I can say, let's say they hear that, or you know, let's say here's looks for apps better, with better, I would say looks for better social challenges, okay, and insights. Look for apps, sorry, apps with better social challenges. Now you might say this is here's right. Now so I will just reframe it a little bit actually here. So because this is about here's, right? So basically I can say uh friends. Um you can say like this. Here from friends about apps which better social challenges and insights. Now I can say that. So this is what I'm trying to basically mention. So I'm getting a little bit more context. So with what users hear, maybe now the user is hearing that is some kind of a news. Okay, news could be uh, let's say COVID risk reduces with regular regular exercise. Sorry, irregular exercise, right? Let's say for example, they will hear that. They might hear, what they might hear that based on the something from this one basically which we had, uh, you are not not the only one having tracking issues. We had that, there. Something to do tracking issues. Something kind of has something in my mind basically. Some based on that, I'm creating that. So you might add more points, you might add less. That's okay, right? Into it. Then, for example, I can say what the user sees basically, right? That can also be a part of it. Generally, depend on the data. For example, you might divide this says and does into C's basically. Because here, I would say we don't have exactly C's over here, for example, right? We do have says and does. We do have that. So we can also divide it into different categories. So we can simply say, no, this is says and does. So remember, there is no fixed kind of a template here. So generally, it's divided into four coordinates. So I can do that here, right? But just to, let's say, follow this template only, I'm not going to do that. I'll keep that back, right? I go to the C's here, right? For example, what the user sees. Users, let's say he or she, whatever it would be. Let's say I'm saying user see people in gym using tracking apps with smartwatch. For example, this is like what user is seeing. right? What user is looking at basically here. And now, what else you might think about, the user might be seeing or maybe doing here. So they might be seeing, let's say, for example, you might be seeing YouTube videos on, what do you say, new nutritions, nutritions and workout, for example, right? They might be seeing that here. User might be seeing that, uh, say, seeing friends sharing the sharing the friends sharing the, yeah, personalized, I would say, personalized personalized workout journeys. But remember, I have to make some of the things out myself because we don't have much data in the user inputs. And this is you might do in your case study also, which is okay. So I'm not denying that fact. You might have to do a little bit of, superimposition of that basically over here. Now, of course, we can have a lot of does and things and fields from here. For example, if I talk about, for the fields is here is, there was one very good, which was a very clear feeling, of course. Uh, it was with which user? Frustrating, see, 1% right? Frustrating. So David says that's right. So say things and feel that will come in fields are frustrating. So generally, when you're writing things and feelings, remember always mention a particular feeling here, right? Let's say frustrated by the lack of customizable features, right? Frustrated. But the main word is frustrated here. That's the feeling, right? Over here. So it could be like, things in the fields here, basically. So what maybe I tell you what could be people might be thinking in the background, which all of us think basically. Let's say now again I'm using a particular word see here. Concerned about the data uh, accuracy. Right? Generally, you might be thinking that accuracy is and the reliability of the data. The reliability, I'll say reliability. That should be okay. Reliability of tracking, it could be anything basically, right? We have around some data there only. Then what it could be? Maybe the users are very curious, I would say, curious for looking for alter mm, what's a competitor basically alternatives. I'll say alternatives basically, right, into it. I might say that. Then for example, I can just add one more notice here. Maybe see, I think I have something here which came to my mind. There's only one more here we had. So this one, I love the app indicators with the helper, but sometimes thinking process not smooth. There have been several occasions where I have lost my data basically into it, right? Over here and that. So it's a disappointed. So I'll use a word disappointed. Uh, disappointed. I can just copy paste some of the things here now. with the syncing process. Simple. And the syncing process. Now remember, we're not just mentioning which is just about the app features and all. We're also may mention something which is out of the context, right? Sometimes that's, for example, sometimes user might feel lazy, lazy due to in the, let's say you might find that pattern using a survey that user feels lazy during the summers. For example, I'm saying in summers. So you may include all that also over here. And then it could have, and remember you can it is not about always negative, it could be also positive things, by the way. So you may say that the user is motivated, right, when the app, for example, when the app works well or offers in the creations. So mention the positive side also. It's not that you have to take the negative sides only. You can have positive sides also here into it, right? Then we go to the says and does here. What the user actually does and says basically here in it. So if whatever the says here, generally I don't like to combine says and does because they're two different things, because people might say something else and do something else. So that's a different thing here. But here we majorly have does basically what the user is doing and saying here, right? So let's say there was one Teliope, I think, say we had here. They have when using performance while listening to DC goal person also should be monitored, right? So says, what is the say here if you look at it? So you can see the uh sorry, what was that? Hmm, it was setting process needs to be more annotative. See, says because it has two several conditions demonstrating its process process should be more intuitive, right? This is what the says of the users. So it does basically uh, yeah, so it does. End up or just having manual adjustments into my stats, right? So that's it does. That is will come in does basically here, right? User does the manual adjustments of the workout. So kind of really bit changing and kind of reframing that here, right? So now know what is does and the says is. So you can have like this says and does here of the user here into. So like this, you can keep feeling it here. So this completes your empathy map here. That completes your empathy map. So what is the benefit, or you might ask, like, what is the benefit of this empathy map? It's a summary of your user interviews again, which will help you quickly, look at your ideal customer. What is their thinking process? What is that they think? Of what they get influenced by? So it's kind of it's not going to give you the straight away value, I would say, but it's going to kind of, for a team, it's an ideal customer whom you can refer to and look back to see, okay, for whom we are designed. So instead of remembering so many people, you just need to remember one person. You just need to kind of remember one person here. That's what you have here. No, so Bhumika, see, even if you're getting a new app, so if I ask you, don't you have any fashion app in the current market? You have it, right? People are already using Myntra, they're already using Azure, they're using a lot of apps. So even if you're creating a new app, let's say you're creating a new business today of fashion app, so you have a lot of competitors and you have a lot of users who are using those apps. Getting my point? But everything in the world you have it. For example, when iPhone was created, there was nothing like iPhone. Okay. But then how they got the user research? Phone was still there. The mobile phones were still there. Remember, right? You had those Nokia TechPad. You had those Nokia with the that stylus and all to be used. You had BlackBerry. So Apple studied those people, those users. See, the product you want to create is of course going to be different. Then you will again do the user research on the new app which you want to build. But to create that new app, you need to have some basis which you can take from your current competitors now. So everything in the world almost has an alternative to it, I would say. There. Understand that, right? Let's say when computers did not exist yet, but computer was created. So you might study, how people currently do entry in the register. So they must have registered, right? For example, when Tally was created, remember? If you about any accounting software which was created for the first time, how it might have been created. So it has some basis from the real life because people were doing something in the real life before into it. So user interview, see what you have to get in the user interview. I will not say it's about existing apps. I am talking about the existing users of those apps here. Please remember that. I'm not telling you to ask about majorly maybe about Myntra. Maybe have more open broad questions in your user interviews, right? You may ask the user itself, right? Which app you use the most probably for fashion currently. What do you like in it? What do you dislike in it? Right? Which is the most frustrating fashion app have you used so far? So what I'm trying to say is do not nothing that you just focus Myntra only or you focus just one Nika fashion, whatever it could be. It can be more broader as well. And, so your focus is to understand the mindset of the user. Moving again, you're confusing. So you have to do two things. One is the user interviews, which will not have MCQs, and one is the survey, which will have the MCQ. So there are two different studies. One is the quantitative study and one is the qualitative study. And you have to do both. This is what I mentioned in the assignment. That you have to do user interviews also, you have to do surveys as well. Now, surveys for all of you is easy to do. How? You can just create a survey Google form, share it with your friends, and tell them to just fill it up. User interviews, you will have to kind of go maybe call your friend, talk to your friends, colleagues, and then tell them to do that. Answer you some of the questions from their perspective. So you have to do both. Is what I'm trying to say. In the surveys, do not make people type a lot of long answers. You can have one or two typing answers in it. But majorly in the survey, you should have MCQs, like I have already discussed this in the yesterday session previously also. And in surveys, you should have more of MCQ questions. Otherwise, people will not fill it up for you. Right? Then based on this, you might also take the pain points of the user and the sorry and the gains of the user. Now, it little depends, uh, how you basically look at the data and what you have got, and based on that, you might also mention the pain points and gains on the needs basically. The pain is that I would say usability of the app, writing in small app interface, for example, right? That's gonna be when pains here. Integration, of course, we know that now. Integration is a pain. Integration sync issues is a pain here, right? What are the other pains user might have? You might mention that here, right? There could be issues with performance, let's say, slow loading times when the users are mentioned, right? And then you might take about gains also, what the user is gaining for that here, right? Gains basically over here. So now gains could be like this, let's say we have some level of, what do you say, some level of customization already, but needs improvements. With that, right? Over here, right? So you might come to know some positives basically, or some gains basically here to be taken in that. So gains are what? Something which user currently really appreciates over here. For example, there's one data here I should have been a few. I love the app how it integrates, but sometimes um, integration integration with other apps. That could be one of the gains here. So you might mention that basically. Or maybe let's say, what do you say? Experience of habit, right? Formation due to constant, I would say what? Consent tracking features. So you may have this basically, right? So that's how you create a empathy map. Basically, Ritika, first to answer that question, it's about the interface only. We talk about in the UI part. See, whether you're creating an app, whether you're creating on a website, the fundamental remains same first of all, right? Over here, the research fundamental remains same. When you will go to the next module about visual design, there we do talk about, some more specification of websites and the specifications of the app basically there in terms of designing it, right? And in this also we tell you to get once you go to the assignment number 3 or 4, then we also tell you to get a small website page of it. So the research and everything remains same. Remember, there's nothing as such different in it. If you look at Mentra has both app also and website also. Can do it, right?
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.